Well, I'll just set that one straight. It was a great man's 50th birthday yesterday, and he's not in a caravan. He's in a yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's a van, and look, it's uniquely him. It's his choice. It is a difficult. In saying that, though, it is a difficult place to come to live and be an assistant. I'm assuming as a senior coach, that burden's slightly eased, but as an assistant, can be quite hard work. Getting people up here, Sydney have done a great job, I think, over more than a decade to upskill their ex-players, and then again that eases the burden for them. And the Giants just haven't quite got the history just yet to be able to do that. So importing them is the way to go, and that's where it becomes really difficult to get them and keep them.
And has that been like a bonding experience? I don't know, for the ones that have gone up there. I mean, you seen Benny Hart's up there. You mentioned Craig Jennings yourself. Like, Kingers drives a really strong program and has waited a long time for his opportunity. He's thriving on the back of that. But what amongst yourselves, what's the relationships like?
Yeah, it's a good point. You know, like it's obviously, as you said, myself, Hardy, Craig Jennings, Wayne Cripps is another one. Her brother Jason Cripps has moved his young family up here as well. So yeah, and obviously Kingers. There's a lot of people out of their depth in terms of new home, new city. Jeremy Laidley's pretty much our existing coach who come across from the Swans, who's been outstanding. So yeah, look, it certainly brings you closer. They are our family. Hardy and myself are up here without our families. Jenna also. So. Yeah, we've got to make do. We've got to get tighter. We spend a lot of time together. So, yeah, but it's a home away from home, mate, and I think the club does it really, really well.
Where do you live?
Well, I've recently just moved to Tamarama, so I'm not complaining.
No.
It's a trek, but it's one I'm pretty happy to take on.
You got the tunnel now, which makes it a bit easier. Yeah,
no, that's right, Jeff. It's an outstanding way of life. It's a bit of a trek to get out there. I'll be frank, it probably cost me about $18 a day to get to work. So, $40 turnaround to go to work is not ideal. But that's the choice we make to live over there.
Oh, I'm sure you can write that off on tax, Monty. Hopefully you've got an accountant. But Terry, your beautiful wife, still the superstar of the family?
She absolutely is. And our very much, our home is Adelaide, and I've got 4 beautiful kids that love Adelaide. I'm just fortunate enough right now, I've got my second oldest son up here playing in the Giants VFL. So that's sort of thrown up its own new challenges, but it's outstanding to come home to someone, another family member, and a little bit of footy talk, and then we shut that down, and then we're just father and son. So, yeah, it's been quite rewarding.
Great family, great footy person, Monty. We've spoken to a couple of players. The impact that you've had on their success so far in a short time has been extraordinary. You look after all the defensive stuff, the strategy at the forefront of it, and no doubt you will get to be a senior coach one day. Appreciate your time on Sports Day and good luck.
Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it.
GWS assistant coach Brett Montgomery joining us on Sports Day. A pugilist is a boxer, especially a professional one, Jared, which you knew, but I didn't, and I'm definitely not a professional one.
You will be.
Sports Day for McDonald's.
For a limited time only, get any size soft drink for just $1. Value means more at Macca's.
The new, refined 7-seat Kia Sorrento. Kia's large SUV. Available now at your nearest Kia dealer.
Subscribe to SEN Sports on YouTube for all the best analysis from SEN's team of experts. Watch your favourite radio shows from inside the studio. Search for SEN and subscribe today.
Good afternoon. There has been a broken down truck on the Westgate Freeway outbound at Williamstown Road at the exit ramp, as well as a broken down truck over on the Monash Freeway outbound after Yarra Boulevard. There has been another broken down truck on the Monash also inbound at the Burke Road on-ramp. It's all happening there. Oz Design Furniture's warehouse sale is this weekend. Save up to 80% off furniture at Oz Design, Hoppers Crossing and Blackburn this weekend only. T's and C's apply. And the first test between New Zealand and Australia continues live tomorrow from 9 on SEN.
The EPL on SEN. Live every Saturday and Sunday night. Get the power of expert advice and lower prices at Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent and locally owned tyre retailer.
Here's a tasty schnitz daydream. Imagine chicken schnitzel crafted with RSPCA-approved chicken, coated in secret seasonings and lovingly prepared to crispy golden perfection. Now imagine that schnitzel complemented by the freshness of crispy salad and the richness of sauce, all wrapped up in a tasty burger or wrap that leaves you wanting more. Feeling hungry now? No longer a dream. Taste it in-store at Schnitz or have it delivered to your door via the Schnitz app. Handcrafted schnitzels, made fresh, made just for you.
A milestone that I've celebrated with my family and my loved ones is landing my dream job after many years at university.
My lovely grandmother has just turned 92 years old.
My 21st birthday in America with my mum.
This February, Tobin Brothers Funerals is celebrating a milestone too. 90 years in business. And they're still 100% family owned. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Know your rugby league? Prove it in Smart B's NRL tipping comp. Tip against Origin legend Mitchell Pearce. Each week's best tipster wins $100 cash with a massive 10 grand major prize up for grabs. Visit smartb.com.au. Chances are you're about to lose.
Now presenting the King of Clean, Jenny King.
For 30 years, Jenny King has been Australia's King of Clean, offering comprehensive cleaning services that actually work for commercial offices, retail, healthcare, education spaces and more. Plus, with fantastic franchise opportunities, Jenny King has helped hundreds of Aussies become the king of their own careers. Need a comprehensive cleaning service tailored to your business needs? Talk to the King.
Jenny King, the King of Clean.
Visit JANIKING.com.au.
Ensure a smooth journey by starting your next road trip at your local Repco authorised service centre, where expertise meets reliability. Our technicians will check your vehicle is road trip ready. At Repco Authorised Service, we prioritise your safety and peace of mind. Don't let car troubles ruin your holiday. Book your service online at repcoservice.com and hit the road with confidence.
Get back to work with a new Spitwater. Aussie made for almost 40 years. The tough and ready Spitwater pressure cleaner is hard at work every single day across Australia. In mines, on farms, in workshops, after the floods, droughts and fires. And if you qualify, the ATO Instant Tax Write-Off for Business will give you the best New Year present. Instant Tax Write-Off. Instant clean, instant job well done. Call 1-800-SPITWATER now or visit spitwater.com.au today.
Is now your time to have that conversation about selling? Find where you belong with Harcourts.
The kids are growing. Maybe it's time we sell and get a bigger home.
Just what would this place be worth on the market right now?
So, what happens if we go to auction or not?
In a changing property market, to learn what's happening with the value of your home, your local experts at Harcourts are ready to help. When your real estate questions need to be answered, talk with Harcourts. Find where you belong.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get AAMI and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
WD-40 helps fix almost anything. That's why they're passionate about repairing, not replacing. Sign up to WD-40's Repair Challenge. Show off your repair project and you could share in $4 grand worth of prizes. Visit WD40.com.au.
SEN Netball, the biggest games of the Suncorp Super Netball season are live every week on SEN. Listen live on the SEN app.
For a limited time only, get any size soft drink for just $1. Value means more at Macca's.
The new, refined 7-seat Kia Sorrento. Kia's large SUV. Available now at your nearest Kia dealer. You're listening to Sports Day. Now on Sports Day, a sports update for Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer.
It's been a big sports news day, so let's get the latest thanks to Tyre Power. The Aussies fought hard to reach 9 for 279 after batting first, being sent in after losing the toss on day one at Wellington's base of reserve. My man Cam Green played a critical innings of 103 to steer the Aussies to a respectable target. after New Zealand Quicks took control in the middle session on a pitch that got progressively harder to bat on very shortly. Jared Waitley will give us his full report when we cross to him in New Zealand. Let's talk about the footy over the weekend and tomorrow, because Essendon veteran Dyson Heppel and Boom draftee Nate Caddy are going to miss their AAMI Community Series game against the Cats tomorrow. Ollie Henry's been left out. He had a knock at training, so they've been a little bit cautious with him. The Cats and Gary Rowan is also going to miss. The one I was interested in is Toby Conway, the big ruckman, who has rave reviews on him. I spoke to someone this week connected to the Cats, and they just reckon this guy can be anything. But he's an emergency, and Reece Stanley's been given the nod in the ruck. I would have thought it's the perfect time to give him some match practice, because they're going to need him this year. So I was really surprised he's an emergency, and Stanley will once again try and lead the Cats ruck, which has been an issue for it feels like 10 years. Hawthorn is set to receive a timely boost in round one with vice-captain Dylan Moore. He's on track to face the Bombers. That's a big game on March 16 after being sidelined with glandular fever. And West Coast co-captain Oscar Allen is going to be rested for the Eagles' AAMI Community game against Adelaide on Saturday. Absolute carnage at the Eagles. He was sent for scans on his knee after matched him against Fremantle last week. They're saying he's not serious, but he's not going to make the trip to Adelaide for their game on Saturday. Hopefully he's fit for round one. That was your sports update there for Tyre Power. Get your free 5-minute safety check. SEN cricket commentator, the number one man, Jared Waitley, next.
Sports Day for McDonald's.
For a limited time only, get any size soft drink for just $1. Value means more at Macca's.
And he's back, finding his final siren every Friday night after the footy on SEN 1116.
Good afternoon. There has been a broken down truck on the Westgate Freeway outbound on the ramp to the Balti Bridge. The left-hand lane is closed there. There has also been a broken down truck on the Westgate Freeway outbound at Williamstown Road at the exit ramp. And reports of an incident over on the Ring Road Greensboro bound before Pascoe Road. The early bird deadline in the Royal Melbourne Hospital Home Lottery is midnight Friday. You could win a Maserati and $100,000. Get your tickets at rmh.com.au. And the first test between New Zealand and Australia continues live tomorrow from 9 on SEN.
But the biggest DPL games live every Saturday and Sunday night, live right here on SEN.
My dad visited Tyre Power and got the free 5-minute tyre safety check. Mum was right. The tyres needed fixing. Thanks, Tyre Power.
Right now at Macca's, go large or medium or small. This month, get any soft drink, any size for just $1. Value means more at Macca's. Available at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery. Excludes frozen soft drinks.
Experience a thrilling new era of driving with Essendon BMW. Explore their luxury range of electric vehicles today. They're innovative, advanced and extremely efficient. Embracing sustainability, these vehicles redefine the driving experience like never before. Now is the perfect time to make the transition into an electric vehicle with Essendon BMW. You're invited to get to Essendon BMW today, discover the range, take a test drive and experience firsthand the future of driving.
LMCT 11803. SEN is the home of EPL. This weekend, catch
Tottenham v Crystal Palace, Luton Town v Aston Villa, Burnley v Bournemouth, Man City v Man United.
English Premier League, live on SEN and the SEN app. Brought to you by Bet365, the world's favourite online betting brand. What are you really gambling with?
As a business owner, you might have your eye on a new or used asset or be thinking about generating work capital. You know what's right for you. Morris is just here to help you get there. Through their free person-to-person service, Morris provide you with a bespoke solution that's the right fit for your business. What's the next move for your business? Call Morris today on 1300 4Morris or explore your options at morrisfinance.com.au.
Sheds come in all sorts of shapes and sizes, but if you're after a shed, go and have a word with the family-owned team at Best Sheds. The sheds at Best Sheds are up to a staggering 40% cheaper than the competition. Wow, 40%! Plus, all their sheds come with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty, and you can choose from the standard range or customise the shed of your dreams. So, come on, team, let's hit the sheds. Best Sheds, 100% Australian-owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. With more than 290 stores right across the country, we're not just Australia's biggest group of independent tyre retailers, we're all 100% Aussie owned. That's 100% Aussie owned, 100% independent, local and loyal. And we reckon that's more important than ever. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Took a left turn at the lights when you should have taken a right? A Dare Fix will fix it. Make a pit stop at the next servo to pick up a Dare Iced Coffee. Made with Rainforest Alliance certified Robusta and Arabica coffee beans. Enjoy a real coffee kick with a Dare Iced Coffee.
You wouldn't operate a chainsaw blindfolded. You wouldn't ride your dirt bike blindfolded. And you wouldn't walk on your roof blindfolded. Yet too many people dig without searching before you dig online first. Because if you don't search first, you're digging blind. Avoid high-pressure gas mains and high-voltage electricity cables every time. Search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Radio ads. They're not cheap these days. But what are you going to do? At Kogan.com, we like to negotiate. So we got onto the radio station ad people and said, hey, let's negotiate. And that's what we did. Negotiate. It's what we do every day to get prices down on the things you want. So when you click onto Kogan.com, you know we've done everything we can to get you clicking low prices. Kogan.com, clicking awesome.
Right now at Macca's, go large or medium or small. This month, get any soft drink, any size for just $1. Value means more at Macca's. Available at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery. Excludes frozen soft drinks.
Sports Day for McDonald's.
For a limited time only, get any size soft drink for just $1. Value means more at Macca's.
The new, refined 7-seat Kia Sorrento. Kia's large SUV. Available now at your nearest Kia dealer. You're listening to Sports Day.
All right, joining us now is a man that can do everything. He's jumped on a plane. He is in New Zealand and he's seen a pretty impressive knock from an Australian number 4 who saved the day with the Aussies getting themselves to 279. Jared Waitley is with us. Jared, thanks for your time.
Kane, you haunt my every moment. From the time that Cam Green kicked into the 70s, the text started to come through. They wanted me to find out whether you were watching or not. Wow, what an innings. It was a bit of a hassle getting here, but I tell you what, it was absolutely worth it to see Cam Green play that knock.
And it was an important knock given how wobbly the Australian sort of upper order was.
Very much so. And so it answers a couple of questions, Jared. The first is why does Australia want Green in the team and is therefore prepared to shuffle everything to have him there?
Yep.
Well, that's the reason. So it feels to me like the chemistry of the team is off at the moment.
Yeah, heard your commentary, yep.
Kawaja getting bogged down and then there's sort of a bullet a gate when Head and Marsh come in. But that's the reason, is they've got him pegged as the batter of the next generation. They don't want him on the sidelines for too long. It's why Smith decided himself to go up and open to make sure that Green was in the team, and that's why he's such an imposing figure at the crease. His driving is just something to behold. He's so powerful, and then when he accelerated, once he started to go through the gears from the 60s to the 70s, it happened in such a hurry. He is such a stylish cricketer to watch.
And he showed a fair bit of courage. I mean, they were 8 down, so he could have been stranded, but when he got to 90, he just went bang, bang, bang.
Yes, so as soon as Lyon went, there was one over left in the day's play,
yeah.
And Ian Smith was thinking he should just be cautious and make sure you're there tomorrow morning, but that wasn't it at all. So 3 boundaries later, and he'd hustled in 5 balls to his ton. So I contrast that century to the one that he scored in Ahmedabad, which was his first. That was the most docile pitch, a test match that might still be going if it was timeless.
Yep.
So that was a moment for him. But this is so much more than that. He comes to the middle when Australia's 2 for 65. He watches wickets fall quickly. Kawaja and Head are gone. So he's the mainstay. And as it turns out, he's made 103 of 279 as we reach the end of the day's play. So This is such an important innings for him. Kudos on a few fronts. The selectors left him in Australia rather than bringing him here for the white ball games. They gave him one extra Shield match where he scored a century, and I have no doubt that he'll reflect on that and what that meant to have his batting in order by the time that he got here. He had to get through some really tricky bowling early where it looked like he might nick off through the first 20 or 25 balls, and then he progressively asserted himself, and that acceleration at the end was something to behold.
At Stubbs, the Aussies are 9 for 279. Cam Green unbeaten on 103 with 16 fours. Jared, the conditions look tough, but, I mean, it didn't stop a few of our batsmen getting reasonable starts. I speak of Smith, you spoke about Khawaja, who was slow, and Mitch Marsh was in that category as well, but they didn't go on with it, which was disappointing.
So I think I felt through the day that 280 was about the mark. So they're 279 now with the one wicket in hand. I think Australia will bowl very well on this pitch. So it's green. And for various stages of the day, the conditions did favour good swing bowling. I thought New Zealand bowled really aggressively. They used their bouncer a lot after lunch in particular to try to rough Australia up. They struck a few and got a few decent blows. But I do feel like those runs on the board is Hazelwood in particular will bowl so well on this, and that the pace of Stark and Cummins. So they at least have something to bowl with now, because when Carey went, and that was a bit of a soft dismissal, 6 for 176, you're sort of thinking, will they get the number on the board to be able to play with? And that's sort of been the question of their whole summer, is Australia hasn't made 300 with the regularity that we would expect for the team. They have sort of defaulted to conditions on that front as the rationale why. The conditions certainly play a role here, but I do feel like they've got a good number on the board now. But, yeah, you're right, there's only the one player through 50. Don't feel like Khawaja was never quite in. Marsh goes at that good clip. Smith, yeah, it was... I feel like they've done quite well to have the runs on the board that they do.
But all of a sudden, the monkey that's been on the back of Khawaja is just starting to look a bit more like a gorilla.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting question for a few players in the team. So where's Khawaja scoring at the moment? So we don't expect him to go at a run the ball or anything like that, but he does get dried up, and then without Warner there at the other end, it becomes more pronounced. And the other player who's
I actually meant Labuschagne rather than Khawaja.
Labuschagne's totally lost.
Yeah,
he's lost in his own head. All the things he spoke about coming into the Test match, he didn't do any of them, and he was scratching around his mark. You couldn't see him scoring, so he faced 27 balls and made the one run.
Yeah,
and then he nicked off in the way that he has been. So there are flaws in his game that will torture him, because he speaks about being the perfectionist, but he needs the shrink's couch at the moment to find his way through it, because once he gets out in the middle, he's just consumed by it, and all his idiosyncrasies are they're swallowing up the stroke player that we have seen when he's been at his best. So it's a tough spot for him to work through, Jared.
Is he going to work through it, Jared, or is he going to have a spell and just sometimes you need to drop players to release the pressure and let them come back?
Yeah, so he'll definitely play, and then we don't play again until November against India. So he'll have the county summer, so the English winter to work through it, and he'll have a good dose of Sheffield Shield before next summer. Australia would dearly love him to work through it right now and leave here with a score, because he's the sort of player that it will play on his mind if he finishes this Test summer without the scores that he's used to, and probably is knocked up with regularity and ease, but he's a long way from that now. I feel like there's no risk to his place in the team right now, and hopefully it favours him that there's no more Test cricket till November. I absolutely think he'll be batting 3 against India, but he needs to have found some form by then.
Is there a comp for him in Australian cricket history, do you think, Jared? I mean, is there a comparable player who's played a lot of Test cricket now? He's nearly at 50 Tests. He averages 50. He's 29, and then has gone through a shocking form slump. As a kid, I remember Mark Taylor. I know he was an opener, but I mean, every batsman of note, unless you're the best of the best, has a patch that they struggle.
And then it's how you absorb that. So I think Rick Chappell example is a really good one. He couldn't make a run, but he always said he was batting well, he just kept getting out.
Yep.
I think Marnus is totally the opposite. I think he is consumed by the doubts in his game and the failures that are mounting up against him. So it's how does he work his way through that? And then, it is for batters to solve their issues, and then the coaching would offer some assistance on that front. He looks in need of coaching, to my eye, just to help him through it because because he obsesses over these things, and he's the first to say it, the torture of being the perfectionist. Maybe he needs guidance right now.
How do you think Nathan Lyon will bowl in these conditions?
Well, so the last time Australia played here, it was Lyon who bowled them to victory. They were a long way ahead of the game. So this is the trick with New Zealand and the way they went about it was to play the fourth seamer. And while Kuggeleijn has 2 wickets, he was the least effective of their bowlers, and you just wonder. Santner's nowhere near the bowler that Lyon is. So I feel like Australia's attack is beautifully balanced for a pitch like this, and the chance to bowl fourth on it will really bring Lyon into the game. You'd like to see him play a defining role at the moment because he wasn't quite the bowler that he usually is through the Australian summer. Once he got through that milestone and he's coming off the long break. So again, for his own esteem and for his place in the scheme of things, I think he will play a big role here, and I hope that he does.
So just looking at Wellington's weather, you got a really good day tomorrow, albeit just 22 on Saturday, but it looks like a windy day, and then maybe some rain on Sunday and Monday.
Yeah, so I think day 5 in particular at the moment could be a bit dicey. The one rider I'll put on this is my first time to Wellington.
Yep.
But I flew in this morning with 0% chance of rain, and it was raining.
Right.
And it rained for a couple of hours.
Okay.
So I don't know how much to trust the forecast. But we're being told, two totally fine days, and then Sunday's forecast has been getting better. This feels to me like a 4-day test match, given how far it's progressed on day 1. So fingers crossed we'll be right to get it played without interruption through to its conclusion.
And I take it you watched Melbourne and Carlton. Did that wind its way over the ditch?
I was following along in Auckland. I had a rather unusual travel day, I think it's fair to say. So
right.
I was following, but I couldn't get it. So I was following vicariously through everybody else's thoughts, and then I was finally able to get the SEN app going, and was able to listen to a bit there. But
yeah, I was going to say, Joe,
you can tell me how much you want to draw from it.
Well, we've touched on that already this evening and what to take from practice games and the lessons from last year. But you've buried the lead here. What was interesting about your travel day? I'm intrigued.
So I had an early start and got to the airport. My flight to Christchurch had been cancelled, which I didn't know. And then I was redirected to a flight to Auckland 4 hours later, which then got delayed by 3 hours. And by the time we got to Wellington, by the time I got to Auckland, the last flight to Wellington had already gone. So it was the night in the Auckland airport hotel before the 6:30 flight in here this morning. So I think it's fair to say patience was a bit strained by the end of it all.
I can imagine.
You did well not to name the airlines. You've done well so far. You do have to get home, though.
Yes, that's right. The 2 worst travel experiences I've ever had have both been triggered by New Zealand Airlines. So,
well, there you go.
There you go. A lesser person would have gone to Twitter and complained about that, Jared. So you didn't do that. You'll be back in your regular spot on Monday, I assume. Will you make it back by then for opening round in the week of?
If I can make it back for Monday, I will, but I'll certainly be there Tuesday if I happen to miss Monday. I'm at the mercy of scheduled flights and stuff when we do get back. But I've got 360 Monday night as well, so I'll definitely be back in the country Monday at some stage.
Looking forward to it. Jared Abrobo back with AFL 360, and he'll definitely be back with Waitley on Tuesday and behind the microphone for a huge AFL season as well. The best caller in the business. Thanks for your time.
Terrific, Kane. Thanks, Jared.
The Aussies had a pretty good day. According to Jared, past score, they will perhaps just go over if they can eke out another 10 to 15 runs tomorrow morning when play resumes. But at stumps, 9 for 279. And hit me with your best. Hit me with your best, Cam Green text. 0433 98 11 16 is the temper text. It's good to see him make some runs, is what I would say.
But you're not convinced.
It has been a long time between drinks. I've always seen the talent. I just think he was played before he was ready. And
that's not his fault, but
I was right on this until today, and everyone is coming out swinging because he's made one score. Jared, it's now time to get to our Trots Talk with Tim O'Connor, always racing at thetrots.com.au. Timmy, welcome back to Sports Day.
Hey, boys, it's been a while.
It has been. You've been bludging. You weren't here last week, so you'd want to be sharp tonight.
I will, and I'm back for the footy season. Looking forward to a big year from the Bombers too, fellas.
Yeah, okay. We're going to have to work on our multis this year. We had a bit of success tying in the trots with a couple of successful AFL bets, so we'll see if we can back that up this year. Maybe one for next week before opening round. What happened to Just Believe last weekend, Timmy? An amazing performance.
Yeah, it was, fellas. It was a race in two. It was billed as a bit of a head-to-head rivalry here. Just Believe and Call Me the Breeze. And Just Believe pulled one out of the box here. He got buried away on the pegs and he couldn't get out. But Greg Sugars finally weaved away clear around the home turn, and he sprouted wings and he came like Chautauqua and got and nailed RC Phoenix right on the line. And for those that have listened to Dan Malecki call races for decades now, you wouldn't have heard a more excited race call from him. So that summed it all up. Just Believe he's a superstar and he's won again.
That's about $5 each way on him. It's a Miracle Mile qualifying weekend in Sydney, and plenty of Victorians up there.
Yeah, there is. I reckon we spoke last year, fellas, and Catch a Wave.
Yeah, Catch a Wave, yep.
Miracle Mile last year for Victoria. And we've got a stack of hopes in the heats on Saturday night at Menangle. There's two of them. And Ladies in Red's probably the high-profile horse. She's a superstar mare, first up from a spell. So she'll try to qualify. It's the first two across the line in both of the heats get automatically through. There's a few other ways to get in, but there's only 8 horses that make the Miracle Mile and 4 spots go up for grabs at Menangle on Saturday night. So there's about 6-7 Victorians up there, and we'll be cheering those on, hoping we can win the race for a second year in a row.
Nicely done, mate. And before we let you go, the Victorian Country Cup's in full swing. Where is it off to this weekend? Yeah,
I'm up to Ararat tomorrow night for the Ararat Pacing and Trotting Cups, and then on Sunday they're off, the roadshow lands in Bort, which I've never been to Bort, and I don't exactly know where it is, but they've got a big card planned there on Sunday afternoon, so it should be a ripper.
All right, well, you better put that in your GPS and work out where you are going. Timmy, Bort, I don't think I've even ever heard of it. Good luck, mate, though. We'll check in with you next week to find out how you went.
And let's sort of multi for next week, boys, and we might even get the guys to come up with a stinger for us.
Yeah, we'll start working on that now. Actually, always racing at thetrots.com.au. The Trots, watch it, live it, love it. Timmy O'Connor will join us again next week. Let's get through our WNBL preview. That's for the TAC. It's time for a preview of this weekend's action in the WNBL. Thanks to the TAC. Drive safely for everyone, a message from the TAC. So some big games on this weekend as always. The Townsville Fire and the Perth Lynx is about to get their game one of their semi-final series underway. So game 2 of that series is going to be played on Saturday afternoon. And then later that day, the Melbourne Boomers are going to try and keep their season alive when they play the Southside Flyers in a cutthroat game 2 of the WNBL finals. Speeding drivers can face large fines. Drive safely for everyone, a message from the TAC. And you are listening to Sports Day. Check out the new refined 7-seat Kia Sorrento, and of course always for Macca's, any size soft drink for just $1 at Macca's. And up next on 11:16, it is the practice match between the Swans and the Lions, or you can keep listening to us. I urge you to do so on the SEN app.
The biggest English Premier League games are live every Saturday and Sunday night, plus every Tottenham game live, right here on your home of sport, SEN.
Very slow run on the Ring Road Greens rebound thanks to a crash at Vasco Val Road. The right-hand lane blocked off. Very slow going there. Elsewhere, a truck has broken down outbound on the Westgate. On the ramp to the Balti, the left-hand lane out of action. And further along, another broken down truck at the Williamstown Road exit ramp. It's Harvey Norman's Super Thursday. Take a further 10% off already low prices on selected Aussie-made mattresses and bedroom furniture. More in-store and online today at Harvey Norman. And the first test between New Zealand and Australia is live tomorrow from 9 on SEN. The
biggest EPL games live every Saturday and Sunday night, right here on SEN.
With all the time trials and running, footy players probably need a new set of wheels during pre-season. Best go to Tyre Power. Big brands, better by sale, now on.
Right now at Macca's, go large or medium or small. This month, get any soft drink, any size for just $1. Value means more at Macca's. Available at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery. Excludes frozen soft drinks.
Is now your time to have that conversation about selling? Find where you belong with Harcourts.
The kids are growing. Maybe it's time we sell and get a bigger home.
Just what would this place be worth on the market right now?
So, what happens if we go to auction or not?
In a changing property market, to learn what's happening with the value of your home, your local experts at Harcourts are ready to help. When your real estate questions need to be answered, talk with Harcourts. Find where you belong.
Introducing the all-electric 7-seat Kia EV9. Silence never felt so loud. Visit kia.com.au to find out more.
Kia, movement that inspires.
It's Ian Healy, and I'm here to talk to you about back pain and Kiza. If you're one of the 80% of Australians who suffer from back pain, it's tempting to do nothing, but this can cause weaknesses down the road. The best place to start with back pain is exercise, and the best place to exercise is Kiza. Kiza's physios and Swiss-designed strength training equipment help you build strength in a supervised environment. I go to Kiza, and you can too.
Book at one of our 19 clinics across Victoria. Visit Kiza.com.au.
G'day tradies, are you recharged to tackle the work week like a pro? Ken Oath you are. Kennards Hire is making back to work trade easy with the never run out trade range, after hours returns, express load and go, and a heap more. And until February 29, when you spend $500 or more at Kennards Hire, you could win one of 5 TC Boxes gift cards worth a whopping $5,000 each. Does Kennards Hire make trade easy? Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy. Sheds come in all sorts of shapes and sizes, but if you're after a shed, go and have a word with the family-owned team at Best Sheds. The sheds at Best Sheds are up to a staggering 40% cheaper than the competition. Wow, 40%! Plus, all their sheds come with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty, and you can choose from the standard range or customise the shed of your dreams. So, come on, team, let's hit the sheds. Best Sheds, 100% Australian owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. It doesn't matter what car you drive, where you drive, how you drive, or even what you might be towing behind you. You can trust Tyre Power to have the tyre to suit you. And as Australia's biggest independent, we have the buying power to make sure the price suits your budget as well. Get the power at Tyre Power for whatever you drive. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
I had to hit a salvo on the back of my truck. I bet someone's pinched it, no other luck. Up until now I've been pretty laid back, but all I want is my Makita back. You better get sand, you better get cut. I love my Makita, it's the bloody top scuts. I've been pretty patient, but I'm getting pretty jacked. All I want is my Makita back. I want my Makita back. I want my Makita back. I want my Makita back.
Right now at Macca's, go large or medium or small. This month, get any soft drink, any size for just $1. Value means more at Macca's. Available at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery. Excludes frozen soft drinks.
The biggest English Premier League games are live every Saturday and Sunday night, plus every Tottenham game live right here on your home of sport, SEN.
Busted away, steady, straight and go!
We have got the finish to beat all finishers.
Welcome to the 2024 AAMI Community Series on AFL Nation.
Yeah, it's great to be with you on the AAMI Community Series here on AFL Nation. It's all thanks to McDonald's, the new McCrispy at Macca's. And we've got a beauty at Blacktown International Sports Park tonight. This game has been pushed back due to heat. It is very, very hot up in Sydney. Last year's runners-up, the Brisbane Lions, they start their 2024 campaign up against the team I am very, very bullish on. John Donohoe, my name, with you on the call for the night, and alongside a great mate of mine, Liam Pickering. Hi, Picks.
G'day, Johnny. Good to be here. It's a big game. It's two really competitive teams. I think they're both going to be at the pointy end of the ladder come the end of the season. Last official hit out, we saw Melbourne last night really, really play well against Carlton. And the night before, the Pies clicked into gear as well. So the big boys are out in force, and these are two big teams in my view.
They certainly are. Some missing names, though, for both sides tonight. There'll be no Jake Lloyd for the Swans, no Callum Mills, Tom Papley going to sit out, and Chad Warner as well. And the Lions outs are more due to injury than anything else. Devon Robertson, Tom Doedee, we know, recovering from the ACL. Connor McKenna out, and Will Ashcroft also recovering from his ACL. But both teams pretty strong as well, Picks.
Absolutely, there is. There's plenty of talent on the park, there's no doubt. And as I said, the Brisbane Lions are a kick away from winning the premiership, and Sydney, I think, just left their run a little bit late last year. They hit gear at the back end of the year, but injuries really cruelled them last year. So I expect them both to be very competitive this year. Clearly, Brisbane, is one of the premiership favourites, but I think Sydney are building a really good squad. Yeah,
I'm bullish on the Swans, and after the off-season that they had, where they brought in Brodie Grundy, they brought in Taylor Adams, Joel Hamling, and James Jordan as well. I think they're obviously well coached, we know that, but I've got them in the top four and going deep into September.
Yeah, I agree. I think they got needs. I mean, I've put down, I think we did our SEN predictions. I had Brodie Grundy as the recruit of the year. I just think his style of play will suit Sydney, and that's the area they have been lacking in, really. For a traditional, really big, tough ruckman since Mumford, probably. I mean, they've had some guys that have done admirable jobs, but Grundy is a super player, we know that. Didn't get his opportunities much at Melbourne. Well, not as much as he would have liked, but up there, I think he's ground play as well, which he loves to do, like a big midfielder, really.
Yes.
But he's also very good. He's got that big backside. He's very hard to get around with the rules. I think his ruck work is going to be really important, and we know how stacked their midfield is. And Taylor Adams is the other one I'm looking forward to seeing tonight.
Yeah, and life without Buddy Franklin begins for the Swans. They obviously played portions of last year without him due to injury, but it's the first time he won't be on the list in its entirety. So it looks like it's over to Logan McDonald, Joel Amartey, guys like that, who are going to stand tall in the forward line.
Absolutely it is, and it might be just what they need, these two boys, is an empty forward line, because Bud did demand all the ball when he was in the forward line. You couldn't help but miss him. He's a fast, big guy with his arms stretched out wide. So I think it'll be good for both McDonald and also Amartey. I mean, you'd rather have Buddy in the side, of course, but he can't go on forever. So I think they've recruited really well. As I said, it's a needs-based recruiting this year, which they don't normally do. So I think when they have brought players in from other clubs, they've always been successful. So I'd expect these guys to be really important players for the Swans.
Now, I'm just looking up the genuine forecast for Western Sydney. I don't know if this is correct or not, but 8 p.m. in an hour or so, they forecasting it's still going to be between 38 and 40 degrees in Sydney. So
it does get
at this
warm.
Time of night, though, that is very warm.
I don't think it was that much different than that last night
in Melbourne.
Yeah, I mean, it was a filthy night in Melbourne last night. So, it's a tough time of the year. They've only got one proper hit out. This is their proper hit out, so they want to make every move count tonight. And the Brisbane Lions, on the other hand, they're used to this sort of heat. And you say they are. I mean, I guess you say they're used to it, but no one really wants to play in that sort of oppressive conditions. So
that's why it's a winter sport.
Oh, thanks, John. Appreciate that. You're right.
For the Brisbane Lions, as we mentioned, Picks, a 4-point loss in the grand final. Life for them, well, I mean, they were one of the best teams, obviously, all year last year. So they start their road to redemption tonight, essentially.
Yeah, well, they've got everything in their favour as well. I mean, they're a terrific side. They're ready, aren't they? I mean, they've got a good age profile on their list. They've got some star players. They've got players that improved last year that I think will get better again this year. So, they're going to be a handful for every team this year. And playing them in Brisbane is going to be near impossible, which it has been for the last 3 years anyway.
What have you made of the couple of games? Obviously, you and I were at Icon a couple of nights ago for Collingwood and Richmond. We saw Collingwood by 30 points. We saw Melbourne last night, who have had a tough off-season, but showed, even in a pre-season game, that they're well and truly in the thick of it this year.
Yeah, they were terrific last night. I mean, the Blues weren't at their best. I mean, they allowed 20 marks inside the defensive 50, so that's always a bit of a concern from a defensive perspective. I mean, Wiedering out's such a huge loss for them, and he's not going to be playing round one. So they have to find a way to minimise the entries. I think Melbourne had 65 entries last night, and they looked a little bit dishevelled down there without Wiedering there.
Yeah, absolutely, and they'll get him back, as you all know, early in the season, so that'll straighten them up a little bit. But I say to people, you don't take too much out of these practice games, but you obviously want to get off on the right foot and get the structure going nice and early.
They haven't lost any points, so they're not 4 points down already. But they have got a tough ass first up. They're going to play Brisbane in Brisbane next weekend, or next Friday night, I think it is. So, look, it's a tough start for them, and then they'll get Richmond. And we saw Richmond Tuesday night, right? I can't remember every day, so anyway. And Richmond, I think they're going to surprise some teams. I love their speed early. Yeah. They do get hurt on transition. Collingwood would they just controlled the ball by foot, and they were just a bit more class. Had more class in the Pies by the end of the game. But, we're looking at... We're seeing some decent footy. Let's put it that way. And I'm glad we are this time of the year because the season's a week away.
Yeah,
it's time next week we're playing.
Well, it is. Actually, you're right. Yeah, a week away. It's snuck up on us, but it's also been it felt like a long off season as well, Pickers. So I'm certainly ready for the real thing to be back, even in opening round. Yeah,
I'm totally agree. I can't wait for it to start. I mean, I had great fun listening to the radio today when I was driving around, listening to the cricket.
Yes.
Thought it was fantastic. Great performance by Cameron Green. Stick that in your pipe corn.
Yes. I forgot all about that.
The minute he got his 100, I messaged him straight away. Anyway, stick to footy corn. I've told him that before. So, look, I look at, sport. So, you had the test match on during the day. Then we roll into the footy. Cats are playing tomorrow night. I'm looking forward to seeing that at 5 o'clock. So, and this game, I'm really looking forward to seeing where these two teams are at. Albeit a practice match, but it'll be a pretty serious one.
We mentioned Taylor Adams, we mentioned Brodie Grundy, obviously former teammates at Collingwood, now at the Swans. So the Swans they're just a team that always get better, even when they have a down year and finished 8th last year out in the first week of the finals. But these two guys are going to add to their profile massively.
They're perfect for them.
Yeah, they needed a ruckman. They were all over the shop with ruckman last year.
The Parker injury now, Adams becomes even more important.
Yeah,
I think Parker will spend a lot more time forward, and Adams will be back in his midfield position that he was at Collingwood until probably the last 2 years, where he sort of played a bit outside the square, but he's an inside mid. And they've got that other stuff. Now, we know that Warner's not playing tonight, and he's going to be an inside mid.
Yep.
And, obviously they've got guys like Mills who can go through there as well, who's also not playing tonight. So they've got a couple of injuries. The Mills injury is a bit of a concern, but they've got enough talent on their list to be really competitive.
I'm interested and always keen to see Charlie Cameron as well tonight. They're pretty full strength, the Lions. Joe Danaher will be out there. Josh Dunkley. I love the work of Hugh McCluggage, always around the mark in the Brownlow each and every year, just a workhorse.
Oh,
so they've got some good players.
He's a bit better than a workhorse, really. Yeah. No, Dunkley, McCluggage, good. Like Dunkley's such a beast in the middle of the ground. And then you've got, obviously, Zorko's gone around again this year. Rayner, I think, will continue to improve. Kitty Coleman is, off the half-back lines, a really important player, a great grand final. You mentioned Charlie Cameron. Jasper Fletcher's a player that'll improve. They'll get Ashcroft back at some stage in the second half of the year, you would think as well. And Zach Bailey is a player who I think could be a next level player if he gets his, fitness to a level that he can go around the ball, he can win clearances. He's very dangerous in the forward as well. So, now there's plenty of talent. Looking forward to this game, as I've said.
We're not far away.
Just having a look at big Alistair Lynch. Gets better looking every time I see a big Winchy there with the blue shirt on. That'll be a risk later on when they really start sweating it up with that light blue shirt.
Absolutely. Hey, just on some of the games that you mentioned tomorrow, the Cats and the Bombers, Gary Rowan and Ollie Henry and Gary Rowan will miss for the Cats, but Dyson Heppel and Nate Caddy are going to miss for the Bombers as well. But apart from that, both teams are pretty much full strength.
Yeah,
so
Guthrie obviously out.
Yeah, Cam Guthrie obviously out. Sam Draper to miss for the Bombers. Jake Kelly, Ben Hobbs, Dylan Shield and Dyson Heppel all out for the Bombers. So I've really liked this preseason. Teams are rolling out their best 22, and as we mentioned the other night, they want to get as much footy into them ahead of next week's opening.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was actually out at the hangar this morning, actually having a meeting, and the Bombers were doing their captain's run. It's a real kick and catch, that thing.
Really?
The old captain's run.
You didn't do any captain's runs back in the day?
We had light sessions, but we still looked like we were training. They looked like just having a bit of a kick around.
Just kick to kick.
That's how they all do it. It's just get the legs ticking over and have a meeting and then do that, and then off you go home, I guess. But no, there's a bit of hope around the Bombers. If those young ones can really step up, again, I think they can be better than a lot of people think. But we've got to see it.
Yeah.
They're a team that sort of flirts, really, aren't they? You think, they might get there this year, and then they play a couple of good games and they just fall away. But hopefully this year, from a Bombers perspective, they can actually hold it all together.
They're going to be a fascinating watch, the Bombers, throughout 2024, as are a number of different teams throughout the season, because I feel like last year was close, Pickers. I feel like this year could be even closer and tighter on the ladder when it comes to teams being... We've already seen improvement from North Melbourne. It looked like Hawthorn were about to take that next step as well, a little bit up the ladder before a few injuries cruelled them.
Yeah, they've been hurt by injuries, the Hawks. But
and the Bombers are another one.
Well, they're all on the right trajectory. I think the problem is we keep thinking everyone's going to improve. Now, we know that can't happen.
Yeah.
Not everyone can improve. Someone's going backwards, but at the moment, pretty hard to work out which team it is.
Only 8 can get in at the end of the day, so
you can improve without making the finals, in fairness. You can improve. Like the clubs down near the bottom, North can win 2 or 3 more games they did last year, and it's an improvement. And these other teams, they know that there's no walking out in the ground these days and just banking 4 points. Doesn't matter who you are. You come up against a team that is switched on and you're not, you can get beat. And Hawthorn proved that last year. They touched up Brisbane at the MCG.
So we've got a delay here, Pix, due to a power outage in Blacktown. The lights aren't able to be turned on at the moment. And this, the problem for you here is, Pix, I know exactly what your thing is. It's going to delay the end of the game, which means you have to stay longer.
But, I mean, I get there's a power outage at the moment.
It's bright, though.
But it's bright enough to play.
Yeah.
It's not up past 9 at night. I mean, they could get the game started, surely.
I would have thought.
And work on the lights.
Yeah.
Power outage in Blacktown delays the start of the game. The problem is with this sort of heat, it might never come back on.
Well, this is the thing.
Then we're going to have to do a lot of cricket for some reason. There's no hope I'm sitting around here for 4 hours by myself, twiddling my thumbs with a power outage of all things.
Yeah.
I've never heard anything like it.
No, well, I mean, we've seen scoreboards on fire, Pigs. We've seen pigs on grounds. We've seen all sorts of different things. I haven't seen many. Well, we saw the Gabbard lights turn off last year.
They turned off, but that was at night time.
That was at night.
This is daylight savings. It's actually light there.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make any sense that they can't start the game.
Well, we can go around the grounds because GWS and Gold Coast have kicked off, and GWS are a goal up already. So I guess
let's just pick up this call and we'll go from there.
You want to comment?
Yeah, let's go
commentate the other?
Absolutely. There goes Miller. Miller gets it out by hand. Beautiful kick inside 50. The Suns go forward. Who we got here? The back it goes. Couldn't pick it up, old mate. Anyway,
I'll leave it to you. I'm happy to play special comments here.
Players. That's the problem.
This is the thing
if it was the other game, I'd be able to help.
We actually didn't do much research. Miller bangs one inside 50 for the Gold Coast, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. But this is
now it's all of a sudden looking darker.
It does look darker now out there. So the players, and I guess this is the thing as well, Pix. When it's this hot, you go out there and you warm up, and your body's, I guess, getting acclimatised to the conditions, and you can go inside and then cool down after a while.
Same thing. I was at a game, Buddy's first game. I went out to have a look at it. It was against the Giants, and lightning strike. You had to come off the ground. It was a shocking day. Surprisingly, I was allowed in the Giants. They invited me into their sponsor function.
Yeah.
Even though they weren't all that happy when he didn't go to the Giants.
Well, this is true.
That was nice of Gubby Allen.
I saw you I was scrolling through Instagram during the week. I saw you talking on a little podcast about that exact moment.
That was on the Dawson D podcast.
Yeah.
Good lads, those blokes.
Yeah.
Enjoyed that. That was fun.
Yeah, you were telling some of your best stories.
Now, I've heard also, while we're just filling in time here, if you're driving home thinking, what are these two waffling on about? Well, we are waffling on because there's no bloody lights going at Blacktown, middle of nowhere, Blacktown. I know probably people in Sydney out there, but it is. It's a hell of a long way.
It's a lovely spot.
The sirens are blowing, but there's no much point blowing the siren.
Yeah.
Because the reality is there's no players on the ground.
No.
And there's no lights.
So we can talk about whatever, to be honest.
Yeah. So now, I was talking to Adam Crossway during the week.
Yes,
who does
Crossy.
a bit of cricket commentary for us.
He's a good man, Crossy.
Good man. And he said that you played in some media versus MCC.
I got invited by Adam White.
You tried really hard. He said you were pretty good.
Well, I don't do anything else but try hard because as you've told me a number of times, and I agree with you, I am not overly talented at cricket, and
I've never seen you play, but
and play at a lower level.
You just talk yourself up a little.
No, I don't talk myself up at all, Pete. But no, it was nice to. I mean, I'll tell you what it was. I watched Adam Crossthwaite play for Victoria when I was young, and it was almost a sort of a hero moment type thing.
Because it's Crossy. He made 50, didn't he?
To play with him and just I was watching him when he
was playing for his team.
Yeah, I was playing for his team. The Media 11 against the MCC.
He was playing for the Media 11.
He was, yeah. He's technically done a little bit.
How many Whitey go?
Whitey did well. Whitey's a very good cricketer. But
I played against Whitey.
You can see with Adam Crossthwaite, the amount of time that he has just got at the crease, and he makes it look easy. I can only dream of having that sort of ability. So
he's a very talented player.
It was good fun.
He was a client of mine when he was a kid.
Hey, while we have a little bit of
around the grounds first
break,
GWS 1 goal straight. The Gold Coast yet to score. We've gone 4 minutes in the first quarter.
Why don't I run through both the teams for Geelong and Essendon just to give people an indication of who's playing tomorrow. So for Geelong, from the back line, and stop me if you want to talk about any of these guys.
I'll stop you.
Mark O'Connor, Sam DeConning and Jake Colajasny.
Yep.
Halfback Jack Henry, Tom Stewart and Jed Buse.
It's a pretty settled back line.
Yeah, it is. Yep. That'll be probably the back six you would imagine throughout the year. Mark Blitzarves on the wing, Max Holmes in the middle and Mitch Duncan on the other wing.
Just on that, Max Holmes played last week against Carlton on the halfback flank, so this is a paper team, of course, right? I think they might play him halfback, but anyway.
I think he's got a seriously bright future. I love what he brings to the table.
But they seem to like him behind the ball,
Half forward, Tyson Stengel, Brad Close at centre half forward, which I think is just a little furphy.
Wait till you see the full forward line.
Jeremy Cameron at half forward flank. I think those two might just swap around.
The full forward line.
Yeah, Tom Hawkins in the forward pocket. Shannon Neal in the other forward pocket, and Brian Myers at full forward.
Brian Myers has always been a big bustling full forward. I know
he certainly has. So that's
and the following division.
The followers, Reece Stanley in the ruck, Patrick Dangerfield and Tom Atkins also in the midfield. And the interchange, squad, there's 8 of them on there. Zach Guthrie, Tanner Bruin, Jai Clark, who picked 7 from a couple of years ago, seriously talented. Looking forward to seeing him play. Usheen Mullen, Zach Tui, Ollie Dempsey, Sean Manor and Jack Bowes. Toby Conway's an emergency along with Mitch Nevitt, Connor O'Sullivan and Brady Parfitt.
I'm very surprised that Toby Conway is not playing tomorrow night. They've got huge raps on him at the Cats. The players, you need the players talk about him. I think he's going to be the best ruckman in the comp.
Yeah.
Which is a big call.
There's been a few people who have talked about him and said he's...
I saw him as a junior and he's very talented, but he hasn't had a lot of luck with injuries. I've got a feeling that the lights might be coming on here.
Now, is that a snake catcher on the field, Pigs?
No, that's not a snake catcher, is it? Sure. I hate snakes. I'm scared.
I am too, Pigs. I am too. So, fairly settled Geelong side. As we said, no Ollie Henry, no Gary Rowan, no Cam Guthrie. So,
Cam Guthrie is going to be out for half the season by the sounds of it.
Yeah. So, fairly settled. For the Bombers, Jordan Ridley, Ben Mackay will play his first official game for the Bombers. Zach Reid. Big raps on Zach Reid as well. Mason Redmond, Jaden Laverty and Andy McGrath.
Good solid back line.
Yeah. Sam Durham on the wing, Darcy Parish in the middle and Nick Martin on the other wing.
Yeah, I like Martin too. He's a good mover.
Very good. Jai Caldwell, Kyle Langford at centre half forward, and Jade Gresham as well in his first game officially for the Bombers at the other half forward flank. Jake Stringer in the pocket, Peter Wright and Archie Perkins, Toddy Goldstein in the ruck with Will Setterfield and Zach Merritt.
That's a good 22.
Yeah, it is certainly. Elijah Sardis, 18. Elijah Sardis on the bench along with Nick Cox, Nick Hind, Harrison Jones, Nick Bryan, Xavier Dersma, Matt Guelphy and Jai Menzies. And their emergencies are Sam Wiedemann, Lewis Hayes, Alwyn Davey Jr. and Archie Roberts.
Well, they've got a pretty strong squad.
Yeah, and you look at, you and I spent the summer talking about paper teams, the Melbourne Renegades, the biggest of them all. And you look at it and you go, wow, that is so talented. You look at that and you go, wow, that's a strong team.
Yeah, it is.
And you'd
Two
hope,
strong teams. I think that'll be a good game, actually.
Yeah, you'd hope that they can put it on the field this year.
Yeah, it's always hard beating the Cats down there, but a practice match, it depends how hard everyone goes. I assume it's the last hit out.
Yeah.
It's last hit out for these teams for 2 weeks.
2 weeks, exactly.
So they're going to give it everything they've got. Both pick strong squads for that reason.
Yep, exactly right. If you're wondering why we're talking a bit of nonsense here, and we might hear from Leon Cameron soon as well if we're able to.
It only happened in Western Sydney.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a delay, a power outage in Blacktown to delay the start of tonight's game between the Swans and the Lions. In the other game going on right now, 2 straight 12 GWS to no score. 14 minutes to go in the first quarter. There was a snake on the field as well, Pix, just by the way. Just have a look at that. Just a small one.
Oh my God, I wouldn't play.
Even that's.
I couldn't care how small it is.
Yeah, that's small.
It's going there.
That's small, but I'd be out. I'd fake a hamstring, I think. So there you go. So a snake on the field and a power outage. It's all happening in Blacktown. We just need the scoreboard to light on fire now. And we've got the trifecta. The trifecta. There is squads for the other game as well tomorrow. Pickers, Port Adelaide and Freo. So we might as well run through those.
Yeah,
we've got time. So for Port Adelaide, Ryan Burton, Brandon Zirk Thatcher and Asava Radigalea. So 2 new players for them as well. they're another team, a bit like Sydney, who have recruited so well in the off-season.
They've recruited needs as well, a bit like Sydney,
and got them done. Yeah. Lockie Jones, Alira, and Dan Houston. Love what Dan Houston brings to that lineup across the back line and the midfield. Miles Bergman, Willem Drew, and Kane Farrell across the middle. Jed McEntee, Todd Marshall, fresh off a 4-year contract, and Connor Rosey, the new captain of Port Adelaide, across half forward. Zach Butters, Charlie Dixon and Willie Rioli. So good to see Charlie Dixon back. Ivan Soldo to play his first game as well. Ollie Wines and Jason Horn-Francis. That's in the middle. And then on the bench, you've got Jace Burgoyne, Travis Boak, Dylan Williams, Jordan Sweet, Ollie Lord, Francis Evans, Darcy Byrne-Jones and Jackson Mead. The notable absentees pickers are Mitch Georgiadis, Quinton Narkle, Josh Sin and Dante Vizentini.
Okay, so they're pretty much full strength too.
Full strength. And for Freo, who have got a big year ahead, it must be said, for different reasons.
Yeah, they look good. I have to admit, they look good in the hit out last week.
Former Demon and Blue Oscar McDonald, who got recruited in the off-season, gets his opportunity. He's going to play in the back pocket along with Alex Pearce and Jordan Clark.
Oscar McDonald, yeah. They recruited him in the off-season.
Yeah. That one went under the radar, didn't it?
I didn't even realise. They traded for him.
No.
I think
a delisted free agent or one of them. So he was playing VFL for, I think, Williamstown.
Yeah.
Got picked up there. So,
That's his third club. I think.
Melbourne, Carlton and Freo. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that
it's definitely played for those other two.
James Aish across halfback, Luke Ryan and Ethan Hughes, Matthew Johnson, Andrew Brayshaw and Jeremy Sharp across the middle. Michael Walters, Sam Certain, Pat Voss is another one who was on the Essendon list last year. He gets his opportunity as well, so he'll play at half forward. Sam Swatowski, Matt Tabner and Josh Tracy for the Dockers, and Sean Darcy and Nat Fife and Caleb Sarong. So a really strong midfield unit along with Andrew Brayshaw there. Their interchange bench is Cooper Simpson, Hayden Young, Jaeger O'Meara, Carl Warner, Liam Reedy, Bailey Banfield, Josh Draper and Neil Erasmus. Their notable absentees are Jai Amos, Luke Jackson, Brennan Cox, Michael Frederick, Heath Chapman and Nathan O'Driscoll.
Very well. It'll be a good little test for them against Port Adelaide.
Certainly will.
First game's in Adelaide, at Albany?
Yeah, it's at Albany Oval, 7:30 tomorrow night. So
it'll be a good test for Fremantle. I think Port Adelaide might get the job done there, but they are trying to do a little bit different with the ball. They were very slow last year, Fremantle, so what can they do this year? Can they move it a bit quicker?
Absolutely. We might.
Well, the good news here is that of the 4 light towers, 1 light bulb's working.
Oh, well, there you go. That's all right.
Get it started. It's something. You've got to start somewhere.
Absolutely.
Start somewhere. Let's give it around the grand store, please, John.
Yep, 2 straight 12 to 1 behind. So the Gold Coast are on the board, and just saw a shot of Damien Hardwick coaching, I guess, in the first official capacity, first time in the official capacity for the Gold Coast.
Yeah, well,
and he's a captain.
It goes at Manuka Oval.
Manuka, yes.
So the Giants have started well. So 12-1
in their traditional orange, and the Gold Coast in their untraditional blue. Yeah. 2 straight 12-1 behind. So we'll keep you updated on that as we go. We might open up the text line as well, 0433 98 11 16.
Text machine?
Yeah, I'll get it up for you in a sec. But Piggers, to be honest with you, there doesn't look like a whole lot is happening here.
Again, it beggars belief to me they couldn't play the first half. It's not that dark.
No.
I mean, it's 7 o'clock. You know, they're training worse than this. The teams will be training till 8 o'clock tonight with less lights. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So
they clearly don't want to start the game, and then they'll have to start reducing time.
Yeah, they will.
The
Duckworth Lewis. Yeah,
we're losing overs. We're losing minutes.
Some news out of Hawthorn as well today.
Another injury.
No, set to receive a timely boost for round 1 with Dylan Moore on the track to face Essendon on March 16. He's recovering from glandular fever. So
he could play Dylan Moore. He's important to them too. He's another one of those little forwards that they've got. They've got a small forward, a lot of power forward. Watson, Ginnivan.
Yeah.
Wingard when he comes back, Moore, Bruce. You got a mosquito fleet down there.
Yeah, I think they were.
Johnny Longmire looks thrilled up there, the big horse.
Thrilled.
Sitting there, Chris Fagan's got a furrowed brow. Now they're all going off the ground again. What's going on here?
Yeah, this is getting lengthy now. There was other news out of St Kilda as well last night from Mitch Cleary. Positive signs for Jack Sinclair's calf yesterday. He's expected to be back in the main group over the next week in his bid for round 1. Brad Crouch will also miss the second pre-season game this week as he builds fitness after a knee operation. So some good news there for the Saints. But their injury list is mounting slightly. Paddy Dowd, Dan Butler and Hunter Clark all on longer-term timelines, and Ben Patton likely to be out from half the season.
So these, just so people are just in the car thinking, what are you guys waffling on? But didn't that game start at 7:10? Well, it was supposed to. But what's happening is they were doing the warm-up. They were just about to get going, and then the lights went out. So you can see the difference from the earlier shots with the lights on.
Yeah.
So now it is pretty obvious. Well, it looks like they might have just started to come good. Players seem to be a bit pumped up, like they're about to go out and play.
How do you work this, Pickers? Because as we said, you want to keep warm, you don't want to cool down, you've got to sort of, but it is stinking hot as well, so you've got to get your fluids in. How do you, oh, here we go, the lights are booming now.
They're back on.
Yeah, so how do you I guess stay warm from a physical standpoint here? I know it's hot outside, but
no, they've just kept moving. They've just kept moving. Once it's properly warmed up, it's just like being sitting on the interchange bench. You're just going to keep moving.
Yeah.
They've done the actual warm-up. You can hear the crowd there. And they're saying, all right, lights are back on. Somebody's home. Let's get a game of footy on, eh?
And Jack Lukosius is going to line up for the Gold Coast second goal in a couple of minutes. 2 straight 12, the Giants. Gold Coast 1-1-7 at the moment. So the teams are out there, Pickers. They are doing
I think a fair bit of this is old footage, to be honest.
To be fair, yeah.
They're just flipping around because that's that same furrowed brow I was talking about before.
Yeah, you might be right.
They're just doing a replay. There's a snake catcher again. Why do snake catchers always have big, long beards? Like, can you explain that to me? Every time you see a snake catcher, he looks like he's living in the bush, and he's about 70 years old with a dirty, big, long beard.
Well, they're snake catchers for a reason, Pickers. They're unhinged. They're not right in the head.
They're unhinged.
They're not right in the head, Picks. If they're catching snakes, I mean, I'd be out of there in a flash.
Yeah, I just wouldn't do it.
No.
I'm just terrified of it.
So looking at live, we are looking at live shots now, Picks. It looks like most of the light towers are back on, which is a good sign.
Let's just get the game going.
Yeah, I think you'd imagine they probably have to have a 5 to 10 minute warm up here as well.
Yeah.
So we'll wait and see
if Lynchy can give us an update. Or the boys, A-Rod out the back, he's trying to get some air time.
He is, certainly.
Trying to get himself some more votes in the third person self-congratulator.
Yeah, I heard you weren't happy when A-Rod copped a few votes.
I wasn't not happy.
Week.
I just can't believe a bloke without a platform can get votes.
This is true. You know,
and he reckons he's being recognised down the street.
Oh, I think he makes half that up, to be honest with you. I think it's all made up.
I'm sure it's all made up.
You know what he does? He infiltrates and he takes advantage of poor Damien Watson. He goes on his show on the Lids Fly or on a Wednesday night.
Damo's desperate for content.
Yeah.
Because the lids are flying. Sometimes they're not flying. And A-Rod gets on there and he knows damn well he's going to talk about people that recognised him.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he knows damn well it's coming back to us so we can play it.
Yeah.
I'm all over your
Does it on
sticks.
purpose. Does it on purpose.
It does. 7:40 is a kick-off. So we've got 12 minutes until the start of the game.
All right.
And we'll have to find out whether there's been a reduction in quarter length. I assume there will be.
I assume so. We'll get Benny onto that, but we'll have a look on the socials as well. 0433 98 11 16 to join us. We're going to get underway in about 12 minutes' time. And we'll see if there is any reduction in playing times as well.
It'll be probably 4:20s.
Yeah, you'd imagine. Normal time. So Pickers is going to have to do double time here tonight, which is unfortunate for him.
What? They haven't reduced the time.
Well, the thing is, Pickers, that what they might be able to do is could they shorten halftime by 5 minutes? 5 minutes or something?
No, I don't think on this sort of conditions, the boys will still need the proper breaks.
Now, I mean, look, for those out there wondering, this game's already been pushed back
from 4:10
to 7:10 due to heat.
Yep.
38 degrees in Sydney today. Now we're going to have a 7:40 start. So, and I guess no time lost, for lack of a better term. But, yeah, so we're going to have a full game here as the Gold Coast are going to line up for a third goal in as many minutes. Jack Lukosius again with ball in hand picks. It's 2 straight 12, the Giants. Gold Coast 2-1, 13, 7.5 to go in the first quarter. We'll keep you up to date on that one. But we have Brisbane and Sydney, the game for broadcast tonight here on AFL Nation. It's brought to you by McDonald's. The new McCrispy is back at Macca's. John Donohoe, Liam Pickering with you.
Maybe get a breakaway before we start.
I don't think we have any picks until quarter time.
Oh, please. Come on, we've done a whole quarter.
Benny will confirm, but I don't think we have a break to take until quarter time. Yeah, so Benny will confirm that. So you put those away. Unfortunately, you might have to go get. I know you haven't had a Pepsi Max in a couple of weeks, but we might need to get you one.
Over a month? No, I'm feeling good.
Oh, okay. All right.
Stripping a bit of weight, it's good. Absolutely good.
It's very good. AFL Nation, for McDonald's, the new McCrispy is back at Macca's, and for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts, the Swans and the Lions at Blacktown International Sports Park. For you out there, if you're just getting in the car, no Jake Lloyd tonight, no Callum Mills, Tom Papley and Chad Warner all are out. And for the Lions, Devon Robinson, Tom Duday, Connor McKenna and Will Ashcroft. We do have a break to take.
Yeah,
all right, we can clear a little commitment here. Sydney and Brisbane back on the other side of this.
You're listening to the 2024 AAMI Community Series on AFL Nation.
Right now at Macca's, go large or medium or small. This month, get any soft drink, any size for just $1. Value means more at Macca's. Available at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery. Excludes frozen soft drinks.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. It doesn't matter what car you drive, where you drive, how you drive, or even what you might be towing behind you. You can trust Tyre Power to have the tyre to suit you. And as Australia's biggest independent, we have the buying power to make sure the price suits your budget as well. Get the power at Tyre Power for whatever you drive. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 132191 for your local independent owner.
A milestone my family has celebrated would be my brother having his second child recently.
My 25th birthday.
We had a really special milestone. My great-grandmother turned 100 and she received her letter from the Queen, so that was a really nice celebration.
This February, Tobin Brothers Funerals is celebrating a milestone too. 90 years in business, and they're still 100% family-owned. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Luxury Escapes, the world's best holidays handpicked by experts. Here's your burst of luxury to book now.
Best-selling Pullman Bali Legian Beach. Escape to this beachfront resort and enjoy daily breakfast, nightly cocktails and massages. Pullman Bali Legian Beach. 7 nights from $1,399 for 2 adults. One child under 11 stays free. Valued at up to $2,798. T&Cs apply.
Book at luxuryescapes.com.
Whether you're a busy household looking for family-friendly options or love the feel and comfort of luxurious natural wool, or maybe it's a healthy choice asthma-friendly carpet, then Choices Flooring has the range, colours, textures and savings you've been looking for during our Carpet by Design sale event. Go online at choicesflooring.com.au and discover the carpet solution that's just right for you. With savings across the range, now is the time to visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom.
There are 3 kinds of people in life, Dave.
Yeah.
There's TKD trade members who get trade pricing at Toolkit Depot, same-day quotes, express delivery options and tons of other benefits.
That's us.
Yeah. Then there's TKD club members who get discount pricing, exclusive deals and more.
That's anyone who doesn't have an ABN, right?
Yeah.
Wait, what's the third kind of people?
Those who don't realise it's free to join, Dave.
Whoa, that's sad.
Become a TKD trade or club member now at Toolkit Depot. Everything you need to get the job done.
Hi, I'm Melanie, and I'm learning about our Australian warning system. Let's learn together. Okay. There are 3 warning levels, and they are the same for bushfires, floods, storms, and extreme heat. Easy. You'll be given an action statement that tells you exactly what to do in an emergency. In a storm, advice could be stay informed. Watch and act could be prepare to take shelter, and an emergency warning could be shelter indoors now. Okay, we can follow that. Download the Vic Emergency app or visit emergency.vic.gov.au and get to know our warning signs today. Authorised by the Victorian Government. Spoken by Melanie Zanetti.
New Fire Coat is the first paint proven to help protect property in high-risk fire conditions. Fire Coat paint helps stop the spread of flames on treated areas to combat the loss so many face. Find out more at fsafirecoat.com.au, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Right now at Macca's, go large or medium or small. This month, get any soft drink, any size for just $1. Value means more at Macca's. Available at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery. Excludes frozen soft drinks.
You're listening to the 2024 AAMI Community Series on AFL Nation. It is the AAMI Community Series here on AFL Nation for McDonald's, the new McCrispy at Macca's, and for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Small delay, John Donahoe, Liam Pickering with you. Small delay, but it looks like we are about to get things underway in about 5 minutes' time. 0433 98 11 16. I've got the text line up in front of me here, Picks.
I haven't got my glasses, so I can't see.
That's all right, I'll read them out for you. 4 straight 24. Toby Green lining up for a goal late in the first quarter around the grounds to Gold Coast 3-20. So Toby Green from the top of the goal square just pops one through to give them their 5th straight. So GWS lead 30-20. They're going to be a handy side this year, the Giants. Once again, we saw what they could do last year. They were nearly in the grand final. So
they're very well coached.
Yeah,
they've got a game style they believe in. And talent. They've got so much talent on their list. And so have the Suns, and the Suns will improve because they've got a premiership coach that's now leading them.
Absolutely. One off the text here, Picks from James.
Yep.
Picks, big Geelong supporter. Can you give me some hope for this year? What do you think of our prospects?
Well, I think we're going to be top 4.
Top 4?
Yeah, I think the Cats will make the finals.
Wow, okay.
I expect a real bounce back.
Right, there you go.
And I got laughed at when I did an interview yesterday with Michelangelo Rucci and Kim Dillon, and they actually scoffed at me. In fact, Kim Dillon, he actually had a slab with me. They wouldn't make the 8. Oh, come on. I'll be making the 8. I'm very bullish on it.
I wouldn't laugh. Certainly not going to laugh at that, because one thing I've learned over the last few years is you never underestimate Geelong.
No,
ever.
They've still got a quality list, and they've had a big pre-season, as in they've had a full pre-season. It's the first time they've had one of them for ages where they didn't make the finals.
They won a flag two years ago.
This time last year, everyone thought they were unbeatable.
A similar team to what that is, minus Joel Selwood. A couple of younger guys have come through, so they're regenerating on the run. I've said on a couple of shows that I've hosted over the last couple of weeks that they're the hardest read for me of 2024, and I'm not willing to write them off. I just don't know where to place the Cats.
Well, I follow them obviously clearly very closely, but they lost games last year by a goal, 2 goals that they would normally have won.
Yeah.
They didn't have a lot go their way last year, and they weren't good enough to win a few of those games. I think even the first 2 games of the year, they had Collingwood on toast.
Yeah.
Could have beaten Carlton.
Yeah.
Started off with Norton 2, then they played terribly against the Gold Coast. Then get on a run of 5 wins, and then a couple of losses. They lose to Fremantle at home. The Giants beat them at home when they were going not much good. So there were things that just was never going to be their year last year, after the way they started, I think, anyway.
Yeah, I'll never again underestimate the Cats. After we've all talked and I think it's the biggest load of garbage of all time. We've all talked for 4 years how they're too old, they're too slow, they can't. They're well coached, they're well drilled, they know what they're doing. I mean, at the end of the day, that's the most important thing.
Well, that's what I think, and people are scoffing at me thinking that the Cats won't bounce, but they'll bounce, and they'll bounce hard, I'm sure of it.
Absolutely. So the formalities are done in the middle of the ground. Harris Andrews has won the toss. He's going to kick to the left of screen and the left of your radio dial as well at the Blacktown International Sports Park. All the lights are on, so we should be good to go in a few moments' time. Now, I know it's not for premiership points or anything like that, Picks, but what do you think tonight? What do you think tonight's going to bring, and have you got a winner for us? I know it doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter. I think with the outs, I'd probably lean towards Brisbane, but, Callum Mills, Papley, Warner, Lloyd, they're all pretty damn good players for the Swans. So on tonight's game, I'll go with Brisbane, but if it was home and away, I'd probably, and they're all playing, I might be even leaning towards the Swans. Game's at Blacktown. It's been pushed back 3.5 hours from when it actually was scheduled. It was scheduled at 4:10. But yeah, they're both good, strong squads, and I expect them both to be somewhere around the mark come the finals.
Callum Mills is a big loss for them. He'll miss probably a little bit at the start of the year as well, obviously with that wrestling injury in the shoulder that he did in Mad Monday last year.
It's a bad loss for him. He's such a star.
He is.
Honestly, I tell you that the bloke on screen at the moment, Isaac Heaney.
Love Isaac Heaney.
Yeah, everyone loves his talent, but it's about time Isaac Heaney became Isaac Heaney that we thought he was going to be. I think he's too inconsistent at the moment, and if they can get him playing the sort of footy we know he's capable of, it looks like he's going to start in the middle here, which is a good thing, I think. With Mills out, they need him in the forward line as well, but I like him on the ball. So Cam Rayner's going to start on the ball for the Lions. Big Oscar McInerney,
sweat dripping off him.
Yeah, he's a good player, McInerney. Like him a lot. So got a lot of these 2 teams have got a truckload of talent.
So after lengthy delays, we're finally about to get ourselves underway at Blacktown International Sports Park. You can keep texting us throughout the broadcast, 0433 98 11 16. There's the siren. Liam Pickering is alongside me, John Donahoe. We're in the middle now, and it'll be Brodie Grundy up against Oscar McInerney to get things underway in their first official hit-outs of 2024. McInerney over the top and then got his own footy, kicked forward. Bouncing ball to half back for the Swans. Florent banged it out of there, and then it's going to come back in for the Lions. Over the top was Berry. Gave it to Neal. Back inboard this time. Couldn't get hands on it. Was Dunkley. And the Lions under pressure already, going inside 50. It's a good kick. Hipwood played on quickly. Gave to Zorko from outside 50. Bangs towards goal. Great start. The Lions with the first of the night, and it comes from the former captain, Dane Zorko. He gets one on the board. One straight 6 plays, no score, and already the Lions showing what they've got. Yeah, impressive build-up by the Lions. A quick kick inside 50, but then they kept the ball moving. And on the end of it was Zorko. And the magician, the little Zorko, just went bang from 50. It never looked like missing that off the boot. Beautiful finish. It's a still night in Sydney, so the wind isn't going to be the issue. It has been the issue in a couple of the games we've seen so far, but whilst it's hot and humid, conditions are actually good for footy if you've got no blustery wind. No. Just around the grounds, 5-1, 31, 3-2, 20. Jack Lacoste has kicked 3 goals in the first quarter for the Gold Coast. There are only 3 goals for the Gold Coast, so one to watch talent, that guy. Going forward as well. 2 games going on at the same time. Himmelberg, I see, he's got the new locks with the bleached blonde hair. Anyway, back to the middle we go. McInerney wins that one down to Heaney, but he was pushed off it by Rayner, and then they go at it as well. Coming through the middle there was Florent. He let it go to Taylor Adams in the middle of the ground, just goes sideways, finds a teammate on the chest on the outer side. Sizing up their options at the moment, the Swans. McCartan was the best. Now they swing it to the broadcast side. Chipping ball down the line to Goulden. Goulden back inboard. Look at that for a kick. Taylor Adams gets inside 50 and turns it over. And it was Harris Andrews who was in the way. Plays on quickly to Gideon Coleman at half back. Down the line from Coleman. Cut off by Lewis Melican on the wing, who goes inboard, and they're happy to move it quickly here, the Swans. Row bottom. Now Taylor Adams in the thick of it again. Cunningham kicks inside 50, and again it's Oscar McInerney who took the mark, played on quickly, gave Payne a little bit to work with. Wilmot inside defensive 50, gives to Neal, and a kick to half back to Hipwood. He's strong overhead, wants to play on, but Blakey doesn't allow him to. Just in front of us here on the near wing. Dunkley gets it in front of the interchange gates. Just assessing what he's got. The new hairdo. Forward of footy. He's got. Goes down the line. It's cut off this time by Tom McCartney. He was looking for Zorko. Gave it off quickly to Goulden on the left boot. Beautiful kick out in front of Amati. Amati wheels and goes. Inside 50, one-on-one. At the back, McLean couldn't take the grab. It goes over. And it'll be Fox who sees it out over the line. Already like the work of Errol Goulden, and Taylor Adams has been good early as well, Picks. Yeah, he has. He's been busy. The Marty party getting involved as well. There's the Black Booker in this one coming in. But my man he's gone against it. Never change, Picks. I love it. Ball thrown in inside 50 for the Swans. Grundy won that one down, but ball in dispute again. They all jump on it. A boot came through, and it'll just squirt out of bounds and over the line. One straight 6, the Lions. Sydney yet to score, but they're deep in their attacking end at the moment. And McLean there in the forward line, so they've got some tools up there. Certainly do, and he's another one who could take that role vacated by Buddy. Yeah, he bobs up and takes a mark or two. He does. Grundy got to front position and then mopped up his own work and ripped the head off Cam Rayner. So Rayner will get a free kick deep inside defensive 50 for the Lions. Switches play across goal to Payne. He goes to Harris Andrews in the other back pocket now, and he exits defensive 50 with a nice ball onto the chest of McCluggage. Just sizing it up. Happy to go slow are the Lions. In the hands of Jasper Fletcher, who gave it off quickly and then got it back and gets his afterburners on and just wasn't able to execute the handball over the top. The ball goes out of bounds.
It's not bad, is it? The Lions picked up 2 in one draft, the father-son.
Yeah.
So they're both going to be pretty special, I think, Ashcroft and Fletcher. To be able to negotiate enough points to be able to get both those
players. And in
players.
the same year as well.
Yeah.
Remarkable. It's good list management. Grundy got to the front again from the throw-in on the wing. Taylor Adams tapped it down to Campbell, and Rowbottom was on the end of it as well. He swings around on the right boot, kicking down the line. McLean came through and made a contest of it. At ground level, Heaney picks up, goes backwards on the wing, out in front of James Jordan. His first game as a Swan as well. Got legged, gave it off, and it was into the hands of Zorko, who gave it to McCluggage. Low, flat ball inside 50. Wasn't his best effort to Danaher, who had Blakey in tow. It was picked up by the Swans. They'll exit defensive 50 once again. That'll be an unrealistic attempt as one of the Swans players was going back with the flight. Play on down the line to Neal. Now to McCluggage again. Tied up against the boundary on the outer side for the Lions. Such a classy ball user is Hugh McCluggage. He gets close to Hayden McLean on the mark and then just dumps this one inside 50. A free kick been plucked out. It'll go to Hipwood.
Yeah, big hippie and he's held off the ball. The umpire was right there too. He's like a metre away.
Yeah.
In perfect position to see the arm wrap across Wood's guts.
Eric Hipwood, another big target for them up forward at the Lions. 229 career goals for Big Eka. He points his shoulder towards goal now. He's on his non-preferred. And he'll just whip this one around. Does so, but doesn't get the right purchase on it, and he'll get a minor score. So one behind, 1-1-7 the Lions. Sydney yet to score as Blakey plays on quickly from fullback. Takes a couple of bounces, accelerates away and kicks down the line. He was looking for McLean, who couldn't take the mark, and now the Lions will dump it back inside 50. Charlie Cameron went up, but it was all Melican in the way. Played on quickly to Roberts. Roberts a high up and under ball to the wing this time. Amati at the top of his mark did beautifully. Took it in the fingers. Now he doesn't have much to go to forward of the ball because he's obviously let one slip.
Look at what up.
Oh, did? Okay.
Quinella looking straight at me, or didn't even take it.
Ball on the outer side at Blacktown International Sports Park.
Keep an eye on everything when you got this.
You do, of course.
Break a dead fish.
Braden Campbell to half forward. McLean in the action again, but the Lions so clinical here as Dunkley releases out of half back. Again, Tom McCartan's there to read it. Joe Danaher not happy with the delivery there. He wanted it out in front of him as McCartan just goes the short 45 ball to Corey Warner. He's on the wing. Brother not playing tonight. Kicks inside the centre. That's a beautiful kick on the chest of Grundy, who plays on quickly to Matt Roberts. Now Roberts to the teeth of goal. Needs a mark from a teammate. McLean did well. At ground level, they're going to have a shot at goal. Wicks out of nowhere. Sam Wicks with a beautiful finish. And the Swans get their first on the board. Stuck with the contest. Was able to get enough room and snap towards goal.
Well, McLean got an ear massage when he went for the mark. Probably should have got a free kick. He got one across the chops. But Wicks set himself up in a beautiful position to crumb. Front and centre, around the corner, easy as you like.
Quick reaction time as well, so...
He's one of those players that you wouldn't... You could walk down the street, you wouldn't know who he was.
No, you wouldn't.
And his name's Sam Wicks. He's not a bad player.
He's certainly not. So one goal apiece in this one at Blacktown. Goals so far to Sam Wicks, and for the Lions,
quarter time at the other game.
Zorko.
Giants by 12 points, quarter time over the Suns.
1 straight 6, 1-1-7. Rowbottom couldn't pick it up as Zorko did. McInerney kicks to half forward now. Swans under pressure but getting the footy back. McInerney did well for the Swans. Now Heaney kicks down the line on the wing. McLean over the top. He's a presence early in this one. Swans have got numbers here if they can make it work. Handball was released. Heaney. Back to Heaney this time from Warner. Into the centre of the ground. Bit one off. It was a nice kick but couldn't get it into the hands of Cunningham, for Hayward. And now the Lions will get out of trouble through Dunkley on the wing.
He's everywhere at the moment, Dunkley.
Gives off to Archie or Coleman. Inside 50. Campbell at ground level, doing well up against Tunstall. There's Gardner for the Lions. Ball in dispute. Gardner wins it back again. And again, Charlie Cameron around the corner. Bounces one, but just across the face of goal. And Tunstall was involved a couple of times there, but that's dangerous when Charlie Cameron gets involved like that.
It's a humid day. It's pretty slippery. A humid evening, I should say. Talking about Dustin Moore on Wednesday, he said it got really slippery in that game in Richmond Collingwood the other night.
It was, you and I were there, and it was really hot early on, so imagine how hot it would have been out there as the Swans get themselves to the wing now.
It would have been worse last night.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And now they're at half forward, Sydney. Hayward was pushed off the footy.
He's getting his feet, though.
He did well. He got up and went again against Madden. Hayward now gets the footy back and sells some candy, and they're inside 50 again. Corey Warner gave the handball backwards to McLean, but it was a little bit wayward. We'll have a throw in at 60 from home. Swans kicking to the right of your radio dial, the right of your TV as well. John Donohoe, Liam Pickering with you on AFL Nation for McDonald's. New McCrispy's back at Macca's. So Grundy won that one down. Lohman was involved in the contest but couldn't get it. There's Rowbottom for the Swans. Gave it off to Grundy, who was wrapped up and straight away.
You've got to know your limitations, Brody.
Yeah.
Kai
Lohman with a big tackle and holding the ball. Brody Grundy thought he could kick his first goal in Swans colours. Lohman goes short down the line to Dunkley at half back. Now gets it back from Dunkley and runs out of defensive 50, kicks to half forward. The Swans are there, but wasn't much communication as Hamlin came flying through and gave it to Blakey. A looping handball over the top, this time to Sheldrick. Sheldrick kicks one down the line. It wasn't a great one. As
I didn't give the handball.
Mopped up by Dunkley, who handballed to Neal. Dunkley kept running, and this one, again, sloppy and slippery play. Blakey picked it up and lost it. McCartan, Cunningham, all getting involved, and now they finally find a chest on the outer side.
Some leading possession winners: McLuggage, Dunkley and Coleman, 5 disposals each. Rowbottom, James, Jordan, Heaney, 4 each for the Swans.
Jordan bangs one to half forward. Off hands, and Neal's there, as he always is a beautiful ball user. Back to Dunkley this time. They're waxing nicely. Tunstall for the Lions. Wheels around and goes to Lohman. It's a nice build-up from the Lions and probably the better ball users at the moment. Swans a little bit sloppy. And it was Jared Lyons. They kick inside 50 again, and Hugh McCluggage all by himself in the forward pocket. Did nicely.
He was working hard.
Certainly was. So he's probably... He doesn't strike me as the longest kick. Hugh McCluggage, he'll kick this from 48, but he doesn't even try. He goes to Zorko outside 50. He's 53 from home now. He'll dump one into the pocket for the Lions. Up went Big Oscar. Couldn't take the grab over the top, and it was roved in the end by Grundy, who gave it off to Jordan, his former Melbourne teammate. And then he hit the chest of Big Peter Laddams, who's grown the locks out.
Yes.
Got the headband tonight as well, Pete Laddams. Long down the line from him. Marty in the contest, as with McLean. Both got hands to it. And it was done well in the end by the Lions, and they'll get it out of trouble now. They kick inside 50. Cameron's down there. Protected the space nicely. Couldn't take the grab as Campbell was there in tow with him. McCartan gave it off to Cunningham, who just had to kick quickly, and he'll get a free kick.
Pushing the back. As he was kicking the ball, went out on the full too.
Certainly did. 1-2-8 the Lions. One straight 6, 9 minutes and 40 seconds still to play in this quarter. Game was delayed a little bit more to 7:40 because of power outage. Andrews dropped what he should have taken, then brought it to ground, and Marty gave a quick handball to Wicks. High up and under ball down the line to half forward, but that'll be out of bounds on the full, out in front of McLean. So lively today, McLean, up forward for the Swans.
3 tools: Logan McDonald, McLean and Amadi.
Jack Payne
slipped through his hands.
Went to his captain, but it did slip through Harris Andrews' hands, and then he mopped up his own work, went over the head. Couldn't find a target in Leicester, though, and coming through there was Lohman. He's had a bit of it early as well. Starcevic with the shaved head goes down the line. Coming through with the double fist was Blakey. Did well to knock it into the path of Errol Goulden, who just chisels this one out in front of Heaney, who went backwards looking for Warner, but no one really was on the same page. There's Lohman again, gives off now to Leicester, and they go across goal. It'll be picked up by Jasper Fletcher at half-back. They can slow play it a little bit more here if they want to. The Lions. Again, Payne. Fletcher. Kitty Coleman couldn't get on the end of it, ducked his head and then spun out of trouble and handballed it into space. Coming through there was another Brisbane player in Berry. And McCarthy it was. And the Swans will pick it up at half-back again in Florent. It's just back and forth footy at the moment. A bit of kick-to-kick for both sides. Ball off hands. Picked up now by Madden. The Irishman couldn't get away with the free kick against the Swans. It'll be Fletcher who goes short now to Kitty Coleman in front of the interchange gates. What have you noticed early doors here, Picks?
A lot of players really blowing. Hot, humid night.
All just going back and forth.
Yeah, very slippery. The skills haven't been great.
McCartan takes a nice mark at half-back. So it is just aerial ping-pong at the moment as he put it on the head of Taylor Adams. And Cam Rayner came through with a big spoil. And we'll have a throw in. 7.5 to go, first term. 1 straight 6 the Swans. 1-8 the Lions. First quarter brought to you by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Rayner picks it up off the clearance, got dispossessed and fell into the hands of Taylor Adams. You can see how slippery the ball is. He got it to his boot as quick as he could. McDonald was there. Wicks stepped around a couple. Now gives it off to Sheldrick, who kicks inside 50, and Laddams was way out of position. And Harris Andrews eats those up every day of the week. Deep in defence. He swings it to Kitty and Coleman. So good in that grand final last year, Coleman.
He was second in the Northern Smith, wasn't he?
He was.
Yeah, terrific game.
No one was beating Bobby Hill, unfortunately, that day.
He kicked 4 on the winning side. Yeah. Well, it wasn't a high-scoring game either.
Lockie Neal from half-back, kicks down the line looking for Hipwood. The spoil came through from Florent. So
it's not going to be a long first quarter.
No.
There's hardly any scoring.
It's been a high possession first quarter, but not much scoring, Picks. So
still has been horrible.
Yeah, that's all down to the conditions, obviously. 38 degrees.
Very slippery, yeah.
You can imagine the sweat coming off all the players.
Well, it's actually like playing a game in Darwin.
Yeah.
That's what it's like. And it's a small ground, Blacktown, too. So players on top of each other every time they get a possession. There's no real easy possessions out there. As soon as you get it, everyone's onto you.
Laddams took it out of the ruck. Ball was smothered straight away by Neal, and then he gave off a loose handball to McCluggage. And we'll have another ball up. Round the grounds, Picks, 6-4-40 the Giants. Gold Coast 3-2-20.
Kobe Green's about to have another shot at goal.
Yeah, he is. And the Swans are going to go forward again here. That was Sheldrick who kicked forward, but it was a bit of a scrubber out in front of Corey Warner. Another throw in. So it's high stoppage game at the moment. You can understand why that the ball's just pinging around going from end to end. There'll be plenty of rotations tonight, you'd imagine. Laddams down to Sheldrick. Madden involved again for the Lions. The Irishman couldn't get boot to ball. Big tackle by Taylor Adams, who wins the free kick between wing and half-back, half-forward. Goes inside 50 on his non-preferred. Wasn't a great kick. It was picked up by Madden on the half-volley. Rayner chips one out to Danaher on the half-back flank. He goes down the line. It was a nice kick out in front of Hipwood. It'll be 50 metres, and this will march
against
Eric
Taylor
Hipwood.
Adams. Been a bit close to the man on the mark.
Yep.
Kept running.
This will take him inside 50 and well within range for the booming left footer. So I didn't see it as well as you did. So it was Taylor Adams running around the back, through the protected area.
Yeah, which is for an experienced player, you could see on his face, what was I thinking?
Yeah.
Anyway.
So Eric Hipwood missed his first opportunity at goal tonight. This one a little bit more straightforward for the big key forward.
Well, he's not the most reliable kick, but he should kick this.
In the conditions that it is, the ball might be a little bit slippery. Kicks through that one very nicely. Made it look very easy in the end, Pickers. And the Lions get their second on the board. So Brisbane extend 2-2-14 to Sydney 1 straight 6. 5 minutes still to play in the first quarter. A sloppy bit of work there by Taylor Adams, who did get too close to the man on the mark. Taylor Adams wearing the number 3 for the Swans. Mira Kipwood kicks his first of the evening.
Yeah, it's going to be a low scorer, this one. It's not going to break open.
No.
So it's mainly to do with the conditions and also the size of the ground. It's only a small ground. On a slippery ground where you're on top of each other, it's going to be hard to get clean possession. So easiest way is to give away a 50 if you want to give away a goal.
Swans should probably get used to this weather because I think next Thursday in Sydney, which is the season opener against the D's, it's going to be 31 degrees. So,
really?
Yeah, so they're going to be playing in some stifling conditions as Cam Rayner's wrapped up by Errol Goulden out of the middle. I mean, this is at a new level, obviously. 38 degrees, you're not going to play much footy in this sort of weather.
Well, we knew this was coming. I mean, we didn't get any summer, really, certainly in Victoria, December, January, and so it was coming at some stage.
Yeah.
Happens to be when the season starts, which is not ideal for the footy, but this is real cricket weather, this.
Yeah. Blakey took a mark at half back.
They're going very short, though, aren't they?
Goulden, who nearly got smothered. Gave it to Taylor Adams in the centre of the ground, who kicks to the teeth of goal now, out in front of McLean, but with one-on-one work from the Lions defence. Hayward comes through. He was belted off the ball, and that will be a free kick.
Well, he turned his head into the bumping player. I don't think that's not an issue for the bumper.
No. He went to pick up the footy, and coming through was Wilmot, who turned his hip towards the footy as well.
This is where the problem is. Yeah. They both should have approached the ball exactly the same way. Now, Wilmot went in the way you should go in to pick a ball up. Hayward went to go that way and saw an opportunity to turn his body so he would cop it in the head, and he gets the free kick.
It's dangerous.
Well, it's dangerous, but that was on the back of Hayward. Hayward drew that.
Yeah.
Now, people will say, oh, well, has he got something to worry about? Wilmot? No, he has not.
No.
He went in the exact way you're taught to go in. This is the bloke that went the wrong way. So the guy with the ball.
Will Hayward just about directly in front, kicks through this one and just pushes it off to the right and minor score.
But if we're worrying about concussions, that is the exact way to not protect yourself.
Yeah.
What he just did then is
head
the
first.
reason he went in head first to a ball he had no right to go head first for.
Yeah.
He was already on the side.
And
he can't just stick his backside in there and bump Wilmot.
And Wilmot,
instead he turned with his head, copped it in the head, won a free kick. Umpire had to pay it. But that's the fault of Hayward.
And Wilmot did exactly what you taught. Go down, turn into the footy and
protect yourself.
Protect yourself.
And you see more and more of that stuff going on, and it is a worry, especially when we're talking concussions.
Yeah. Lions chip it around the back 50, and they're out now. Down the line, this time to Starcevic, who's at half back. Lions 2-2-14, Swans 1-1-7. Starcevic just assessing what he's got forward of the footy, and then goes long down the line to a big pack of players. Free kick found for the Swans. They won't get advantage because they have to go back behind the line. But it is a Sydney free kick. It's going to go Brodie Grundy's direction. Grundy, short ball down the line to Goulden. Inside the centre square. It was a risky kick, but he bit it off to Campbell, who did well. And now Campbell's got Rowbottom. Rowbottom fans this one wide to Justin McInerney. McInerney, beautiful kick out in front of Hayward, and he'll get another crack at it. A beautiful build-up from the Swans. Didn't go long, didn't go the dump option, which Brisbane have read all night. We're able to chip it around the 50, and now Will Hayward, who had a shot a moment ago, gets another opportunity from the opposite side.
Yeah, it was a better build-up, wasn't it? They got a bit more space then. He needs to finish the work off. He's a lovely kick, Will Hayward. He's actually a really nice player.
Underrated, unheralded sort of player. Just does the team thing all the time. He comes in, kicks from outside 50, gives it a ride, hits the post.
There's Mr. Capel. He should have kicked.
That looked an effortless kick, and he kicked it all of 50 metres.
Oh, yeah, no, he's got
It really didn't look like he followed through on that.
No, he poked at that.
Yeah.
But he can kick it a mile.
Oh, yeah. Wilmot plays on from defensive 50 now. Harris Andrews takes the mark, gives it back to Wilmot running past. A long kick to the wing on the outer side. Blakey did well to come through with the spoil. Fell into the hands of Hipwood, who gave it to Berry. Back to Hipwood this time, steps around a couple and then just chisels one to Starcevic, but it was at his toes. Wasn't able to pick it up cleanly, and Hayward's there again. Rowbottom picks it up off his feet. Steps around a couple of tacklers. He's got runners coming past in Melican. Gives to Taylor Adams, who was laid out straight away, but it's into the hands now of Roberts. Ball smothered by Rayner. Loman around the footy. Roberts mopped up his own work. Tunstall picked up and was dispossessed straight away. Rowbottom in the thick of it again. Goes the underground handball to Florin. Wobbly kick inside 50 for the Swans. Starcevich went up and the Swans all stayed down. It'll be a free kick going the way of
throw.
Kitty Coleman. No,
it's going the other way.
It's going to go the other way. It is a throw. Thought Kitty Coleman was ripped off the footy without it there, but it was a throw in the end. It'll go the way. I love this man, Errol Goulden. He's my tip for the Brownlow this year, Picks.
Yeah, I'm a bit with you on that. I think he could have another one of those years. He's a real goer, isn't he?
Saw him play
well last year too, didn't he?
Saw him play against Melbourne. Caught a game again where he played against Melbourne, kicked 2 goals and had 42 disposals. And he just was everywhere. He got three. He got 3 votes. He was close. So he's a fantastic player.
Yeah, he certainly is.
He's going to go back just about directly in front this time, about 30 metres out. Kicks through this one. A beautiful ball straight over the goal umpire's hat. And Errol Goulden gets his first, and the Swans get their second on the board. A classy player, Errol Goulden. Always around the thick of the action. Sydney tie things up. So it was reckless there coming through from Starcevich, but I thought there was a push in the back on Kitty Coleman, but he did just scoop it.
Could have paid either. He paid the throw first before the high tackle.
He might have been stiff there.
Goulden was arguing about the free kick. Didn't realise that the free kick was going to him.
Yeah, I think he might have been a bit stiff. If you look at it, he sort of got...
No, you can't have your hand moving like that.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, the players do it, but that should be called throw every time.
Around the grounds, 8-5-53 in the second quarter. The Giants lead the Gold Coast Suns 3-2-20.
He won the best and fairest last year. Errol Goulden. Yeah. Pretty good effort for a young kid. Beat Nick Blakey and Rowbottom, Parker and Warner. Warner's a good player, isn't he?
Certainly is. Final minute of the first quarter. Zorko bangs this one from the clearance inside 50, right out in front of Eric Hipwood. It was on the chest. Didn't have to break stride.
Then the clearance is like gold.
Oh, yeah.
You get it in quick and you've got one-on-ones.
Put the defence under pressure.
In the game.
Yep.
So if you've got good clearance plays in the middle of the ground, you can set up some scores.
It was a real dump kick from... Not dumb, but dump kick from Zorko.
But the big man got in front.
It was beautiful. He just read it straight away.
Read it off the boot.
Yep.
He's already kicked one.
He has. So he's directly in front, about 45 metres out. Final stages of this first term. Hipwood on the approach now. It was a wobbler off the boot, and that one is not going to make any real difference to the score, apart from putting the Lions a point ahead. So final 5 seconds of this quarter as Florent just chips to the back pocket. Blakey will get the last touch of the quarter as the ball nearly came back in for the Lions. It was a dour first quarter at Blacktown International Sports Park. 2-2-14 the Swans. The Lions 2-3-15. And the conditions, obviously, Pickers playing a big role here. We're going to stay with it here in this quarter-time break. It's all thanks to Macca's. The new McCrispy is back at Macca's. Liam Pickering, John Donahoe with you. What'd you make of the first quarter there, Picks?
Well, it was pretty sloppy, really. It was just it's a slippery, hot night. It's on a small ground. Not a lot of room to move. Was it 2 goals each in the first quarter? It's not going to be a high-scoring game.
No.
Skill level wasn't great. There's not much between it, really. In a game like this, I mean, it's not unlike the SCG in and around the contest. The SCG's a lot wider, though.
Yeah.
So you can find space at the SCG, but straight up the guts, if you like. It's pretty small. It's pretty similar to the SCG.
Yeah, it is, and it's I guess it's interesting that the Swans are playing at this ground. I know I mentioned it the other night that teams aren't playing at their actual home grounds generally throughout this first week, but
you would have thought the schedule would be that the Giants would play at this ground.
I would have thought, but anyway,
I clearly can't play at the SCG.
Yeah,
cricket's still going on.
No. Do you want to give us some numbers there for both sides?
Well, I would have, but I've somehow stuffed it up. I can't open it again. Just sort of deleted something. Never mind.
We'll get it. We'll get it up. 0433 98 11 16 if you want to get involved in today's action.
There we go.
There you go.
So just some of the leading possession winners. Kadeen Coleman, 10 disposals. Josh Dunkley and Nick Blakey, 10 each. James Rowbottom had 7. Kai Loman's been pretty good, 7 disposals, as has Jordan and Harris Andrews. Pretty sloppy first quarter.
Yeah.
Bit of pressure. but still not really at 100% either of the teams either.
And it's hot out. It'll be hot out there for them, and it's going to gas them a lot earlier tonight than they normally would.
They've got 8 on the bench.
Yeah.
So you can rotate, and there'll be players still on limited minutes. Yeah, even giving us their last serious hit out for another week. And they won't want to gas the players. That's the other thing. I mean, they've got a game next weekend. Sydney play
Melbourne. To open the season, the Swans play Melbourne next Thursday night. That's the first game of 2024 to open things up. And the Lions are in action. Off the top of my head, I'm just having a mental...
They're playing Friday night against Carlton.
They are playing Carlton on Friday night, you're right.
A couple of really good games to start. I mean, teams that we think are all going to be in the finals. I think both those 4 teams. Well, Melbourne I had a bit of a question mark on, but after watching them last night, I think, they've got the talent still.
Yeah.
You just wonder what the effect of their off-field stuff will eventually have on that team, whether it just wears them down or not. But on pure talent, Melbourne is talented as any list in the AFL.
Yeah, so Thursday night next week, the Swans and the D's, and then obviously the following night is the Lions and the Blues. So they're getting those teams that are playing next week out and done early, and they have the Swans will have a 6-day break now before their game next weekend, or next Thursday.
Yeah, I'll have a 7-day break.
7-day break. I told you maths isn't a strong point of mine.
Well, today's Thursday, and it's next Thursday. It's a 7-day break.
It's been a long week already for me, Pix.
Well, a week in between games. But anyway, I mean, at the end of the day, it's you've got to start sometime.
Yeah.
And, the people are worried, when you play these matches, you get injured. Well, you're injured at training. So... Anyway, it's a good hit out for them in some pretty tricky conditions. What's going on the SMS?
A couple of people asking, do footy tips count in round 0? They certainly...
they do. Yeah,
because it's the official start to the season.
Yeah, okay.
Rory in Melbourne, this is a good one.
What's Rory saying?
Blind listener, love your commentary. Totally understand you can't play without power, but play should have only started 15 minutes late, not 30. All those consultations, the second warm-up doubled the delay. Very disappointing.
Rory's onto something now. It drives me mad in cricket. They go off, and then they've got to do another 20-minute warm-up, or we'll be back. The pitch is ready, so play will start in 15 minutes.
And then inevitably the rain always comes back. You could have been playing for a half hour or an hour at least.
Cricket, seriously, with that sort of stuff.
I think Rory's onto something there. I think we had the 30-minute delay due to the lights. There was a snake on the field as well.
Snake on the field.
There's a snake at full forward.
Sanders.
0433 98 11 16 if you want to weigh in. The goal kickers for that quarter, there was just 2 apiece for both sides. Sam Wicks, with a nice bit of work front and centre in the contest, was able to get one on the boot and kick one into the goals. Errol Goulden with one as well for the Swans, and Dane Zorko started off with a beauty from outside 50 picks that started the Lions off, and Eric Hipwood late in that quarter with one as well. He had a couple of shots on goal, did Eric Hipwood, in that quarter, so he's going to be a big focal point. I guess it's 2 teams with very different forward structures. We know the Lions have got Hipwood, they've got Danaher, McCarthy and Cameron down there, and now that Buddy's gone from the Swans, it's a very young, I guess, they're not inexperienced pickers, but they're not veterans in that forward half.
They are pretty inexperienced. If you look at the players that you're talking about, McLean's played 50 games, Logan McDonald's played 44, and
the other one was Joel Amati.
Joel Amati has played 28.
Yeah.
So between them, they've played just on 100 games. Yeah. There's 3 tall forwards, and we know it takes tall forwards a long time. In a general sense, it does take them a lot longer than, say, the mids to come in and have to develop physically, and they're playing up against big, experienced bodies like Harris Andrews and these type of guys. So they are inexperienced, but they've got some experience around them. Now, they're missing a couple of those guys tonight. They're playing Heaney in and around the middle of the ground. Papley's not playing. Who else did we say was out tonight?
So Lloyd, Callum Mills, Tom Papley and Chad Warner.
Yeah, so... But there's nobody anymore. You can't bring him back now. He's retired. So someone's got to step up out of that three.
And I think they've always talked about Logan McDonald being that guy that they want to be their long-term key forward, big next key forward in the competition. So
I think Amati will be the player. That's what I think.
And I think you're right, because he's the unheralded one, but he's got sticky mitts. And we've talked about Hayden McLean a couple of times in the first quarter. I think he is underratedly good up in the forward line. Good kick of the ball, gets it at the highest point, and makes a nice contest. Back and ready to go for the second quarter. McInerney won it down to Rayner, but spilled into the hands of the Swans, and Heaney released quickly. Sydney go forward again this time. Harris Andrews led him out in front. Gave it off to Wicks again and snapped towards goal. He might have a chance at his second. Just bounced across the face for a minor score. So Sydney with an early shot at goal.
Thank you.
Shot at goal.
At goal, thank you.
Yeah, you and Gary off the text were picking me up on that.
Well, a lot of that come in this American crap. You don't do that over here.
McCluggage in the back pocket. Slips around one, and that'll be out in the full. Just didn't have the wasn't really sure where to go with that kick, McCluggage. Didn't want to go down,
didn't he?
Yeah, he didn't want to go down the line, and then he tried to just kick it into a bit of space, but
he's going to have a shot here.
And he's about 55 from home, kicks to the top of the goal square. Swans have got numbers there. McLean flew, as did Marty. No one could take it cleanly. Starcevic was wrapped up at the top of the square. Fox has a crack at goal, but didn't get any purchase on the ball, and Jack Payne just sees it over the line, and another minor score, 2-4-16 now. The Swans 2-3-15 Lions.
Around the grounds, the Giants are belting the Gold Coast by 41 points, just approaching half-time.
Payne has it at half-back. He goes sideways into defensive 50 to Harris Andrews. A scrubber kick along the ground. Put Wilmot under enormous pressure, who had Braden Campbell bearing down on him. We'll have a ball up.
I think Wilmot's going to go to another level this year too.
Very handy player is Darcy Wilmot. They've got a few.
He just sort of found himself like the year before last, but last year was really good. I reckon he'll go again this year.
Zorko, Rayner, yeah. He was collared and then played on quickly. They get it to Tunstall.
I think his nickname's Jason.
Jason Tunstall, I like it. He kicks long inside 50. He did well. Blakey did even better. Fell into the hands there of Hamling, another recruit for the Swans, and they might exit nicely here as Justin McInerney mops up.
You'd be stiff if you had a nickname, Jason.
Yeah.
Stiff.
What do we call him? Jason.
Jason.
Yeah. Well, what's his real name? Oh, well, what is his
first name?
James.
James. No, yeah, Jason.
It's not really an upgrade. Matt Roberts.
I think Jason's going to come back in years to come. I think it's probably a team that stays. A bit like Gary.
Done its dash. Okay.
Gary and Barry.
Dunkley gives to McCluggage. Steps around a little Swans defence. Kicks short to Hipwood, leading out. Active already on the left boot into the forward pocket.
Good,
nice kick and onto the chest of Lincoln McCarthy.
Hasn't he got a terrific vertical leap?
He does. For a small guy.
How tall is he?
He plays tall, does Lincoln McCarthy.
78, so he's at 5'10"?
5'10", I reckon. He's got a good kick as well. He's reinvigorated his career since coming over from Geelong. Couldn't get a game.
Well, he couldn't get his body right.
Yeah, at the Cats.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
He could not get his body right.
He's outside 50 here, and man on the mark is at about 49.8 metres. So he wheels around as McCarthy has a shot on goal, gives it everything. That's a great kick from Lincoln McCarthy. Centimetre perfect from the Lions forward.
Did you say shot on goal again then?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think you did.
All right.
Let's go to the tape.
We'll get the tape on that. Apologies. But anyway, third goal for the Lions. 3-3-21, 2-4-16 the Swans.
Yeah, he thumped it, didn't he?
He did. Gave it a really good ride.
What he did was what a lot of players haven't been doing. Is you're allowed to come off your line, which can give you a little bit, give you an extra metre or two.
We spoke about that the other night. Noah Bolter didn't do that. He ran straight at the mark.
Straight at the man on the mark. And it was like, you don't have to do that. You can actually give yourself, run on the 45 and then straighten up, and you get 2 metres closer to goal. So if you're on that sort of range where you're about 50, you can actually kick it from inside 50.
So great finish there from Lincoln McCarthy. 3-3-21, 2-4-16. Someone saying the nickname might be J-Mac or Arthur Tunstall.
Arthur's probably a better nickname.
Arthur's
going to cop.
There's not many
Arthurs
Arthurs
or Jason. I think Arthur will come back. I think he'll make a recovery.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
Like Walter.
Don't mind it.
I'll tell you what, it's not coming back though. Barry.
Your horse?
Oh no, Barry's.
I'll bury the name.
The name Barry. He's not coming back.
Forward half back for
the days.
Forward for the Swans. Oh, let's get back to the footy.
Yeah, look at this damn thing.
Leicester's got it.
Oh, get up.
At half back, he
did.
Chips sideways to Starcevic inside defensive 50. McCluggage just had the ball on a string tonight. He goes wide to Fletcher.
10 disposals.
He's going to have a big year again. Just an accumulator.
Excellent player.
Fletcher gives it to the captain in Andrews. Went down the line. It wasn't to the advantage of Joe Danaher, and
Wrapped up.
The Lizard got wrapped up, and again, Cunningham bangs one to half forward. This might sit for Laddams. It did. He gives a quick handball off to Wicks. Steps around one, steps around two, then put his teammate under enormous pressure. Followed up, gave it to Warner. Sheldrick around the footy again, but there's McCluggage mopping up nicely, and a beautiful kick out in front of Hipwood. And the Lions avert a crisis on the wing. Halftime in the GWS Gold Coast game, 63-21. GWS lead. Danaher under pressure. He had McCartan for company. Brody Grundy's there, going to Campbell. Across half back, there's Heaney, who goes more central to Rowbottom. Like what Rowbottom brings to the Swans as well. He goes sideways again to true centre half back, where Goulden has it. Can run off here. Hanger on the mark is a long way back. Again, he'll come to this near side and find Jordan.
He's got a beautiful style, Golden.
Really misses Fox. The line, he's in front of us here. It's Melican.
Would have been lost to footy if it wasn't for the Swans Academy.
Yep.
Him, Mills, Beanie.
Melican bangs one inside. Amadi had a run at the footy, couldn't get hands to it in the end. Rowbottom there, trying to burst out of the pack, and is wrapped up by two Lions. We'll have a ball up.
Anything happening there on the,
Abraham, another option for Jimmy Tunstall's nickname. Abraham Tunstall. I think people are just coming up with names that might be coming back, picks, to be honest.
Oh, right, maybe.
McCluggage, out of trouble. Abraham, yeah. Picked up now by Campbell. On the left boot, swings it inside 50. Lions got numbers here, and Lohman did well. And Heaney off the crumb, kicks towards goal, bounces it through. Ball came off hands, and Heaney was in the right place at the right time. Was able to snap it over his shoulder. And the Swans get their third on the board and reclaim the lead. 3-4-22 to 3-3-21.
They say you get at the drop of the ball. If you have a look at this replay, how close he is to this contest, he's basically at the feet.
Yeah.
At the feet of Amadi. And it just happened to drop right into that spot, and he was quick enough to throw it on his boot and kick a goal. But that's not really where you want to set up for a crumb. Not this close.
But it just happened that it went directly down
and spun.
Yeah.
And didn't normally those go down and bounce.
Yeah.
But that one spun because it's a slippery surface.
Yeah.
And he just finished it off beautifully.
It essentially just ended up in his lap.
Pretty much.
And just he was able to run onto it and scoop it up.
He's actually been good. He's had 9 disposals. He's kicked the goal now. He's up the ground a bit more today. He's not playing deep inside 50. I think that's probably because these guys like Mills and Warner are playing,
McInerney over the back for the Lions. Neal read it and gave it off to McCarthy. So clean, Lockie Neal below his knees. McCarthy kicks inside 50. Fox came over the top with a big spoil.
That was cunning.
He landed on his back but got up as Lohman mops up at half back. Gave it to McCarthy. Wicks had the pressure on. Neal's there again. He weighted down and then just follows up, and a big contest between him and English Sheldrick. They both get up as Sydney mop up again. Goulden, cross goal. That's dangerous. Really dangerous. As Berry did well.
He did really well. Not to give away the free there.
Got his fingertips to it. And again, the Lions are able to just avert another crisis. It was a dangerous kick from Errol Goulden. We talked about how precise he has been.
We just didn't have enough punch on the kick.
English Sheldrick and Neal going in.
Looks like he might have got a knock on the shoulder there.
Shoulder there. We'll keep an eye on that.
Still on the ground.
As Sheldrick taps this one to his advantage.
Well, he had shoulder problems last year.
He did. Over the top. And this time Oscar McInerney kicks out on the full. So the Swans will get it at half back. Get a free kick with 13 and a half to play. 22 plays 21. Early stages, second quarter for Tyre Power. Get the power and tackle road safety. Liam Pickering's alongside me. He loves your questions off the temper text. 0433.
I can't see it from here.
98.
Very greedily taken.
11-16. I'll show you at halftime. I'll get it up for you, Picks. But you got the stats in front of you, which is important.
I have got the stats.
So Laddams got the ball to ground level. Payne, header's ball smothered. Laddams followed up. Blakey, he tried to burst through a couple. Berry did the same and spun around in the tackle. The umpire let it go. Off the deck, Zorko. Nearly kicking in danger, and the ball will trickle out over the line as James Jordan escorted it over.
We haven't seen Charlie Cameron yet, have we?
Yeah, he's down there. I saw he dropped one on his chest in the first quarter.
Let's see what he's had a position.
Characteristic. He hasn't had the biggest night numbers-wise.
He's had one.
Laddams in the ruck up against McInerney, and a free kick found going the way of the Lions. They get the advantage. Berry steps around one, and then inside 50 out in front of McCarthy. Did well, but off hands, and another whistle blown, and it will be a free kick to Lincoln McCarthy.
No, he's had one handball. Oh, sorry, one kick.
The umpire finding something there. It was a push in the back. Yeah, but again, that's the dynamic nature of Lincoln McCarthy. He was leading out there full-chested as almost the key forward.
Yeah.
And he's 5'10", so he can play that role because he's got such a big leap.
He's got a big leap, all right. To tell another one like that, we watched him on Tuesday night. He's Bolton from Richmond.
Kicked one moments ago to reclaim the lead for the Lions on a slide angle. Beautiful kick, never looked like missing. Lincoln McCarthy with the dead eye. He gets his second, and the Lions back in front at Blacktown. Goal for goal at the moment.
He doesn't need a lot of possessions to be damaging McCarthy.
No.
He does one or two things a game where you go, oh, gee, that was good.
Well, he's always going to be, because he plays forward, obviously, but he's always going to be that 12 to 15 possession getter. And if he can get 2 or 3 goals out of that.
I would think he'd average around about 8 possessions. Maybe a goal, a couple of assists.
Sometimes does roll up a little bit to half forward, get the footy and assist.
Whereas you look at a guy like Zach Bailey, and Zach Bailey will have 20 possessions. Now, he gets on the ball a little bit more, so he'll get higher numbers, and he'll have a different impact. But this guy impacts in the air, and again, he's a good finisher.
I haven't seen Zach Bailey tonight.
Where is Zach Bailey?
He's listed on the official team sheet. So
on the bench.
They might be rotating some guys through in the second half.
Yeah, that's what would be happening. So Logan McDonald hasn't been on the ground yet. Very sharp.
Yeah.
I don't think he's playing.
So we'll see a few of those later on. Brisbane 4-3-27. Sydney 3-4-22.
Zach Bailey's not listed, actually.
He's not listed. I thought he was in my... well, he was on Champion Data, I reckon. So we'll have a look. He is on Champion Data, so we'll look into that.
As certainly not on the stat sheet.
Free kick goes the way of Lachie Neale. Gives off the quick handball to Jimmy Tunstall. Kicks inside 50 for the Lions. Double fister from the Swans defenders there as Heaney went to ground and gave Harry Sharp an opportunity to mop it up. And overzealous tackle from Sharp gives the free kick to Harry Cunningham. It's up a little bit gingerly, Cunningham. He's at the half-back flank. Broadcast side for the Swans. Kicking long down the line. Laddams flew. Fell into the hands of Jordan, but stolen there by Neale, who jumps on top of it again. There's Taylor Adams also jumping on top of it. That's what he does very well, Taylor Adams. Wins his own footy. Mark in Sydney tonight. We'll get back to his question in a moment. He can give us a weather report. Ball out in front of Roberts. He gave the backwards handball now to the Lizard, Nick Blakey. A beautiful screw around the corner onto the chest of Laddams. That's what Nick Blakey can do so well. As Laddams goes out wide.
Brisbane are forcing them very wide, though.
James Jordan, former D, who joined as a delisted free agent in the off-season. Down the line, Amati flew. He had the read there, did Amati, as Sharp picked it up, but
he knows he should have marked that.
He does. He was right out in front. He had no one in front of him.
Big party. He's got good hands.
He does have sticky mitts, but on a slippery night like this, they're tough to haul in. As Robbie Fox is wrapped up. All at half forward now for the Swans, kicking to the left of your radio. Laddams down to Taylor Adams. Corey Warner in there as well, and Wicks has been lively also. Ball just pinballing around. Kitty Coleman taps forward. Gave to Sharp and a quick handball to Berry, and away the Lions go again. It's all Sydney, though, behind the footy as Cunningham was set up.
He was just anchored back there, wasn't he?
In the centre square.
That kick.
Swings it wide now to Florent. On the outer wing, he runs past Charlie Cameron and kicks a long ball inside 50. Amati this time couldn't take it and
got one on the head.
Got one over the shoulder this time. Again, he had the sit on that one, Pix. He had no one around and probably could have taken an easy one over his head, but he gets a free kick for his troubles.
Well, he got himself in front. He really launched at it. And
drifting in from the side.
I think it was Coleman fist that got him in the back of the head.
So Joel Amati Such a talented player for the Swans.
Just needs to be fit.
He's played 28 games in his career, 30 goals, and from the top of the square, he just poked at it. Slides it to the right. That was 15 metres out, I reckon.
Oh, it was a lazy approach really from Marty. He had 3 steps and sort of pushed at it. He needed to go back and really kick through that, but it was a disappointing miss.
So off the
he's starting to pose himself on the game as a marking option anyway.
Yeah, he's going to be key focal point for them as the ball's turned over and Taylor Adams picks it up, and there we go. He gets it on his chest now. Just lobbed it up.
Well, from this
Taylor
distance,
Adams.
he'll have to kick through it.
Yeah,
so
he
was
will.
15, 20 metres out the last shot. This time he's going to have to kick it from 45.
So he gets another opportunity at it here and see if he can make up for his mistake. It is funny to me, Pickers, that from 15 metres out, they stab at it, can't kick him, and then he might drill this post high through the middle. And it's like when the further you are out, the easier it becomes. Amati directly in front now, kicks through this one. A nice looking ball on its way. Goal. Easy as you like for Joel Amati. Gets his first of the night. And again, we're going goal for goal. Swans reclaim the lead, 4-5-29. Brisbane 4-3-27. So that's better.
It's a good competitive game.
Yeah.
I mean, the skill level hasn't been great. It was a poor kick by Coleman there. He missed his target. It came back inside to Adams, who just saw Amati, who was sort of setting up the zone, really.
So Mark asking off the text here, Picks. Hi, guys. Mark from Sydney here. Thanks for the great coverage tonight. The weather might be hot here in Sydney, but I think it'd be worse for the players if they were playing in Brisbane with the Queensland's humidity. Do you both think the Swans can win the premiership this season? I have them winning the flag.
I think winning the flag.
I think I've got them winning the flag.
I've got them in the mix to win.
I think in SEN AFL Nation commentary predictions, I had Sydney beating Port in the grand final.
Really?
Yeah.
I've got them in the. I think they're going to be right around the mark. Yeah. I think they've got a really good squad. It's all
well drilled, well coached.
They're very well coached.
Yeah.
So and these two, and they recruited well. I think Grundy's a great pickup for them.
Gordon on the left boot. Penetrating kick inside 50 that Harris Andrews was able to
just
mop up.
So well. Logan McDonald's come onto the ground, and he's only just come on.
That's what Harris Andrews does so well. Just leaves his opponent and gets in front, and then this time the turnover though wasn't his best kick as he went to Lockie Neal, and Lockie Neal waited for it. Melican came through with the spoil. 8.5 minutes still to play in this second quarter. AFL Nation pre-season footy for McDonald's. The new McCrispy back at Macca's. There'll be a free kick going the way this time of the young Lions ruckman Henry Smith. Kick 48 in 2020. 206 centimetres is Henry Smith, so still raw, still young. And
Henry Smith, that's a real old-fashioned name, isn't it?
Yeah.
Henry Smith, he should be playing in the 30s.
An offload from Neal to Lohman. He can run into an open goal. He wasn't sure what to do, whether to go for it, and Charlie Cameron was there, but he could have kept running, did Lohman. And instead he tried to pop it up and do the team thing. Had an acre of space that he could have run into and had a shot on goal, but
again, he poked at it, though, didn't he?
Yeah, poked at it, yeah. I think he was in two minds, whether do I kick this goal or do I square it up? So we'll have a throw in the end as Charlie Cameron helped it ricochet into the post. Double fister from Grundy, came down to Goulden. He was tackled without it, but ball over the line and out of bounds. Might have copped one in the midriff.
He did, he copped one in the guts there.
Yeah. He's down on his haunches. 4-5-29 the Swans, 4-3-27 Brisbane. On the scoreboard for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Lohman again in the thick of it and tackled straight away by Matt Roberts. Deep in the Lions' forward half. Joining us, if you're just joining us,
Charlie Cameron gave him a punch right in the guts.
Right in the guts, they hurt. If you're just joining us, there was a power outage at Blacktown a little bit earlier, caused a delay to this game, which really irked Manley and Pickering because it means he's got to stay slightly later tonight.
Oh, hang on. Got a horse report coming.
You okay there?
I was just trying to look at the humidity in Sydney.
Yeah, you find that, and I'll call this one as it rolls out over the line and out of bounds.
Light rain forecast in Sydney to start at 9 o'clock. So 95% chance of a bit of rain. Whether that gets to the west of Sydney, I don't know. I'm no weather expert.
Weather reports by Liam Pickering.
It's going to rain in about 15 minutes.
Kyle Lohman out of the congestion, kicks towards goal, bouncing over the back and roll through for a minor score. So active in this one tonight. Kyle Lohman, is it good? 4-4-28 the Lions. They trail by a point. 4-5-29 the Swans as they get the ball to James Jordan on the half-back flank. Going to be a good addition to this Swans lineup. Coming from the D's last year. Wobbly one to the wing. Picked up and Neil fed off a handball and out they go again. Starcevic on the right boot. Flat ball out in front of Hipwood, but Melican read it best.
Pelican just decided he was getting it in front. Went the ball.
And he went across goal. It wasn't his best kick.
Any other traffic there that I'm missing?
No, nothing.
300, 23, 55, 48, is that the number?
No, that's
off the
that's the phone number for calling.
It is, right.
So 0433 98 11 16. The texter that said Abraham is saying it Abraham Lincoln McCarthy.
Oh, gotcha, see.
Very clever.
Yeah, he probably had to put the other bits in there, didn't he?
Someone asking to picks back a winner at Yarra Glen on Saturday.
Oh, I had a good day. Yeah, Components Club had a real fill-up.
McCluggage gives the hands to Danaher. Danaher back to McCluggage. Shot a goal here as that floats through.
I think it's gone through. Right?
It was an outside the right boot check sider. It was a beautiful finish, and it was Calamachi in the end who got on the end of it. So that one out of nothing for the Lions, and Calamachi gets his name on the board. Have a look at the replay here.
That was
came out.
Well, I was going to say, but it was a good handball by McCluggage to Danaher, and then
a little check sider.
Banana that sort of didn't really spin much.
No, it was a very nice finish from Calamachi. 5-4-34, sorry.
Yeah.
4-5-29.
Still there. Something else to go. Half time in the other game, it's the Giants by 42 points over the Gold Coast. Giving a nice little belting in the first half at Manuka. Or as I know that you call it at times, Manuka
Oval. Calamachi's first touch of the game.
Yeah, he started on the interchange as well, yeah. So they're going to rotate. They're going to start rotating these players on and off the ground now. Marty Party's come back on.
You'd imagine that they'll bring a few of their key players off at certain points in the third quarter. I guess you've got to strike the balance of...
Well, they've got to play. I mean, if they had another week off, I think they'd play them all for the whole game. But they're playing next Thursday in these sort of oppressive conditions.
Laddams with a handball over the back inside 50. Wicks in pursuit of this with Leicester in tow, and that one kicked.
Is that in the full?
Yeah, it looked out in the full. It will be, and it'll be Ryan Lester's free kick.
Didn't he have a great year last year, Ryan Lester?
So just he was under the radar.
He's like a cockroach. You can't kill him.
Nah,
like
9 lives.
He is. Probably they thought he was done, and then he came out and had probably had the best year of his career, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. The amount of times he's been, I guess, delisted, re-rookie.
It's a good story.
He's a great story, and very nearly, with a flag last year. It would have been a great, not finish to his career, but a great way to round it out.
How old is he? Would he be 30?
Yeah, I think so. We'll have a look at that.
As I said in that sheet. Would he be late 20s, if not 30?
Find some information for you. He was born 26th of August 1992, so he'll be 31. Ball inside 50 again for the Lions.
Good transition.
Falls to the ground. And Hipwood with the overzealous tackle just gives away a free kick on Matt Roberts.
Oh, he's pretty lucky there, Roberts. He's playing for that free kick. The umpire was blindsided, so he threw his head back and said, all right, I'll give it to you.
Get out of it, old mate, here in the background.
That's
there.
old mate.
So the Reptiles are out at Blacktown.
Well, the Reptiles were out.
Yeah.
But the snake on the ground before the game, if you can believe it.
Snake on the ground.
I saw a photo was on Twitter, and it was actually a little bit bigger than I thought.
Yeah. And the bloke had a big beard, so the lizard goes down the line.
He had a big beard.
McCluggage.
Seen a snake catcher without a big beard.
Coleman. And now to Sharp. He's at the half-forward flank. Kicks to the top of the goal square now on the right boot. Coming through. Danaher couldn't take the grab. He crashed the pack and then fell on top of it. Gave to Florent, who fed out a quick handball across goal to Justin McInerney, who gave to Goulden. He's everywhere, Earl Goulden. Big ball down the line. Spoiled came from McLean from behind. Follows up his own work. Did Goulden. He was slung as he got rid of it. We'll have a throw in.
Some of the leading possession winners on the ground. McGluggage up to 17. Jordan's had 14. James Jordan. Kitty Coleman 13. Nick Blakey 12. Taylor Adams 12. Lockie Neal has had 11. Goulden's up to 11 as well. Josh Dunkley's had 11. Peter Laddams has had 11.
There you go. Big Peter. Ball at ground level. Wilmot picks up. Fires one over the back shoulder and gives to McCluggage, who gave to Zorko. They're going backwards to go forward here. Are the Lions. They kick inside 50 now. Swans have got numbers underneath it. Fly there from Danaher, who fell into his lap, and he snaps around the corner and would have been a good finish.
Missed by much.
No. Crafty from Joe Danaher across the face for a minor score. 5-5-35 the Lions.
I think they've worked out this Danaher situation.
Yeah, I think so.
When they started playing him in the ruck and getting him up the ground, getting him into the game, he got more confidence when he was having a shot at goal. His marking became good. He started running the right spots.
Yeah. There's not many I wouldn't sit underneath if they were barrelling at me as the Lions go forward. I think Joe Danaher would be the scariest bloke to sit in the hole in front of if he was full-chested leading out.
Yeah.
Because you know what he'll do? He'll just stick his knee up.
Yeah, in the modern game. If you go back historically, you didn't want to stand in the hole in front of Gary Ablett.
Oh, of course. I'm talking.
He just used to take people out for fun.
More recent times.
Yeah, it's more recent times. Yeah, because I don't think it's deliberate either.
No,
I think that's just how he operates.
Just compete. It's just how he competes. So Campbell with a quick kick out of defence. It'll come right back though. You would imagine. No, Berry wasn't able to get clean possession. McLean trying to go, and the Lions have 6 of them all there. Wilmot was the one who picked it up, gave it to Hipwood, and now they go backwards again. Zorko.
One too many.
Dunkley. No. Wilmot gets it back and he snapped towards goal. He does have a crack to the top of the square. Charlie Cameron nearly came around. Did they get a goal?
I reckon they did.
Oh, he did. What a finish from Darcy Wilmot, and a good bit of work to shepherd it through on the goal line.
Well, that's one way of looking at it. If you're the Swans, you'd say, what the hell happened there, guys?
Well, it was more, I think the Swans were probably more interested in what Charlie Cameron was doing because he had no one around him. It was a great finish.
It was a good finish, but I just want to see how this was touched.
Around and
look at the replay.
Ends around nicely. And through
okay. Shepherding. He just couldn't get his hand on it. The old Joel Hamlin.
Yeah.
So we'll put that goal down to Wilmot.
Darcy Wilmot with his first
time there's been back-to-back goals too.
Yes.
Chair now Wilmot. I said I'm expecting a big year from Wilmot. I think he's a really talented player.
Yeah.
He's got speed. He's got real speed.
Oh yeah. They've just got some slick ball users, Brisbane, that makes them a nightmare to play against.
Yeah, I agree.
And when they're under pressure in the back half, they tend to just find a way to hit a chest.
Yeah.
It's always, the Zorkos or the Dunkleys who get their hands on it and get it forward. So
the Dunkley recruiting was a very, very good. He was a great recruit for them because he gives them that toughness inside they were probably lacking, and a size. And the size they didn't really have. They had a lot of 5'11" jobs.
Heaney runs into goal for the Swans and kicks out in the full. The bloke who did the deal for Dunkley, whoever he was a pretty handy
shrewd.
operator.
He's shrewd.
Very shrewd. Very shrewd operator.
No, but he was the perfect recruit for them.
Oh, of course.
Because you've got Neal's only small, McGluggage is only small, and most of the good midfields have got big bodies in there.
Well, you know what it was? It was a good deal for both parties. Lions needed it, he needed it, and it's just fit beautifully. So, yeah, he's been massive. I'll expect him to go to a new level this year, Dunkley. He was awesome last year.
He finished top 3 or 4 in their best and fairest. A great season.
We're going to throw in
another goal over at Monica. 8-goal lead now to the Giants over the Gold Coast. So Damien Hardwick's first real hit out hasn't been such fun.
No. Brody Grundy got to front position. McCluggage again just everywhere tonight as Lions let it slip there a little bit. Did James Madden. Just follows up his own work, the Irishman, and wasn't the cleanest bit as you can hear the players yelling all over the place.
They're like seagulls.
Certainly.
Squawking over a chip.
Berry kicked out of trouble. Good race going back. Big Logan McDonald playing in defence this time and gets around his opponent. Kicks to the wing. Beautiful. Precise kick.
Yeah, this
Logan McDonald.
They haven't really been able to move the ball like this, though.
Sheldrick.
So all of a sudden they're held up. So Brisbane have got their defence all set up really well.
Sheldrick tells him to calm down, and then on the left boot, jams one to Grundy. It was Laddams who flew in the end. Berry picked it up. He was wrapped up by Wicks. That'll be holding the ball. Didn't know Wicks was behind him. He was looking for Payne on the outlet and quick kick forward. Finds Heaney. wasted no time and hit him on the chest with 2 minutes left in the second term.
Yeah, it was good playing on straight away, just opened that up. It was a good tackle by Sam Wicks.
Someone asking, I bet Pickers never stood in the hole against Plugger.
No.
No.
Actually, Dilly did take my head off one day down at Geelong. He missed me though, thankfully. No, Plugger was scary. I meant to mention him as well. So both, he didn't run as hard as Ablett. He was just Ablett hit you with force, so he really knew how to do it.
Heaney on the way in, beautiful looking kick off the boot. No, it hit the post just on the inside half.
No, he never really wanted to stand in front of either of them. Well, Johnny Gastev did it 2 years in a row. Gary put him on a stretcher 2 years in a row, doing the exact same thing.
Barry out of trouble. That'll be nearly holding the ball. Sheldrick around the footy. Laddams give it off to Jordan, who kicks out into a bit of space. Swans have got numbers there, but the spoil came from Wilmot again. Pickers man. Madden mops it up on the last line of defence. We're into the last minute now, so time on in the second quarter. Errol Goulden picks it up.
Backwards a long way, though.
Yeah, he has.
By the way, he's not my man.
Blakey.
I don't manage him.
No, he's not. You're just one of your favourites. Lohman was on the end of the Blakey kick, and he'll slow things down. Finds Berry. Half back. Slowing it up. 30 seconds still to play. He just goes down the line to Danaher, who stood tall, and Campbell bearing down on him. He was able to take a strong grab overhead. So it's been an entertaining first half. 6-5-41 the Lions, 4-6-30 the Swans. The big spoil came from Melican out over the line. Interesting to see how the teams line up in the second half. Toby Bedford about to line up for a goal now for the Giants in the third quarter. 81-21 the score there in Canberra. Final stages of this second quarter, though, in Blacktown. Errol Goulden leads the footy and the boundary line wins in the end. 0433 98 11 16. Want to hear from you at halftime. Your thoughts. We can get your top four, your top eight, if you want to contribute to that. Who's going to slide? Give us some of your predictions for the 2024 season, and who is one player you think we should watch. Caleb Windsor was impressive last night for the D's. So
he was excellent, actually.
He's one to keep an eye on as the siren goes for halftime. Brisbane 6-5-41. They lead by 11 points on the Swans, 4-6-30. Before we get to a break, some thoughts from you, Liam Pickering. Sloppy enough first half, but some good skills still as well.
Yeah, some good footy being played. Lions just a little bit cleaner in that quarter than the Swans. The Swans are playing a tight game. They've got a few out, we know that. And so are the Lions, of course. But, conditions aren't great. Slippery conditions. Pretty scrappy sort of old affair. So it's going to be a low scorer. And as it sits right now, they'll be pretty happy with where they sit. I would have thought the Lions. And the other thing is everyone's got through unscathed at this stage, which is important because you don't want to get an injury a week after your first game. Yeah,
absolutely. I'll run through some goal kickers before we head to a break. Sam Wicks kicked one for the Swans, as does Errol Goulden and Joel Amati. So that's there. There's one more that I'm missing there as well. We'll get back to that. Callum Archie for the Lions has kicked one, as well as Dane Zorko. Lincoln McCarthy has two. Eric Hipwood with one. And Darcy Wilmot with one as well. So Joel Amati for the Swans, Errol Goulden, Sam Wicks. And I'll get back to you on who kicked the other one. I'm just having a brain fade at the moment. Let's see. Isaac Heaney might have kicked one as well. 0433 98 11 16. Join us. Give us your predictions for 2024. Would love to hear from you throughout the halftime break. John Donohoe, Liam Pickering with you. We'll go around the grounds shortly as well. 81-21. 15 minutes still to play in the third quarter, so things not going well for Damien Hardwick at the moment. It is the AAMI Community Series here on AFL Nation for McDonald's, the new McCrispy at Macca's, and we're here for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
You're listening to the 2024 AAMI Community Series on AFL Nation.
Right now at Macca's, go large or medium or small. This month, get any soft drink, any size for just $1. Value means more at Macca's. Available at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery. Excludes frozen soft drinks.
Whether you're a busy household looking for family-friendly options or love the feel and comfort of luxurious natural wool, or maybe it's a healthy choice asthma-friendly carpet, then Choices Flooring has the range, colours, textures and savings you've been looking for during our Carpet by Design sale event. Go online at choicesflooring.com.au and discover the carpet solution that's just right for you. With savings across the range, now is the time to visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom.
At Tyre Power, you get the power of better buys on big brand tyres. Right now, you can keep the cost of living down with a better buy on big brand Falcon tyres like these. Buy 3 and get 1 free on Falcon ZX ZE310R Eco-Run tyres for passenger and selected SUV vehicles. That's buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. Big brands, better buys and better for your safety too at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Luxury Escapes, the world's best holidays handpicked by experts. Here's your burst of luxury to book now.
Crown Metropole Perth. This iconic 5-star resort oasis is minutes away from the CBD. Escape with daily breakfast and valet parking. Crown Metropole Perth. 2 nights from only $579. Valued at up to $1,930. T&Cs apply.
Book at luxuryescapes.com.
Launch your punting plan with the Ladbrokes app. Loaded with the best racing features, including Bet Ticker. See where the big bets land in real time. Yard comments, giving you the on-course insight straight from the parade ring. And Blackbook. Add your favourite runners and get notified before they race. Ladbrokes. What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
The 2024 Toyota AFL Premiership season is here. The battle lines are drawn. It's us versus them. Footy returns to Victoria for round 1 across the weekend with blockbusters at the MCG and the redeveloped GMHBA Stadium in Geelong. The 2024 Toyota AFL Premiership season. Bring them on. Get your tickets at tickets.afl.
Is drinking costing you more than money? Alcoholics Anonymous provides a free and anonymous recovery service to anyone who wants to call it quits. Join millions of other alcoholics worldwide and take your first brave steps towards a new beginning. There are thousands of AA meetings happening every week across Australia. If you'd like to find your closest meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous or have any questions regarding this tried and tested treatment for alcoholism, call 1300 AA. That's 1300 22 22 22 or visit aa.org.au.
Summer's always hot when you ask your plumber to install a ream, building Aussie tough water heaters for over 80 years. But if you're looking to keep cool this summer, with these giveaways you can. Chill on the beach in your own Ream-branded Cool Cabana or Ream Budgie Smugglers. But hurry, there's just 10 Ream-branded Cool Cabanas to give away. To register now for your chance to win, visit iCanWin.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Right now at Macca's, go large or medium or small. This month, get any soft drink, any size for just $1. Value means more at Macca's. Available at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery. Excludes frozen soft drinks.
You're listening to the 2024 AAMI Community Series on AFL Nation. The Lions under pressure already, going inside 50. It's a good kick. Hipwood played on quickly. Goes to Zorko from outside 50. Bangs towards goal. Great start. The Lions with the first of the night, and it comes from the former captain, Dane Zorko. It's inside the centre. That's a beautiful kick on the chest of Grundy, who plays on quickly to Matt Roberts. Now Roberts to the teeth at goal. Needs a mark from a teammate. McLean did well. At ground level, they're going to have a shot at goal. Wicks out of nowhere. Sam Wicks with a beautiful finish. Swans get their first on the board. Good, nice kick and onto the chest of Lincoln McCarthy.
Hasn't he got a terrific vertical leap?
He does. For a small guy, he's got a good kick as well. He's reinvigorated his career since coming over from Geelong. Couldn't get a game.
We couldn't get his body right.
Yeah, at the Cats.
That's the thing.
Yeah, about 49.8 metres. So he wheels around as McCarthy. Has a shot on goal. Gives it everything. That's a great kick from Lincoln McCarthy. Centimetre perfect from the Lions forward. Picked up now by Campbell on the left boot. Swings it inside 50. Lions got numbers here, and Lohman did well. And Heaney off the crumb. Kicks towards goal. Bounces it through. Ball came off hands, and Heaney was in the right place at the right time. Was able to snap it over his shoulder. And the Swans get their third on the board and reclaim the lead. So it's half-time at Blacktown International Sports Park, and we have got our half-time floor show for Choices Flooring.
The Choices Flooring Halftime Floor Show. Design, visualise and create your perfect floor with Room View.
Discover your style with Carpets by Design sale. Choices Flooring sale on now. John Donohoe, Liam Pickering with you, and it's 11-point lead for the Lions. Been impressed by both teams. 4-6-30 the Swans, 6-5-41 for the Lions. Pickers, I guess they're handling the conditions quite well, both sides, for a really hot, slippery night.
Yeah, well, it is pretty slippery, and the skill level hasn't been great. The two teams we know are very skillful, so... And that comes back to, playing in 32, 33 degrees humidity as well. So we're not seeing the classical stuff that we'll see during the year when it's the middle of the footy season. These two teams are humming, which I expect them to be. In saying that, they're getting a good hit out.
Anyone impressed you for either side so far?
Oh, McGluggy's has been really good.
Yeah.
From the older players. Goulden's worked his way into the game. Adams has been good in the ruck. And then it's the usual sort of suspects. Sam Wicks has been quite dangerous up in the forward line, and McCarthy's done a couple of things. So no one that you wouldn't expect. I would probably say Kai Lohman of the younger ones that hasn't really established himself yet. He seems to really put himself in a position where he might potentially play round one.
You mentioned Laddams there. He's at 12 disposals, and obviously they've got Brodie Grundy. I'll be interested to see how Sydney do go with their rucks this year. I'm not sure if they're a team that generally like the two ruckmen, but obviously in the last couple of years they've had to play, they've only had Tom Hickey, they've had Peter Laddams, and they've played one or the other. They've pinch hitted with guys like, McLean, Amadi, all that sort of stuff. So whether they go with the two ruckmen this year?
Well, I think they will. I'm just having a minge. Most teams will go with two ruckmen, I reckon, this year. Basically five on the bench with that sub.
Yeah.
So I think they probably will.
Yeah. 0433 98 11 16. Don't suppose anyone knows why the Gold Coast GWS game isn't being broadcast streamed on radio. I don't. But it's 13-10-88.
We can't do both at this stage at the same time.
13-10-88 the Giants. 3-3-21.
Yeah, wow. The Giants are belting the Suns. They've only kicked 3 goals. Dimmer Hardwick doesn't look as relaxed as he was when he was sitting in that press conference.
Billy says, guys, I'm impressed with Sydney, and yes, Goulden up there for the Brownlow. Also worrying times for Gold Coast. I thought they had improved. I said at the start, it's a practice game.
You still don't want to get your head kicked in a practice match. And that's what's going on at the moment. The Giants, we think, are going to be up around the top of the ladder. The Gold Coast, I think, will get there eventually. I don't think it'll be this year. They certainly aren't in my age.
So you're not in the camp of they're going to improve and
I think
make the leap?
I don't think they can make the 8, though.
Right, okay.
There are too many more accomplished sides ahead of them.
Yeah.
I just don't see them making up that much ground to be able to jump from where they are to inside the 8.
Yeah.
Now, traditionally, there are teams that do that. I just don't think this is going to be one of them. Well, I do think they'll spike in the next couple of years.
I think it will be hard for them, you're right, because I think the Bulldogs will have that spike back into the 8 this year. I think the Crows are going to be around that as well. So they've then got to knock out 2 or 3 teams, and traditionally 2 or 3 teams will fall out of the 8 to make way. But if the Bulldogs and the Crows are the 2 that go up, and maybe if the Bombers can get their stuff right, they go in. It'll be hard for the Gold Coast.
Top 8 locks at the moment.
Top 8 locks at the moment. Collingwood, Brisbane, Sydney.
Yep, I've got that as well.
GWS a lock. They're a lock. And I think Melbourne are probably...
No, I haven't got a lock. I've got Geelong in there, though.
Yeah, okay, Geelong. Who else have I got?
A lock. I mean, I think I've got the 8.
I think the Bulldogs will make it.
I do too. I think they've got too much talent.
And then I think from there, I don't think there's many more locks, to be honest with you. Port Adelaide. Probably.
Definitely be around the mark.
Yeah, so I think that you've got your 4
locks. Your mob, the Saints?
Did you say Carlton?
Carlton are definitely going to make it, in my view.
I think if the Saints...
And then you say Melbourne, Port Adelaide.
Yeah. If the Saints can play consistent footy week in, week out, they can certainly be around the mark of the 8.
Yeah.
I think they're not a top 4 team now. They're a top 8 team. I think they can be a top 8 team. The Saints.
Yeah, they really impressed me last week. They were really good.
But
I mean, again,
still a little bit to go.
It's funny, but when you have a good win, it's only a practice match.
Yeah.
When you have a good when you have a bad loss, it's only a practice match. But it does say something.
I'll tell you what,
you want to go into the season when you're playing in a week's time. You don't want to be going in getting belted by 11 goals. Like they're getting belted at the moment. Being held to 3 goals.
Yeah. But the thing is, I mean, like last week was match simulations. All the Bombers fans on Twitter and social media were losing their minds about how bad the team was.
That was a match sim. It'll be seen how the Bombers play tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Before we start throwing the
and even Zach Merritt came out and said, I thought it was match sim. Like it was match simulation. That's what it was. So it wasn't.
No one told Sam Powell-Pepper that.
No. How about that? 4 weeks for Sam Powell-Pepper. I think the AFL have probably made a bit of an example of him. It was a bad hit and it probably deserved 4 weeks. So, and can't serve it in the pre-season either.
No, he shouldn't be able to serve it in the pre-season, even though he was reported in one of those, in a practice match.
Yeah.
They never take that into consideration. It's going to be AFL matches.
No, not a good start.
It's a big suspension.
Big
suspension of the season.
Oh, yeah.
Basically.
And, for a guy who's I feel like he's a bit of a barometer for them. He
was very good last year. He's a very important player.
And Bob's up and kicks 2 goals out of nowhere at times in games. And
he plays that wrecking ball sort of footy, which I admire.
He's got speed. He's got
it was
power.
A bit of a brain fade really doing that last week.
It was just
a bit silly.
It was dumb. It was unnecessary was what it was. So
I'm leaning towards my 8 Melbourne. There you go.
Melbourne.
So I'm leaving out Port.
You leave Port out. So I think Melbourne.
This is mine. Yeah. Collingwood, Brisbane, Sydney, GWS, Geelong, Bulldogs, Carlton, Melbourne.
I think Melbourne will slide.
So Port a bit stiff.
I think Melbourne will slide, but not out of the 8. I think where you've got them around 7th, 8th.
I'm just putting them. No, I haven't got them in that position.
So they're your locks.
They're just my 8s.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I think we can safely say 4 of them are locks.
But I don't reckon you can make that decision until about round 4 to 6.
Yeah.
You go, all right, I'm starting to see a pattern of play here.
Well, because the buys as well factor in early on. Yeah.
Plus, teams are all, like Carlton at the moment, they could very well be 0-2 after 2 games.
Yeah.
I don't think they can win against Brisbane next week.
No?
Not without Wiedering and Locke.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I don't think they can win against Brisbane. And then they've got
Richmond round 1.
Richmond in round 1 who...
You never know on their day.
Yeah. So you don't want to start 0-2.
No.
Your mob wouldn't... They were in the 8 the whole year last year.
Yeah.
It's a great effort.
Didn't drop out.
It was a fantastic effort.
Yeah. Even though a lot of people thought that, they would slide and lose 6 or 8 in a row, they managed to find a way.
Which they had been doing.
Which they had,
But they hadn't done it on the Ross line.
No.
So he's just a perfect fit for them.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting. It is honestly the tightest year one of the tightest years, because if you wrote down 4 teams that are around the mark after that, I reckon you'd find...
no, I agree. You make a case for about another 4 or 5 teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
In this case, the 2 Adelaide teams for sure.
Yeah, an 11-point lead at half-time for the Brisbane Lions. Players heading back out on the field in just a moment. We're going to get to our final break and we'll have second half action on the other side of this.
You're listening to the 2024 AAMI Community Series on AFL Nation.
Right now at Macca's, go large or medium or small. This month, get any soft drink, any size for just $1. Value means more at Macca's. Available at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery. Excludes frozen soft drinks.
Is now your time to have that conversation about selling? Find where you belong with Harcourts.
The kids are growing. Maybe it's time we sell and get a bigger home.
Just what would this place be worth on the market right now?
So, what happens if we go to auction or not?
In a changing property market, to learn what's happening with the value of your home, your local experts at Harcourts are ready to help. When your real estate questions need to be answered, talk with Harcourts. Find where you belong.
Whether you're a busy household looking for family-friendly options or love the feel and comfort of luxurious natural wool, or maybe it's a healthy choice asthma-friendly carpet, then Choices Flooring has the range, colours, textures and savings you've been looking for during our Carpet by Design sale event. Go online at choicesflooring.com.au and discover the carpet solution that's just right for you. With savings across the range, now is the time to visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom.
At Tyre Power, you get the power of better buys on big brand tyres. Right now, you can keep the cost of living down with a better buy on big brand Falcon tyres like these. Buy 3 and get 1 free on Falcon ZX ZE310R Eco Run tyres for passenger and selected SUV vehicles. That's buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. Big brands, better buys and better for your safety too at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Luxury Escapes, the world's best holidays handpicked by experts. Here's your burst of luxury to book now.
Best-selling Pullman Bali Legian Beach. Escape to this beachfront resort and enjoy daily breakfast, nightly cocktails and massages. Pullman Bali Legian Beach. 7 nights from $1,399 for 2 adults. 1 child under 11 stays free. Valued at up to $2,798. T&Cs apply.
Book at luxuryescapes.com.
Haven't you heard? Chemist Warehouse has all your essentials at the lowest prices. Hurry! Starting with Hydrolyte Electrolyte Effervescent 60 tablets range from $21.49. Then there's Nature's Own Complete Sleep Advanced 90 tablets, only $22.49. Save on self-care with new OptiSlim plant-based premium shake for her, $34.99. And Welco the Super Elixir Daily Greens 300 grams, $74.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
Your ultimate driving machine awaits you at Essendon BMW. Explore the outstanding selection of in-stock vehicles ready for immediate delivery. With an on-site business manager and vehicle appraiser ready to assist you, Essendon BMW are dedicated to optimising your trade-in value and financial advantages. Conveniently situated in Essendon Fields, the dealership offers a seamless experience when exploring the range of vehicles. Begin your journey to sheer driving pleasure and visit Essendon BMW today. LMCT 11803.
Footy is back, and for the 2024 season, it's bigger and better than ever. Whether it's NAB AFL Auskick, NAB AFL Superkick, or Junior Footy, there are so many ways you can play. Australian rules football is the game for everyone, and the stage is set. It's time to kick into the footy season. Find your way to play today at play.afl.
Right now at Macca's, go large or medium or small. This month, get any soft drink, any size for just $1. Value means more at Macca's. Available at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery. Excludes frozen soft drinks.
You're listening to the 2024 AAMI Community Series on AFL Nation.
11-point margin at half-time to the Brisbane Lions. Bit of 360 feedback for Liam Pickering this time from producer Ben.
What's
keeping you on your toes?
You can't have packages to put on my show.
6-5-41 the Lions, 4-6-30. We're about to get back into play. John Donohoe, Liam Pickering with you on AFL Nation for McDonald's. The new McCrispy at Macca's. All in dispute in the middle. Spills out this time to the Lions. They'll go forward again through Rayner, and McCluggage just chips one into space out in front.
Did well.
Beautiful kick. As Hipwood slides in to take a grab.
That's the way you want it delivered when you're leading forward. Just drop it out 15 metres out in front, let him just run onto it. The defender's got no chance when you kick it up like that. That was beautiful by McCluggage. He's up to 21 touches to start this third quarter. He's had it on a string.
He certainly has. And Eric Hipwood already with 1 in the game. 9 disposals, 1 goal, 2 so far.
And he's been busy though.
He has. And he's looked the best of the forwards for the Lions so far.
He's looked the most mobile.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where if Danaher doesn't get you and Cameron doesn't get you, Hipwood will, and vice versa.
If similar type players, him and Joe.
He'll kick the slow approach from just inside 50 now.
I like that.
Had a good ride, but way out to the left, and a mark taken on the goal line from Oscar McInerney. Poor defence from the Swans. Brody Grundy thought it was going through.
What was Grundy doing?
Yeah, he was standing there.
Stood behind him, let him mark it, uncontested.
Yeah. So big Oscar.
That was during the year. Yeah. Big Horse Lombo would have pulled whatever's left of his hair straight out.
McInerney around the corner, just couldn't make the most of his opportunity. So 42 plays 30, 12-point margin here, and around the grounds with a minute to go in the third quarter, 13-13-91, the Giants, 5-5-35. Absolute belting.
56 points. Jeez.
Florent steps around a couple. He's under pressure here. Had to go the hands out of defensive 50 to Melican. Oh, dangerous kick. Cut off by Coleman, who plays on the left boot. Chips inside 50. Was this to the advantage of his teammate as Neil mops up. This one will be to the advantage. Plays on McCluggage on the left boot. Bang! Sloppy, but in the end they were able to make it work, the Lions. And they just pull away ever so further. 7-6-48, 4-6-30, 18-point ball game.
Yeah, he's putting on a clinic. All right. Huey McCluggage.
He's a star.
He's a very good player. Sort of came of age. Again, a bit before Wilmot, probably 2 years ago. And had a great season last year.
Do you remember a couple of years ago when he had the yips in front of goal and he had something like, he had no goals 22 or something like that.
He's having a horror run.
Yeah,
he started to find his range last year.
Yeah.
Kicked some important goals last year, actually.
Kicks a lot of goals for a midfielder.
Well, he gets in good positions. Like, he works hard. His work rate allows him to get into dangerous forward positions when he's in the midfield.
155 games, he kicked 97 goals. 97 goals, 112 behind. So he goes at a pretty good clip. Ball back in the middle. Neil steps around a couple of defenders.
Where do you get the points from?
Just says it there. B. See that B? You can borrow that if you want. In dispute down forward for the Lions. Jordan with a quick kick out of defence. Sorry, Pix.
Really interesting.
McInerney on the boot quickly. And it fell to Zorko. Takes a nice strong grab in front of Matt Roberts. Plays on quickly. He had Coleman on the other side of the ground.
This.
Beautiful kick.
Could have nearly rolled off.
Yeah, he could have.
He is a lovely kick, Coleman.
As he mentioned earlier as well, he was so good in that grand final last year. He was so close to winning a Norm Smith medal. Had they won, I wonder if they would have still gone with Hill or if he would have got it. They tend to go with the winning team usually.
Very rarely.
14 disposals tonight, 8 marks, 3 score involvements, and he can involve himself here. He never was going for goal there. He kicks this one to the top of the... He was going for goal, all right. He was going for goal. What do I know? It was just a chip. It looked like he was going to the top of the goal square, Picks, and he just bombed it through.
But that's his beautiful left leg. You know, just a lovely action. He's got a fluent action. He's worked his way into the game really well. He's had 15 disposals, now a goal, 400-odd metres gained.
Really called that poorly. I just thought he went back and it was just a little flop wedge.
That's the beauty of the left-footed kicks.
Yeah.
Is that they just look effortless, like left-handed batsmen.
Yeah.
They just look...
they look better. They look better always.
Of course they do.
He took 3 or 4 steps there and just kicked through it beautifully. It was a nice kick.
Yeah, he'll have got enormous confidence out of his final series because he didn't just play well in the grand final. He played well in all the finals.
Oh yeah,
last year.
Yeah, he was their best player through the whole final series for sure. So Lions pulling away now, 8-6-54 to 4-6-30. The Swans get the clearance. They go forward again. Amati was underneath it, but Starcevic stood tall and was able to take the mark.
Amati party misread that.
He did.
He jumped in. He thought he was there for the mark, but didn't quite make it to him.
Starcevic at centre half back, fans it wide now to Andrews, who's on the half back flank. He'll go short this time to Jasper Fletcher. Only 15 metres advanced. Fletcher plays on and improves the angle. Goes long down the line to the half forward flank. This time Danaher with the fly.
Look at this.
Gave the heads to Lions. McCarthy can run in, sells some candy, can finish if he wants, goes to the top of the square.
Should have had a
and
shot.
McCluggage didn't take the mark. That was a fancy bit of work from the Lions as Leicester will pick it up. You're right though, Pix. I think he should have had a shot.
Not sure why he didn't have a shot. He could have just waltzed in and kicked the goal.
Lohman can have a shot if he wants as well, across the face, and the Swans couldn't get it through. McCarthy was there, but yeah, if I was McCarthy, I would have improved the angle and tried to...
He sort of did improve the angle, though. When he sold that dummy, he went back inside, and he was then on his right foot running on a 45 of the goals. Could have just kicked a drop punt. He tried to be unselfish, which is all well and good in this sort of day and age when it's... the ball's living in your front half, and you've sort of they've got control of the game now. They're up by 4 goals. But that's not the sort of stuff you do. That's not a percentage kick in the home and away.
No. So Swans trying
to kick that goal.
Try and clear defensive 50. Logan McDonald dropped it and then followed up with a toe poke. But only as far as Harris Andrews, who picks it up and gives it off to Starcevic, slipping over on the Astro turf. And we'll have a throw in. 3/4 time between the Giants and the Gold Coast. 91 plays 41 in that game. Cats in action tomorrow against the Bombers.
Seeing that, actually. Yeah. Just getting a good look at that. Look at the new stand. That'll be good.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
In 2 weeks.
Yeah, round 1 against the Saints. Berry cuts this one off on the wing. Pumps one down the line. Beautiful kick. The precision on that was excellent. Rayner stood underneath.
It was actually the length of the kick.
Yeah.
He's not known as
the weight,
a great kick.
And the weight. That wasn't a great kick from Rayner, who was looking for Hipwood, and Campbell sat in the hole. Swans on the half-back flank now. Chad Warner.
I don't think it's Chad.
No, it's not. It's Corey. Took an educated guess and got it wrong. This one.
Oh, that's what I think it's worth mentioning that the players out tonight for the Swans. Jake Lloyd, 2 or 3 time best and fairest winner. Callum Mills, probably the captain. Papley and Warner, Chad of the Chad variety.
Chad variety, yeah. So, I mean, Tommy Papley.
It's a real Adelaide name, Chad.
Chad, yeah.
It is. You know, I mean, he's not. He's from Perth, but when you think Chad, you think Adelaide.
Yeah. They are from Perth, aren't they? Yeah.
He's from Perth. Here's
Charlie Cameron bursts away from Campbell and kicks to the top of the square. It was a bit of a wobbly kick, but Lohman could follow up and give to McCarthy. No, he went too late. It was a good tackle by Matt Roberts.
His first option was the best option. He needed to give off then, and he didn't. Tried to break the second tackle.
Swans down the line, this time to Florent on the wing. Slow build up from the Swans as they're 24 points down to the middle of the ground. It was a risky kick and it fell into the hands of Heaney. Sheldrick picked it up, gave it off to Amadi, back to Heaney this time. He can run into goal and finish if he wants. He just goes the unselfish option to McLean, who couldn't take the mark and had 2 lines on him.
He's lucky there wasn't a free against Archie there.
Yeah.
He sort of attacked him front on. There's certainly no free against Harris Andrews. What Craig Williams has gone back to third last has got, mate. Like, he's dragged that thing back. Yes.
Because one of the great multitaskers.
Yeah, you get the TVs right
in commentary. Absolutely. So the Lions.
It's around the full, isn't it?
The Swans will get a free kick here.
There it's out the full. He's right.
0433 98 11 16. The rain has come in here, Pix, as you can see on the screen.
We said it was coming.
Yeah. So that'll compound things even further.
It was coming, all right.
It's going to be a sloppier affair
so
now.
Craig Williams. Coming down the outside like a choo-choo train.
You keep an eye on that, I'll keep an eye on this. As the Swans go for goal. Bang! A beautiful finish from Corey Warner. Snapped it around the corner, and that's a nice way to kick one of your early goals. Corey Warner with his first of the night. And the Swans get one back. 5-6-36. 8-6-54. He snapped around the corner, improved the angle. An impressive finish from Corey Warner as Pickers gives the fist pump for Corey Warner kicking his first goal of the night.
Absolutely. You'll do me, will they? Oh, never in doubt.
Well done, Picks. 5-6-36. 8-6-54. I do love how you multitask on these calls.
Oh, well, yes. We've got a great surprise for people. I think that don't think, and most people know that we're not at the ground.
No.
Because it's a community series game, and we're in Melbourne, and so we're going to do it off the TV and North Channel. That'll do.
So we'll have a repeat bounce in the middle. Where was the egg flip on that one?
I've had him. He's actually been all right tonight, Sid.
No, we could have passed it on to Benny.
No, you've got to call, mate.
Yeah.
You've got the experience.
What about Benny out the back?
Benny's too busy eating nuts and berries. Fruits and berries.
McCluggage kicks forward now for the Lions. Inside 50. Rayner jumps on top of this one. They want him holding the ball, the Lions.
Get it. Yeah. That's tough.
Cam Rayner will get the free kick as Blakey emerges with the footy and looks...
There's no real incentive to actually get down and get your head over the ball.
It used to be, yeah.
There's 2 jump on top of you. They hold you on it and hold you down.
Yeah.
You can't move.
No.
And then you get pinged because you're not making an attempt and both your arms are pinged.
Yeah, I know. I mean, they used to say, you want to be first at the footy, you want to win the footy, you got to get in underneath and jump on.
Doesn't
you can't
pay
do
to
that
be
anymore.
first
No,
when you're in that situation now because you're going to get pinged. These guys tackle too well.
And it's hard for players. Cam Rayner comes in. He'll slot that one through the middle. It was a good kick. You heard it from Picks there. And they get their 9th on the board now, the Lions. Looking impressive, Brisbane, even in these conditions.
It has opened
more
up
to their
bit.
liking.
It opened up a bit this quarter, though, hasn't it? It's been a bit better ball movement. There's not quite as many numbers around the ball. Players are fatiguing, which means the game has opened up. Let's have a look at that. So Blakey slipped. He slipped over. He tried to pretend he was a dolphin, and he sort of started, flailing his arms and legs and whatever.
So, this is the thing, and it's the same with insufficient intent. Like, errors happen like that. So, insufficient intent we spoke about the other night. The ball bounces on its point and spins out.
He didn't dive on the ball. Yeah. He actually slipped over, and the ball happened to be underneath.
I feel like the umpires have to factor that in, that he didn't actively dive on the footy. He slipped over in wet conditions. There's got to be a little bit of leeway given, I think, in that. But I guess then people will say, oh, well, you want consistency from the umpire, so if he paid it at that end, he's got to pay it at the other end. It's a tough one.
It's just a feel for the game, in my view. But
Hunt still bangs one inside 50 for the Lions again, and they have another opportunity. Archie gives to Rayner. A loopy handball wasn't to his liking as Goulden went backwards to Blakey on the left boot. Chisels one forward, and it was a nice kick to the half-back flank. Sheldrick.
It's a brave kick.
It was an up and under kick, and it was on the head of Laddams, who will get a free kick.
And chopped his arms.
As Neil wanted to play on. So big Peter Laddams, he'll give the handball off, as all ruckmen usually do. He gave it to Blakey. Bangs this one down the line. Up went Logan McDonald. And a quick handball from Amadi to Sheldrick. Can finish if he wants. Has a ping at goal, and a good hand to it by Berry. Back with the flight, stuck his mid out, and the problem was that Sheldrick went low and
need to kick up the ball.
Gave Berry
push it through it sort of head high.
Gave Berry an opportunity to spoil it.
What's happened here?
Just going to stoppage and play for a moment. Snake's not back, is it?
No, not. Purified of Snakes.
Yeah, same.
Blood rule
on Ollie Florent. And on the head of Brandon Starcevic.
Head clash. I didn't actually see that.
No. So shave the locks, says Brandon Starcevic.
Looks all right with it too.
It was the knee in the head from Logan McDonald that cut the head open.
Yeah, it was too.
Nice bit of work.
He's actually a really important player, Starcevic.
Oh, yeah.
For the Lions. He plays that lockdown role.
Such a good defensive
He's
unit.
like a Maynard type.
Yeah. Really strong defensive unit, the Lions.
Yeah, they are.
Set up by...
But all the good teams are. They've got settled defence.
Yeah. I think the Cats are going to be a tough team to penetrate through again this year.
Well, they just look at the team they know. Well, Tom Stewart is probably the best one-on-one defender in the comp.
Oh, yeah. Big loopy handball from Rayner. Put his teammate under pressure on the wing. Ball didn't bounce in their favour as Campbell helped it out over the line. Crowd in full voice tonight. Now, the hill on the far side, it's fair to say, is...
it's sparse.
It
looks like a Premier Cricket crowd.
But you can hear a lot of the crowd
on this side. That's where they all are, where the Vex mics are.
So Tunstall wins that one down. Coming through with a flying boot was Adams. Ground level Neil. Adams again involved, and there's Coleman once more. Ball just bouncing around. It's wet, and it's sloppy conditions here at Blacktown. Adams banged this one forward. Ball in dispute again. Dunkley. He was tackled as he tried to get rid of it. And that will be holding the ball.
The Cunning Fox.
The Cunning Fox, yes.
Robbie Fox.
There's a nice tackle there. Kicks to the teeth of goal this time. Amadi from the back. It was McDonald. Amadi went up first. McDonald stuck with it. Plucked it out of midair.
That was a terrific contested mark. He was third in line. He stretched up. What height's McDonald? He's 195. The Amadi party's 195. So a couple of big, powerful forwards. And you throw McLean in. He's 197. He was coached by our own Dermot.
Yes.
Dermot Brereton back in the day.
So with the retirement of Buddy Franklin, many people say
this is the guy they want.
It was Logan McDonald's forward line. If he's doing things like that, It will be for a long time as he pops this one through the middle. Swans get one back. McDonald gets his first of the night. We've got a good ball game on our hands in pre-season footy.
Not a surprise there. I mean, we've got two good teams playing. Yeah. Logan McDonald's got his first. He only just came on, really. He's only been on this quarter. He's been all over the ground too. That was a strong mark.
Outpointed his opponent, yeah.
He did. Wasn't he mismatched there? He was mismatched. He was on Harry Sharp in the air.
Something great about key forwards who are able to just do their job, obviously, but just pluck them like that at the highest point picks. There's in a pack, I don't know what it is about watching it, but when it unfolds when you're at a game, it just looks spectacular.
That was what the great Stephen Kernan used to do.
Yeah.
Put those big long arms up in a contested situation. You go, Sticks has got it again.
Yeah.
Yes. He's had 4 opponents trying to punch it.
Brisbane 9-6-60, Swans 6-7-43 as Brisbane take it out of the centre again and go forward. Roberts did well on McCarthy. McCluggage leading Cunningham to the footy and ball go out over the line, out of bounds.
We're back to 17 points.
Yeah.
Still halfway through this quarter. If you're just joining us, it's a bit of a late start, this one. The power went out, if you can believe it. The game's meant to start at 4:10, then it was 7:10, and ended up being 7:40. So, a bit of a later finish tonight.
Yes, which you're not thrilled with. It's been ticked off.
It's been ticked off. I'm not
Do you know to leave halfway through the last quarter?
Through the last quarter. But it's certainly going to disrupt my beauty sleep. And boy, Jingo, I need a bit more of that.
Yeah. And Cats on tomorrow, you'll be up late.
Watching that.
Swans through the middle of the ground again, but just fumbled. What should have taken was Goulden, and Taylor Adams mopped it up, but left it behind. Wilmot gave it off to Neil, and Neil below his knees, couldn't trap it cleanly. All spills out the back. It's wet and slippery out there at Blacktown.
Yeah, that bit of drizzle hasn't helped. It was already slippery with the humidity.
Clean from Neil, though, as Rayner banged it on the boot inside 50. 2-on-1 in the Swans' favour here. And at ground level, good finish. Dribbles one home.
Is that Rayner or Zork?
It was Zorko. He's got his second of the night. And again, another front and square goal. He was in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, there's been a couple of beauties tonight. And the little magician himself, the Zork man, he's got his second. 2 out of McCarthy, so it's ground players doing the damage tonight. But Neil, you're right. How clean was he?
Yeah. Look at that.
He does that much work on his ball work, on his ground balls. That's why he's so good.
And the thing is, these conditions picks, they train in this, so they would understand the dewy, the sweaty sort of football, and they train with it, they play in it, they live in it. So
that's right.
It's easier for them to adjust to it.
You'd think so, yeah. Well, if you're living in that environment where you're training, as you say, in humidity, and I always found the Gabba to be a shocking place to visit and play. It was always a shocking feeling when you went there. They were usually hard to beat. Even though the Bears are hard to beat up there because of the conditions.
Rowbottom burst out of the centre and banged one forward. Ball in dispute again. Jordan fired off a quick handball. Now back to Justin McInerney. Ball smothered out over the line. One from Muzzer off the text here. Your commentary is excellent. Your sense of humour is great. I'm enjoying it. The unpolished have never been consistent either tonight or for the last 20 years. Murray from Geelong. Good on you, Muzz.
I think that was.
Umpires, yeah.
Yeah, good on you, Muzz. He's a listener. He listens to our cricket call.
He's a good man, Muzz.
He's Muzz. I think Muzz is a Carlton fan.
I think so. As Brody Grundy runs inside 50 now for the Swans. Starcevic at the back. McDonald there as well. He was slung off the footy by Harris Andrews. Madden's there for the Lions, and again just hacking it out of mid-air. Rowbottom spun around one. Grundy, Jordan, Rowbottom, all involved for Sydney. Corey Warner with a handball on his knees. Lincoln McCarthy went backwards to McCluggage, but the boundary line won in the end. 0433 98 11 16 if you want to weigh in on anything. Toby Bedford's about to put the Giants in a nice position to kick another goal.
Well, at least the Gold Coast haven't just fallen completely away. They've kicked 6 goals in the last quarter and a half.
Aaron Cadman just stopping one across the face. 92-59 in that game in the last quarter.
33 points. Probably flattering a little bit, but maybe they'll keep coming.
Yeah. Free kick to Henry Smith, the young Lions ruckman. Getting his chance tonight to show what he's got. Zorko with the quick hands to Lyons, who banged one inside 50. Cameron tracked it nicely and then let it slip at the end. That was spectacular from Charlie.
Nice leap, wasn't it?
Certainly was, as Caleb Mitchell relieves pressure for the Swans. But only as far as Ryan Lester. Plays on quickly to Jared Lyons now. Dangerous kick it was. Put his teammate under pressure, but Wilmot was able to follow it up. There's McCluggage again. Wrapped up, and we'll have a ball up on the point of the square. Outer side here at Blacktown International Sports Park. What other sports do they play there to make it an international sports park?
They play cricket there.
They do, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they do. New South Wales Juniors that was their training base. I'm not sure if it still is.
There you go. Cluggage steps around one and then goes inside 50 for the Lions. Nice kick.
And
out in front. Yeah, it was a great grab.
Hippie.
Out in front of Hipwood. He just gave Eric Hipwood no other option but to mark that as Pickers.
That water just sort
of goes down the wrong pipe. You've had a big night tonight.
I have.
You're rattled since we have to go late. I got
that pizza I had last night.
Oh,
I had a couple of pieces. There's still a couple of pieces in the fridge if anyone wants it.
I don't know if
pretty spicy.
I don't know if I can handle the spice. You love spice. You go real hot.
That was tough. That was brutal.
So Eric Hipwood in on the runway now on the left foot. Better looking kick than earlier. That is a great kick. It bent back beautifully. And Eric Hipwood's got a couple to his name. He gets his second. He's had a few shots on goal tonight. I reckon he's kicked 2 goals 3 or 2 goals 4 for the evening.
He's been good. He's probably been the best tall forward on the ground.
Yeah.
Another 2 in a row here to Brisbane.
11-6-72 the Lions, 6-7-43 the Swans. 6.5 to play in the third quarter. All thanks to Maccas.
A replay here of Cameron tackled Taylor Adams, who's really grabbed his left knee. He's now walked off. He's walking off okay, but he definitely went for his left knee. This was a few minutes away.
Yeah.
A few minutes ago, I should say. So, hopefully it's nothing too bad, but it was just a normal tackle, but slung in the tackle, and you don't like players grabbing at their knees.
No. Had all the injury issues last year with the hamstring leading into the grand final as well, and
he did.
Fresh start at the Swans. Grundy won that one down to Goulden, back of the stoppage, kicks a high ball to half forward. Barreling out there was McLean. Couldn't take it cleanly. Andrews gave it to Wilmot, to Lohman, in the back of the square, and he went down the line. The free kick will be found going the Lions' way. Tried to put it out in front of his teammate in McCluggage. McCluggage on the outer side. He's had a big night. That's his 24th possession. Kicking down the line. Danaher flew from 3 deep, but Grundy stood underneath it and was steadfast. He went sideways now to Heaney. He goes further sideways.
What a great kick, though, this.
No. Hamling under enormous pressure. Joel Hamling's one from the premiership of the Bulldogs. He's sort of fallen away a little bit. Went to Freo, didn't get his opportunity, had injuries.
He had a lot of injuries at Fremantle.
And then...
He started Geelong.
Went to the Bulldogs, won the 2016 flag as a key defender.
Good performer in that. And then Fremantle on a 3 or 4 year deal, and then...
I think he just got a better offer from the Swans, to be honest.
He's a good fit for the Swans. They had all those problems with their injuries last year in defence. Now, where's Zampa been today? Zampa, how am I going? Zampa. He's probably playing Big Bash somewhere, or he's playing some cricket match. I mean...
Rampy.
Yeah,
it's a good
question.
He's
listed, but I have not seen him at all.
Yeah, it's one of those where you wonder if they'll risk him as well. He's had persistent injuries over the last little while, but we'll see if he bobs up in the last quarter. Oscar McInerney feeds to Dunkley, who just dumps one inside 50. Hipwood should have marked it, certainly. And following up there was McCluggage. Snap around the corner. Ball bobbling around. And get the necessary purchase on it to send it through the big sticks. We get another behind. 11-7 now.
This is the Adams one.
It is knee
so it's a full tackle.
And twisted as well.
Yeah, which is a bit of a worry leading into round one. I mean, he walked off. He stayed on the ground and went off a couple of minutes later, but he walked off. Didn't look super like he was limping or dejected, but still, he'd be looked at.
30-point lead for the Lions. 11-7-73 plays 6-7-43.
They were cruel by injuries last year.
Yeah.
The Swans. I mean, that's why they took so long to get rolling.
Oh, yeah.
If they'd have got rolling early in the year, they wouldn't have finished it.
But I think their issues started in the middle as well. They didn't have a recognised ruckman who was able to give them first use on it. They made the best of the situation that they were in, but...
They had the two McCartans injured. Rampy was injured.
Yeah.
They had Callum Mills at one stage playing on Tom Hawkins.
They did.
Like, you know what I mean?
Charlie Cameron's the contest here, gives to McCluggage, who feeds off now, and the short kick came to Gardner, who gave the handball back to James Madden, who was wrapped up. The Irishman tried to bite off more than he could chew. And James Jordan with a nice tackle to win the free kick. 4.5 to play. You're right though, Pix. They're such a good side. They're so disciplined, Sydney. But yeah, the injuries, and for every team, injuries do mount up. And they just couldn't get enough players, quality players on the park last year at times.
Yeah, well, Dane Rampy's not playing, so that's why we haven't seen him.
Zach Bailey must not be playing either.
Zach Bailey's not playing.
Yeah, well, they were
both listed. They're definitely both listed.
Yeah. Anyway.
So you throw both of those two players, a couple of quality players that'll probably be right next week.
Kai Loman's got a free kick on the wing. Kicks inside 50 now. Lions got numbers there. He put Flew, couldn't take it. Came through to Matt Roberts, who's going to get a free kick here.
The start of the tackle maybe slightly over the shoulder.
Roberts switches play across goal. Goes to James Jordan. Short down the line. It was a risky kick.
Yeah, but it's good closing speed.
Closing speed was really good from
Huey again.
I think McCluggage, it looks like, yeah.
Was it Wilmot maybe? That sort of speed.
Lions have done those little 1% as well tonight, Hicks. I think it was Jasper Fletcher in the end, actually.
Might have been, actually. He's got a bit more speed than his dad. Dad was a really good player, but...
Adams got himself to front position. Then Justin McInerney runs through, takes a bounce on the wing, and then just a chipping ball down the line. It was not to the advantage of McLean, but Sheldrick made it work. And a big hit from Harris Andrews just spoiled the momentum as Coleman bounces off one, goes into the centre of the ground. Excellent kick on the chest of Hugh McCluggage, and that was stolen. That will be 50.
Unlucky. Now that's stiff.
Now that will be 50.
Well, it shouldn't be 50. It's just stolen the handball.
Yeah.
He actually was handballing the ball, but the umpire's on the wrong side.
So the thing there for
Errol Gould... Well, no, the reality is that should have been just, hang on, I know what just happened. Go back. Lines your mark, thanks. But 50 is a big penalty for something like that I think he played on.
Well, he was just on the ball. Like, Errol Goulden he knew what was about to happen and just read it beautifully.
But he'd already handballed it, and he knocked it out after he'd handballed it. That was my point.
So 26 disposals and a goal tonight for Hugh McCluggage, and the best player on the ground by some margin. Comes in now for his second, just pulled that to the left straight off the boot. So
that's the stuff we talked about earlier with Huey. Yeah. He's on the shots, on the run sort of shots have been a bit better. Now have a look at this. Now, look, he actually did handball.
Yeah, he bobbled it.
So that shouldn't be 50. Gordon was just too clever. He said, he handballed it. And he's right. He's dead right.
Yeah, I think you've called that beautifully there, Pix. You've analysed it well. So 11-8-74. The Lions. Sydney 6-7-43 for tyre power. The trusted tyre experts. Vinny will have it at half back. It is nice to have footy back overall, though. It is. Sort of
it's
back in the...
Well, it's going to be better when the real stuff starts next Thursday. I mean, the genuine footy stuff starts, and then it'll be...
But it whets the appetite nicely.
No, I totally agree.
Building up to next week.
I love these games this week. Even though they're not full tilt.
Yeah. Heaney down the line. Picked up by Neil again. Harris Andrews in there. Gives off to Starcevic, who's got the bandage on the head. Now bangs one down the line and spoiled out over the line by Nick Blakey. Darcy Gardner's getting up a little ginger.
He's got a knee in the head too.
GWS 14-15-99 to 9-6-60 in their game against the Gold Coast.
They've been impressive, the bits I've been seeing.
Yeah, they have.
Multitasking, of course.
So
well done,
Rayner burst through the contest, didn't he just? And the kick wasn't great. Just put it on the head of Blakey, who took a nice relieving mark. He's across goal again to Cunningham.
He could be a real weapon for them in the middle of the ground, Rayner.
Yeah.
He bursts like Goey does for Collingwood. I think these guys with that power to drive through are going to be gold this year.
He's just slightly inconsistent. If he can do it week in, week out...
He's got more consistent.
He's gotten more consistent. I agree with that 100%. But if he can do it every week and be that guy they can rely on, he'll be a hard one to stop. Dangerous kick into the middle of the ground as the Swans try and repel out of defensive 50. Errol Goulden under a high one here against Neil. Neil kept his feet and did really well. Errol Goulden tried to fox him out of it.
You know what his best bet that Goulden then was?
Make contact.
Easy. Just go at him.
Oh, yeah.
Just run at him and you just get a free every time. I don't know why players don't do it more. So if you've got a player running back at you and the ball's coming towards you slowly, just advance 3 steps or 2 steps and you win a free every time.
Yeah.
Every time.
So James Jordan fires off a handball and McInerney runs it out of bounds. I'm just looking at the GWS game and a graphic just popped up. Tom Green, 30 disposals and 8 clearances. Another one who I think is in the Brownlow
everyone's saying it.
Yeah.
Everyone's saying it. Did he play well last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I think he's
a very talented player.
Yeah.
He's your prototype big mid. He's your crip size. Yep. He's a real big bugger.
There is the Brownlow medalist, Lockie Neal, who lost the footy there to James Jordan, who kicks down the line now to Amadi. Got to front position, used his body really nicely, but wasn't able to get it past the defence of the Lions as Wicks picks up. He's jumped on straight away. That's probably holding the ball. Umpire said no. It's the final minute of this contest in the third quarter. Stay with us right through until the end of this. We'll be back tomorrow night as well. Andy Mard heading down the highway for the Cats. Certainly is.
Coons will probably be doing that.
Adam Cooney will be alongside him, of course.
Or JJ.
Yeah, no, I think it's Adam Cooney tomorrow night, along with Andy Marr for the Cats and the Bombers.
Cats and Breeze.
AFL Nation, you'll hear that. And every game.
Is there a double header tomorrow night? Must be.
Port Adelaide are playing Freo.
At what time? Must be about 7:30.
Yeah, similar time, but we're just taking the Essendon Geelong.
Doing the other game as well? There'll be a later game, I think.
Well, we might actually be. I'll double check that.
Can you find out and get it?
I will, certainly. Row bottom to the back of the contest. Goulden just walk this one over the line. Now, I mean, I don't want to be harsh here, but that's more insufficient intent than a lot of the stuff we see.
He's walked over the boundary line with the ball when he was confronted.
He had one thing.
He could have thrown that on his boot.
Yeah,
let's be honest.
And they pay the ones that just skew off the side of the boot.
Those ones, they drive me insane.
Yeah, Laddams to the front of the contest. This one out the back to Justin McInerney. On his knees, had to give the handball off. Corey Warner there. Justin McInerney again. Errol Goulden kicks down the line. On the near broadcast wing. Gardner trying to mop up for the Lions, but Sheldrick was there, and Starcevic bursting his way through. It was a good tackle by Sheldrick, just to stunt the momentum. That'll just about see us out. 8 seconds left in the third quarter. 11-8-70 for the Lions, 6-7-43. It's pre-season footy on AFL Nation for McDonald's. The new McCrispy is back at Macca's. Goulden bangs one inside 50. They can't get a mark, can they, to finish it off? They couldn't. And it'll be all Brisbane in the third quarter. Made the most of their opportunities. 11-8-70 for the Lions. 6-7-43 the Swans. A big last quarter coming up. 043398 11-16. And a text coming in here from Billy. Guys, I agree. Cam Rayner must deliver consistent footy this year. His apprenticeship is over. He should be ready to win games now on his own boot.
I think he can.
Yeah.
I really think he can. I think those bursts in the middle are going to really help his footy.
Absolutely. Liam Pickering, our expert. You're listening to AFL Nation for McDonald's. The new McCrispy back at Macca's. It's the Lions at three-quarter time by 31 points.
You're listening to the 2024 AAMI Community Series on AFL Nation.
Right now at Macca's, go large or medium or small. This month, get any soft drink, any size for just $1. Value means more at Macca's. Available at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery. Excludes frozen soft drinks.
This week at Chemist Warehouse, the savings keep getting bigger and better. Like Caruso's Hair, Skin and Nails 60 tablets, only $14.50. Kickstart your health goals with Wagner Turmeric Max 900 milligram 40 capsules, $17.54. And Swiss Adult Probiotic and Prebiotic Gummies 45 pack, just $18.99. And get Nature's Way High Strength Magnesium 300 tablets, only $24.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
At Tyre Power, you get the power of better buys on big brand tyres. Right now, you can keep the cost of living down with a better buy on big brand Falcon tyres like these. Buy 3 and get 1 free on Falcon ZX ZE310R Eco Run tyres for passenger and selected SUV vehicles. That's buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. Big brands, better buys and better for your safety too at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Luxury Escapes, the world's best holidays handpicked by experts. Here's your burst of luxury to book now.
Crown Metropole Perth. This iconic 5-star resort oasis is minutes away from the CBD. Escape with daily breakfast and valet parking. Crown Metropole Perth. 2 nights from only $579. Valued at up to $1,930. T&Cs apply.
Book at luxuryescapes.com.
NAB AFL Auskick is back for another season. Come find your awesome and join more than 120,000 kids across Australia. Because at this club, we're serious about fun. It's your time to shine, so what are you waiting for? Be part of the footy family and find your local Auskick centre today at play.afl/Auskick. This is Auskick, where we do it for the kicks.
Whether you're a busy household looking for family-friendly options or love the feel and comfort of luxurious natural wool, or maybe it's a healthy choice asthma-friendly carpet, then Choices Flooring has the range, colours, textures and savings you've been looking for during our Carpet by Design sale event. Go online at choicesflooring.com.au and discover the carpet solution that's just right for you. With savings across the range, now is the time to visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. Do you need a reliable transport company with sign-on glass capabilities? A strong safety and compliance focus and a service second to none, led by a team of professionals. That's us. At State Transport, we take the problems out of logistics to provide a seamless service on all occasions. Call us on 134 888.
State Transport, our people are your solution.
Hi, bank.
Hi, I've been loyally paying off my home loan for...
You want a medal?
No, I want to be able to lower my rate.
Why would we do that?
So I can pay off my home loan faster.
Why would we do that?
Or else I'll switch to a lender that puts me in control of lowering my rate.
No bank would ever do that.
You're right. Thank goodness Athena's not a bank. Ha!
Go to athena.com.au and switch to a new kind of lender who drops your rate as you pay down your loan. Athena, love us and leave us. Qualifying criteria applies.
Right now at Macca's, go large or medium or small. This month, get any soft drink, any size for just $1. Value means more at Macca's.
Available at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery. Excludes frozen soft drinks.
You're listening to the 2024 AAMI Community Series on AFL Nation.
Out of defensive 50 to Melican. Oh, dangerous kick. Cut off by Coleman, who plays on the left boot. Chips inside 50. To the advantage of his teammate as Neil mops up. This one will be to the advantage. Plays on McCluggage on the left boot. Bang! Sloppy. But in the end, they were able to make it work, the Lions. So that'll compound things even further.
It was coming all right.
Yeah, sloppier affair
so
now.
Craig Williams went down the outside like a choo-choo train.
You keep an eye on that. I'll keep an eye on this. As the Swans go for goal. Bang! A beautiful finish from Corey Warner. Snapped it around the corner, and that's a nice way to kick one of your early goals. So it was all Brisbane in the third quarter. They lead by 31 points at three-quarter time. John Donohoe with you, Liam Pickering alongside me. It's AFL Nation for McDonald's, New McCrispy at Macca's, and for Tyre Power, your trusted Aussie-owned tyre experts. Join us throughout 0433 98 11 16. Charlie Cameron just looking a little bit ginger on the sideline, holding his hip. I imagine he might go on ice in the next little while. The Lions have got a big game on Friday night against the Blues. Kick off their season, opening round, and then the Swans kick off the season themselves in opening round against Melbourne. You're not happy with Benny Lyon and what he's producing?
I like his almonds. So sure about that other thing. Okay.
Okay.
Pretty average.
Fair enough. Picks, you assumption, your assessment of the game thus far?
Brisbane have been a little bit cleaner, haven't they? That's between the, if you really want to look at the midfield of both teams, McLuggage has probably been, he's clearly the best player on the ground. Gordon's really worked into it well for Sydney as well, but the cleanliness of the Lions has been on show tonight. Certainly since half-time. That quarter they dominated, really.
James Jordan's had 25 disposals for the Swans. He's been their best, but Hugh McCluggage, 27 disposals, 1 goal, 1. He's been the best player on the ground all night. All right, final quarter underway, and we'll get a bounce recalled. Full time in the other game, 15-15, 105. GWS defeat the Gold Coast 9-7-61.
Nice way to come into the season, a 44-point win against a team that should be more advanced than they have been.
Certainly is. Going forward, a big tackle from the Swans, and they got away with it as Danaher with a flying shot at goal.
Good body.
Kicks to the top of the goal square. Gardner dropped what he should have taken. Harry Sharp picked up and
very rare we
carried
see
over
Gardner
the
in the forward line, but he's been there a fair bit tonight.
Certainly has. Might be trying something new, the Lions.
Maybe.
Good tackle there by Peter Laddams. Ball thrown in. Laddams got to front position, double-handed it down. Spinning out of trouble there was Rowbottom. He's been good tonight for the Swans. At the back there, McDonald stuck with it. Gave it off to Wicks in front of him, and then to McLean. He can give it back to Wicks, who can run into an open goal. Just fell over a little bit. Wicks, 2 goal. Bouncing ball, missed. You could see, he tried to step on the inside, did Wicks, and he fell over.
Well,
he sort of lost his footing.
Well, what he did was he sensed the pressure that wasn't really there.
Yeah.
The Blinds player coming in on the 45 wasn't that close. He thought he was right on him.
Yeah.
So he went to his left, and then he realised he had a bit more space to get back on his right.
McCluggage down the line now at half back to Zorko. On the outer side here at Blacktown. Zorko just to settle a little bit and then go back to McCluggage. And McCluggage about to get his third possession in the chain, but wasn't a great handball from Kai Lohman. Be a free kick going the way of Zorko. No, it'll be out of bounds and a throw in. 74 plays 44, 30-point margin. John Donahoe alongside Liam Pickering on AFL Nation. Final stint for us this week, Picks, before we get into the real stuff. I'm not involved in the real stuff next week, obviously, but...
No, it's in interstate.
Yeah, it's all interstate next week.
I don't think I'll be involved either.
Corey Warner steps out of a little bit of trouble. The interstate crew can take it from here next week.
Give him a go, won't we?
Yeah. Harry Cunningham in the middle of the ground now, just has time to run and assess what he wants to do. He's got Goulden out wide, who just got over him a little bit and then steps around his opponent. The left boot tried to chisel it back, but Kitty Coleman was up to the task, read it well.
Just really did read it well, didn't he?
Starcevic coming off the square now, gets the handball and bangs this one inside 50.
Space, really.
Harry Sharp was the target, but kicked it over his head and it bounced out over the line.
A Thongs man or a Burks man?
You know what I wear? Slides. Slides. I'm a big slides man. My wife thinks they are horrific, but...
Right.
Yeah.
I've only had 2 spills in my Birkenstocks tonight.
Really?
I've had them for about 2 years. I've only just started wearing them.
Front of it just get caught on the...
I've been encouraged to wear them.
Really? You're not a big thongs man?
Love thongs.
All out of bounds?
Love thongs.
Throw in? Yeah.
I like my Archies.
Oh, yeah, I've got a pair of Archies.
I'd like to know what our listening audience thinks. What's our number again?
0433 98 11 16.
Yeah. Do you go Birks or do you go thongs? Whether you go your Havianas or your Archies.
My wife also tried to persuade me to get Birks, but I'm not a big Birks guy. I like a slide.
I'm having a bit of trouble with my walking. I tripped. I fell over T the other day.
Oh no, pigs!
I nearly tripped up the stairs here before, so
gotta be careful, mate.
Run a pole while we're watching this game. It's been a bit of a ho-hummer at the minute.
Kitty Coleman takes a nice mark running back with the flight on the left boot. That's a beautiful kick. Just to the advantage of his teammate, and then into the pocket and on the chest of Dane Zorko. I don't think I've ever tripped over in thongs. I don't really wear thongs all that much.
It's impossible unless the plug comes out.
Yeah. So this is why I don't.
That's
why I wear ones with no plug. Good effort there in the air by Danaher, and the ball spilled over the line. Yeah, I wear the ones with no plug. 0433 98 11 16 is the number.
Thongs or Birks or slides.
Tell us your thoughts. Blakey in the back pocket kicks short up the line. Still inside defensive 50 for Errol Goulden.
Not much happening though, that's why.
No. And the best...
Digressing.
If you are wearing thongs, the best thongs to be wearing are Archie's footwear because
absolutely
they're the number 1 thong in the game. As big mark there from McLean. Well, I'm a big fan of my Adidas slides.
Oh, I've got a pair of them like that.
Yeah. Michael Jordan made them famous. Melican swings it to the outer side of Blacktown International Sports Park. Caleb Mitchell. I don't know much about Caleb Mitchell. Pick 40 in 2022. Gets his chance tonight. Cunningham. Slow play here from the Swans. The Formula One cars are going past.
Speedway going on out the back.
Corey Water on the left boot, bangs it inside 50. Amati from behind, but Oscar McInerney in the way was able to take a good grab.
A few hoons out there in Blacktown. Anything on the pole?
Billy says, John, you sound much like Darren Hargraves. Also, I prefer thongs, but I don't know if he's talking about Sam Hargraves or...
Probably Sam, I'd say.
Sam's a very good caller, so
thongs are up 1-0.
Thongs are up 1-0.
As suspected.
Zorko at half back. Swings it to Oscar McInerney. Crocs all the way. Go Pies from Jesse.
Crocs.
They're not in the poll.
Okay, if you're 4. Well, pitch when that little is there.
Berry handballs to Cameron, who just handballs forward and to himself, and then Braden Campbell sees it out over the line. Archies have slides too, so they do. Yeah, they do. So I might get my hands on a couple of those. That's it so far. 0433 98 11 16. Pickers wants to know, are you a thongs person, slides,
or Birks?
So
I feel the Birks are a fraction overrated.
I feel you're about to invest in some Birks, and that's why I've asked the question.
On, that's why.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Straight on that.
How do you slip over in them? They got a hard sole.
No, you trip. You don't slip. You trip. The end of this damn thing.
Got to stop drinking, Picks.
Walking up the stairs.
McCarthy out of midair. Back to the footy, and Lincoln McCarthy gets another on the board. He's got 3. Ball was in dispute over the back. He threw a foot at it. And he gets his 3rd on the board. 12-9-81 the Lions to 6-8-44 Sydney. Let's have a look at the replay. It was Zorko that kicked a dangerous spot. Out of it from,
Cunningham let it through his fingers, and at the back was Lincoln McCarthy, was able to just throw his left foot at it.
Tell you what, Cunningham definitely should have stopped that.
Yeah, he did. It is pretty slippery. It's a humid night. It's been raining, so you sort of forgive them a little bit when they get out the back like that, but it's costly. Got 5 goals out of the little fellas tonight. 2 to Zorko and 3 to McCarthy. Got 5 out of those 2. The Swans have only kicked 6. There's 6 goals down now.
So you mentioned it there, Pickers. We spoke about what sort of possession numbers McCarthy gets. He's got 8 disposals tonight. He's got 3 goals. So that's about, that's the input that they are hoping, or the output that they're hoping for from
Absolutely
him.
It is.
I mean, that 8 disposals doesn't sound like a lot, but if you turn 8 disposals into 3 goals, you're going pretty well.
Yeah, I agree.
Going pretty well. So 0433 98 11 16. No time on there will be in this quarter. So Pickers
20 minutes flat.
Pumped.
Are we out of there in 12 minutes?
Yeah, he'll stick to the end with
yeah, right.
As they go forward again, the Lions, Danaher. Let one just fall away from him, and out the back, Oscar McInerney was able to spin his opponent out of it, and then Melican followed up and did well.
He did very well.
Nice chipping ball onto the toes, though, of Ruckman and Laddams. And again, a quick kick out of congestion. He's out in the full. Fun fact from Luke. Archie's a Sarah Jones family business.
I knew that.
Archie's footwear.
From Echuca.
Yeah, Dane Zorko takes them.
Either a dad or a brother. They're good. They're so comfortable.
Oh, they are.
I've got 2 decks.
I think I've got 2 pairs as well.
I bought a pair, and then my sister gave me, that was my present for Christmas.
There you go.
The Chris Kringle present, anyway.
Well, I must say, the smiling assassin, Bradley Johnson, was able to hook a few of us up with a trade radio in October.
Really?
Yeah.
They are comfortable.
He's a good man, Bradley Johnson.
He's a good man. He was a great player.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Sheldrick down the line. Amati got to front position, used his body nicely on the young ruckman, Henry Smith, and plays on quickly. It's what the Swans have broken down a little bit at half forward throughout the night. James Madden took a nice mark. Played on and gave it to Payne, who had to just shift a little bit and go across goal, this time to Fletcher.
Tell you what, I'm wanting to listen to after the end of this game. An interview with Cam Green today after the wonderful 100. There should be a lot of that queued up.
Do you reckon Kane will play that on Fireball Friday?
I heard him having a whinge today about a few of us texting him straight away.
Oh, really?
I just sent him a cop that corn.
Fireball Friday back
corn.
tomorrow with Kingy.
He'll cop it tomorrow. Kingy will be all over him.
Oh, 100%. McCluggage has hit the 30 disposal mark with that possession, so he's had a big night again. Down the line, McCartan underneath this, takes a mark.
Only a week and a day away from finding his final siren coming back. Actually, might be back next Friday.
Next Friday,
yeah.
I'm doing Thursday nights at Picks.
Oh, yeah.
Post-game, yeah.
What, you're calling?
No. Heaney kicks towards goal, just post-game for me on Thursday and Saturdays.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you love it.
The Lions exit defensive 50. Sheldrick. He's got Campbell over the top. Had closed down quite quickly, and the Lions is fumbling around with it again. There's Goulden. He threw that one out and then went high on Madden.
Took his head off.
And the umpire letting it play a little bit here as Tunstall, nicknamed Jason by Liam Pickering.
I think Arthur's probably better.
Arthur Tunstall.
He was the Olympics guy, right?
I think so.
Wasn't he the IOC Australian guy?
I think so, yeah. So free kick to Braden Campbell at half forward. He'll kick to a dangerous spot. Top of the goal square now. And they're going to fly. They do. McLean, he's just been ever so close all night tonight. And a snap at goal there from Fox, who finishes very nicely.
Good finish.
It's a late one. Robbie Fox with his name on the score sheet. Don't see him kick many goals, Robbie Fox.
No, you don't. Robbie Fox, defender.
Defender, yeah. So in his career, how many has he got? 10. Just 10 snags. Off the text, despise Crocs with socks. Basketball team trend, said someone.
It is. Apparently the Australian under-19 cricket team are all into the Crocs. That was a real thing with the World Cup winning boys.
Okay.
Allegedly.
Billy says, gents, if I was a Carlton supporter, I'd be very worried about next Friday night against the Lions.
So, yeah. I think it's going to be tough for them.
They'll be playing with that motivation of losing the grand final, obviously, all year. It's sort of...
The Lions?
Yeah, the Lions.
Yeah, but it sort of doesn't really.
I mean, you forget about it, but again, you want to get back there and make the most of it. Tunstall taps this one now to Neil, over the shoulder to Smith, and the Lions go forward once again. Inside 50, Lohman flew, couldn't take the grab. Back with it there was Will Edwards. First time we're seeing him tonight for the Swans. Underneath this is Starcevic, couldn't take it cleanly, and then trying to rip it out there was Jared Lyons. Starcevic on top of it again, of a ball up. 7 minutes.
The young Swans played it really well, Sheldrick there.
Yeah.
Up against two taller opponents, just didn't allow them to clear the ball.
So 7.5 minutes still to play. Jordan, been good for the Swans again. There's Goulden, off to Campbell, and back to Jordan this time. Give it by hands again to Goulden, so they're waxing nicely, and there's Rowbottom, who's had a big night as well. He steps one and goes into the middle of the ground to McInerney for the Swans. Wobbling kick inside 50 was to the advantage of Heaney. He trapped it well. He's got Warner running alongside him. He gave it. And then outside 50, chipping ball nicely hit inside 50 to Robbie Fox again. Line up for his second goal. He's kicked 10 in his career, and he could potentially kick 2 in a row. So before Pickers leaves in 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
It's 10:01. See you, boys.
That's part of the contract. Justin McInerney takes a mark.
In fairness, that was our schedule for this time because it was a 7:10 start.
Yeah, of course.
No, I won't leave you.
Goodbye. But I want a few more people to text us in as Justin McInerney is lining up for goals. 0433 98 11 16. Crocs? No, not Crocs. Birkenstocks, thongs, or slides. What's your preference?
Yeah, well, this game.
We like to go a bit rogue. It is pre-season anyway.
Well, it's only because it's pre-season. We're doing the real stuff. Oh, would we?
Justin McInerney lines up, shoots straight, kicks it. A couple of late ones here for the Swans. And Justin McInerney gets his first on the board. 2 McInerney's playing in the game tonight.
Yeah, Oscar's
one for each side.
Oscar's the ruckman of the Lions.
Justin, the little zippy midfielder. Some numbers, Pickers, if you can, for both sides.
Oh, numbers, yes. Yeah. Hugh McLuggage up to 31 disposals, highest ranked player on the ground. James Jordan's had it 30 times. Errol Goulden, 23. Zorko's had 20 and a couple of goals. Lockie Neal 20, Dunkley 20, the usual suspects.
Yeah, nice.
All in and around the midfield.
So that I reckon both teams will be happy with this hit out going into the season.
I think the Lions would be happier.
But in terms of
I agree.
some run in the legs.
No, I do agree with that.
Yeah.
Provided they can get through the next 5.5 minutes without an injury.
Of course, yes, that's it.
And the Swans will welcome back Lloyd, Papley, Warner and Rampy next week.
And we'll wait and see what happens with Taylor Adams as well. I don't think we've seen him emerge since. So,
and then the Lions, probably not much to bring back in, really.
No.
It's ready to come back.
Yeah. Devon Robertson, Tom Doedee, Connor McKenna and Will Ashcroft all...
Doedee and Ashcroft are a mile off.
Yeah.
McKenna will probably be back. And I don't know what's wrong with Dev Robertson.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Gee, I thought he would end up at the West Coast. They made a big play for him and he ended up
He was
staying.
close. So apparently it was a flip-flop and Chris Fagan thought he was gone. And
the whole team thought he was gone.
The next day he changed his mind. He changed his mind again. So
good on him. I'm glad he's...
Yeah, stick with him.
You're leaving the second best team in the comp from last year to go to the bottom
worst,
team.
Yeah.
But his uncle is a legend of the club.
Yeah.
Do you know who his uncle is?
No, I don't.
Darren Glass.
Oh, there you go. There you go. I didn't know that.
Darren's sister's son.
Final 4 minutes of the match tonight. Caleb Mitchell around the footy. Couldn't pick it up cleanly. On to Matt Roberts.
Great player, too.
Oh, gun. As reliable a defender as you'll find in Darren Glass.
Yep.
This one wrapped
a good
up.
bloke to have a beer with.
Yeah? Reckon? Yeah.
I don't reckon I don't.
Oh, you know.
Had a client of mine since he was 18.
Well, there you go. Harris Andrews gets up and runs
Sydney's
back.
Start of the year, right?
Yep.
They got Melbourne at the SCG, Collingwood at the MCG, Bombers at the SCG, Richmond at the MCG, then they got the Eagles at
Adelaide Hills.
Oh, of course, yeah, they're playing them over there. And I missed the next two. So it's a 50-50 start, I reckon. Collingwood at the MCG is tough.
Lions 12-9-81. Sydney 8-8-56. 3.5 minutes to go. Charlie Cameron trying to
come 10 deep.
Trying to fly through. You just don't want him to get injured either in the last 3 minutes of this one.
Lions start off with Carlton at home, then they go to Fremantle, and they have a bye. Then they got Collingwood at the G, North Melbourne at the
G Gabba.
Yeah,
round
and then
3, yep.
MCG against Melbourne, and then they go to Geelong to take on the Pussycats.
So tough start for them as well.
Yep.
You'd expect
they're
them
all
to.
Tough games.
They're all tough games, exactly. Corey Warner out of half back. Gets the Jets on and kicks one down the line, looking for McLean, who has been a focal point tonight, McLean, but he just hasn't been able to take anything cleanly. He will be a target going forward for the Swans. Steve was with me, Adidas slides.
Really?
On you, Steve.
I'll give him that blister.
Nah. Got to wear him in.
I can't push through blisters.
Someone else saying, any chance you can call the footy instead of talking about thongs? We will. Last 2.5 minutes. Laddams kicks forward of the footy.
Probably can.
Sam Weeks is around there. He's pushed off it by Berry. Umpire let it play over the line out of bounds. We have to amuse ourselves at times in other ways in pre-season footy.
It's Brisbane by 25 points. There's 2 minutes left in the game. So we probably have just trained off a little bit.
12-9-81, 8-8-56. The AFL Nation action continues tomorrow at GMHBA Stadium and at Alberton Oval. The big games coming up as we draw closer to the first game of season 2024 proper.
Next Thursday.
Starcevic dropped one easily in the back half and then mopped it up quickly. Archie there, he had to get rid of it nice and sharp. Dribbles one towards the interchange bench as Williams, in fact it was Will Edwards saw it out. So Geelong and Essendon tomorrow at GMHBA Stadium at 5 o'clock. Port Adelaide and Fremantle at Alberton Oval from 8. So
8 o'clock. That's Eastern Daylight Savings time.
So a nice Friday helping for you, and a couple of games Saturday, and the Saints and North finish it off on Sunday as well. Yeah, I might. I'm not playing cricket this week, so yeah. No cricket this week.
You're already out of the finals?
Well, no, I got dropped.
Did you?
Nah, but to be fair, it was the ball rolls.
The twos?
No, the ones. Ball rolls out over the line, minute 13 to go. A couple of two or three big name guys coming back. So I was.
Who are the big names?
Well, no, there's some guys who are getting a little bit of coin picks.
Oh, the cashes.
So you've obviously got to make way for that. And I've played a lot less cricket this year than I normally would. So I was more than happy to make way. All at half back now. The Swans, and we'll get another ball up. No time on in this quarter, so 45 seconds remaining.
Well, both teams will be happy with to get through injury.
Yeah,
relatively injury-free, because we don't know about Adams yet, because he did get tackled pretty severely on
He did.
He held his knee and then went off.
Yeah, he did.
We're hoping his isn't too bad, but everyone else seems to be okay. The knee in the head to
Brandon Starcevic. He's all right, though. He's played out the
fine.
game.
Yeah, he's just wearing the tape around his head like Joel Selwood.
With a ball, a throw in to the right of screen. Comes down to Justin McInerney, who offloads this one. Couldn't get a clean possession away. Neil tracking this one back towards the boundary just in front of us on the near side. Payne, a wobbly kick. Laddams dropped what he should have taken and then got legged by Henry Smith. And that'll just about see us out. A big performance from the Lions in their redemption season in 2024, and they put up a pretty good showing, did Brisbane, as did the Swans. Brisbane 12-9-81, defeat Sydney 8-8-56, a 25-point victory at Blacktown International Sports Park. And some very promising signs from both sides, because Hugh McCluggage with 31 disposals was the pick of the litter for the Lions.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, he had a terrific game. He worked hard. Highest ranked player on the ground. Errol Goulden worked hard as well for Sydney. He had 24 disposals. Jordan was good. James Jordan, 31 disposals as well. Just a bit more clinical, weren't they, in the end, Brisbane? I mean, Sydney tried hard, but they've got a few really important players not playing. But they've got a week to get themselves ready for Melbourne, who looked very sharp last night. They looked really good.
Yeah, absolutely. I won't keep you too much longer, but some people that impressed you, apart from the big names that we mentioned there. Anyone you're looking forward to seeing?
Roman was pretty good for Brisbane. Whether he can break into that side long term, I'm not so sure. I thought Rayner in patches was really good.
Yep.
Coleman was excellent across halfback from the Lions for the winners. That's probably about it outside of the ones we've mentioned. And for Sydney, he started well and sort of went missing. I thought Sam Wicks was pretty good.
Yep.
Jordan was definitely good. Gordon was really good. Blakey was a bit fumbly tonight. McInerney was okay. That's probably about it as well. I thought Robbie Fox played pretty well too tonight.
Yeah, and that's one side will only get improved with those guys that are due to come back, Tom Papley and the like as well. 0433 98 11 16. I'll be with you for another 15-20 minutes or so. We're going to let Liam Pickering go because he's got a big afternoon tomorrow and some meetings that he's got to attend as well. So Picks, thanks for this week. We've had a bit of fun together on
Johnny.
Tuesday and Thursday, and we'll see you again throughout the footy season in 2024. Liam Pickering, our expert tonight. And it was the Lions by 25 points, 12-9-81 to 8-8-56 in their first and only hit out in the AAMI Community Series. We're here for McDonald's, the new McCrispy at Macca's, and for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. We don't actually have a break in this last bit, so I'll roll you through it for the next 15 minutes or so. We'll go back through some of the numbers on the night. Hugh McCluggage, 31 disposals. James Jordan with 31 disposals. Errol Goulden, 24. Josh Dunkley, 23. And Lachie Neale with 22. He was clinical again, was Lachie Neale, throughout the night. You just see the poise that he has when he's around the footy, and especially in conditions like this, he really, really thrives on nights like this, where he's able to just get in dirty, and even with a slippery ball, he's able to get himself in the thick of it. 0433 98 11 16. We'd love to hear from you throughout the next 20 minutes or so. We'll play you the rest of the highlights of the match in just a moment. But I want to hear your thoughts. Did Sydney impress you? Did Brisbane impress you? Tell me your top 8 as well. I want to hear if people have settled on who their locks are for the top 4, the top 8. Who might be the biggest slider and bolter of season 2024. So we've got a little bit of time between now and the end of the night to get your thoughts on that. 0433 98 11 16. Let's run you through the goal kickers across the evening as well. Lincoln McCarthy with 3 for the Lions was the best of the night. Dane Zorko with 2 along with Eric Hipwood. And then singles across the board to Darcy Wilmot, Sam Wicks, Corey Warner, Cam Rayner, Justin McInerney, Logan McDonald, Hugh McCluggage, Isaac Heaney, Errol Goulden, Robbie Fox, Kitty Coleman, Joel Amati and Callum Archie. And all told, it was a 25-point win to the Lions, 12-9-81 to 8-8-56. And the Swans look ahead to next week, next Thursday night, where they will kick season 2024 off officially at the SCG up against the D's, who I must say were quite impressive last night against Carlton. Forecast for next weekend or next Thursday in Sydney is 29 degrees at this point in time. So it's going to be quite a balmy start to the season. From there we head to the Gabba, where Brisbane will take on the Blues. A few people already saying off the text that, you know, if you're a Blues fan, you'd be worried about what the Lions produce. But I think Carlton are in reasonably good form as well. So they'll be confident that they can get the job done up at the Gabba. They nearly got the job done in the prelim last year. We know they got out of the blocks really quickly and were able to be reeled in the end. But certainly I wouldn't think that Carlton are out of that one necessarily next week. We'll run you through the teams as well for the next couple of encounters over the next few days. We'll get to all of that. We'll run you through what games are coming up as well. But we'd love to hear from you. 0433 98 11 16 if you want to weigh in over the next 10 minutes or so. Footy's back. Loving having the footy back. Continues tomorrow with Geelong and Essendon at GMHBA Stadium and Port Adelaide and Fremantle at Alberton Oval. We'll get you through all of that and plenty more in just a moment. Big season for Fremantle as well. And both teams pretty much full strength in going into these games as well over the next couple of days. We've got heaps of action coming your way here on AFL Nation. What we might do is we might take you through the full match highlights for a couple of minutes. We'll come back and we will run you through what's to come on AFL Nation in the next couple of hours. And the Lions under pressure already, going inside 50. It's a good kick. Hipwood played on quickly. Goes to Zorko from outside 50. Bangs towards goal. Great start. The Lions with the first of the night, and it comes from the former captain, Dane Zorko. It's inside the centre. That's a beautiful kick on the chest of Grundy, who plays on quickly to Matt Roberts. Now Roberts to the teeth of goal. Needs a mark from a teammate. McLean did well. At ground level, they're going to have a shot at goal. Wicks out of nowhere. Sam Wicks with a beautiful finish. Swans get their first on the board. Good, nice kick and onto the chest of Lincoln McCarthy.
Hasn't he got a terrific vertical leap?
He does. For a small guy, he's got a good kick as well. He's reinvigorated his career since coming over from Geelong. Couldn't get a game.
We couldn't get his body right.
Yeah, at the Cats.
That's the thing.
Yeah, at about 49.8 metres. So he wheels around as McCarthy. Has a shot on goal. Gives it everything. That's a great kick from Lincoln McCarthy. Centimetre perfect from the Lions forward. Picked up now by Campbell on the left boot. Swings it inside 50. Lions got numbers here, and Lohman did well. And Heaney off the crumb. Kicks towards goal. Bounces it through. Ball came off hands, and Heaney was in the right place at the right time. Was able to snap it over his shoulder. And the Swans get their third on the board and reclaim the lead. Out of defensive 50 to Melican. Oh, dangerous kick. Cut off by Coleman, who plays on the left boot. Chips inside 50. To the advantage of his teammate as Neil mops up. This one will be to the advantage. Plays on McCluggage on the left boot. Bang! Sloppy, but in the end they were able to make it work, the Lions. So that'll compound things even further.
It's coming all right.
It'll be a sloppier affair
so
now.
Craig Williams went down the outside like a choo-choo train.
You keep an eye on that, I'll keep an eye on this. As the Swans go for goal. Bang! A beautiful finish from Corey Warner. Snapped it around the corner, and that's a nice way to kick one of your early goals. Kick to a dangerous spot. Top of the goal square now. And they're going to fly. They do. McLean, he's just been ever so close all night tonight. And a snap at goal there from Fox, who finishes very nicely. It's a late one. Robbie Fox with his name on the score sheet. Justin McInerney lines up, shoots straight, kicks it. A couple of late ones here for the Swans. Back towards the boundary just in front of us on the near side. Payne, a wobbly kick. Adams dropped what he should have taken and then got legged by Henry Smith. That'll just about see us out. A big performance from the Lions in their redemption season in 2024, and they put up a pretty good showing, did Brisbane, as did the Swans. Brisbane 12-9-81. Defeat Sydney 8-8-56, a 25-point victory at Blacktown International Sports Park. Some very promising signs from both sides. it was promising signs from both sides. 25-point win to the Brisbane Lions, 12-9-81, 8-8-56. I still think the Swans, I've been bullish on the Swans for the last little while. I'm just having a look at a replay now of Taylor Adams coming into the change rooms a little bit earlier. He looks dejected. He rips the Guernsey off straight away, and I'm not sure what's come of that, but we know he went down with a knee niggle a little bit earlier, and hopefully it's not too bad for Taylor Adams. But for the Swans, I'm still big on the Swans. I still think they can have a real impact in this season. You get the guys we mentioned back. Tom Papley is just such a dynamic footballer. We saw how good he can be last year, and in his career, he's kicked a handful of goals. I don't want to put a number on it because I don't have the exact numbers in front of me right now, but I'll pull those up. But Tom Papley playing through the middle and playing across the forward half for the Swans just makes them such a better team. They'll get Callum Mills back at certain points. He's kicked 258 goals in 164 games, has Tom Papley. And they're well coached. They're never down for too long. Errol Goulden, picked 32 in the 2020 draft. There's a good chance he'll be the best player in that. He's 22 years old. And yeah, that's a scary prospect for them. So when we look at it, and I wrote it down here, the players not playing tonight for the Swans, Jake Lloyd, who drives a lot of their ball from the back half and from half back and across the defensive unit, he wasn't playing tonight, so he'll come back in and fill that hole. Callum Mills, we know, through the middle of the ground, across half-back as well. Tom Papley, I mentioned there, 200-plus goals, and he just is their spark plug. He's their effort player and gives them the energy that they need to get up in games. And then, of course, Chad Warner, who I think last year or the year before, I thought he was a big chance for the Brownlow, and I know a few people have thought that in previous times. He's fast, he's got good skills, he hunts the footy, he knows what he knows what to do with the footy, most importantly. So you add those four, I guess not so much Callum Mills back in straight away, but you add those four back in for Thursday night, or 3 out of the 4 back in for Thursday night. And the Swans are a vastly better side. You know, they gave a run tonight to a couple of different guys. Will Edwards at the end there, he was a Category B rookie who joined the side. Caleb Mitchell, pick 40 from 2022. We've got a couple other young guys. Jacob Constanti, who didn't play tonight, but he was in the squad. And the Swans, they just bat so deep. Angus Sheldrick, I thought, was really good tonight. Round 15 Rising Star nominee last year. So I'll be interested to see what they do with their ruck stocks, whether they play the two ruckmen, Pete Laddams and Brodie Grundy. We know Brodie Grundy wants to be majority of the time a full-time ruckman, but then what do they do with Pete Laddams up forward? Because they've got guys like McDonald and McLean and Amadi down there who are trying to forge their own path forward to the footy. So I do think still the Swans are one of the teams to beat this year. I think they'll be top 4. I think they're going to go deep into September. But the team they were playing tonight are going to be, well, probably top 2, you'd imagine again, if not the best team in it this year, and are certainly going to challenge Collingwood. Brisbane are doing a lot right at the moment. Their forward setup is just about the best in the game. And I mentioned in the coverage that if Danaher doesn't get a hold of you, then Hipwood probably will. And if Hipwood doesn't get a hold of you and Danaher doesn't get a hold of you, then, you know, they've got guys, smaller guys around the footy like McCarthy and Cameron and Bailey, who rolls through there as well. You add Zach Bailey back into this Brisbane side and they're even better. But the night that Hugh McCluggage had tonight just shows how impressive he is. 31 disposals in a pre-season game. And he had, for those playing AFL Fantasy, 131 fantasy points. No, his metres gained, 426 metres gained, 18 kicks, 13 handballs, 9 marks on the night, and kicked 1 goal, 1. In Brownlow terms, that's a 3-vote night from the Brisbane Lions midfielder. Errol Goulden was really good. I love Errol Goulden. I mentioned there on the call as well that I think he's going to win the Brownlow this year. I think he's going to be right up in the pointy end of the Brownlow this season. Polled really well in the back half of last Brownlow. I think he had something like 10 votes in 10 rounds or something like that. He came home with a wet sail, got 3s right across the board, and
10 votes in 3 or 4 rounds last year. But he was a big finish to the season. If he can get a full season going, Errol Goulden, he's going to be unbelievable, and his poise and precision is really good. Josh Dunkley, we know how good he is. Lachie Neale's the reigning Brownlow medalist, so 22 disposals, no surprise for him. And again, he could be even more polished and be another presence around it again. Pickers mentioned throughout the coverage also that Isaac Heaney, he'd love to see him be the Isaac Heaney we all thought he would be at some point in time. 19 disposals tonight, 1 goal, 1. He's best when he's flying at the footy and when he's attacking it around the ground and setting them up. So we'll see if Isaac Heaney can get going in 2024 as well. And Killian Coleman, we know he finished second he finished runner-up in the Norm Smith medal in 2024. 0433 98 11 16. Tell us who you think is going to be your top 4 locks in 2024 and who you might have sliding and heading in the right direction in 2024. A couple of games coming your way tomorrow as well as AAMI Community Series continues over the next couple of days. We've got games on Saturday and Sunday that you'll hear here on AFL Nation also. Geelong up against Essendon is the first one tomorrow, 5:10 p.m. down at GMHBA Stadium. The Cats lining up like this: Mark O'Connor, Sam De Conning and Jake Collard-Jasny, Jack Henry, Tom Stewart and Jed Buse. So pretty solid back six for the Cats. Mark Blitzarves, Max Holmes and Mitch Duncan across the middle. Tyson Stengel, Brad Close and Jeremy Cameron. They're playing funny buggers a little bit there by putting Brad Close at centre half forward and Jeremy Cameron on the flank. Tom Hawkins in the forward pocket and Brian Myers at full forward again. The Cats do some weird things. Weird things. They really want to play funny buggers with the listeners and the consumers. Shannon Neal in the forward pocket. Reece Stanley, Patrick Dangerfield, Tom Atkins are the followers, and on the bench, Zach Guthrie, Tanner Bruin, Jai Clark, Usheen Mullen, Zach Tui, Ollie Dempsey, Sean Manor, and Jack Bowes. I think Sean Manor was the one who won the best on ground medal in the VFL Grand Final as well. So it'll be interesting to see him get his opportunity. Some notable absentees for the Cats: Ollie Henry, Gary Rowan, and Cam Guthrie. For the Bombers, Jordan Ridley, Ben Mackay, Zach Reed, Mason Redmond, Jaden Laverty and Andrew McGrath. Sam Durham, Darcy Parish, Nick Martin across the middle. Jai Caldwell, Kyle Langford and Jade Gresham are the half forwards. Jake Stringer, Peter Wright and Archie Perkins in the full forward line. Todd Goldstein, Will Setterfield and Zach Merritt. And then on the bench, you've got Elijah Sardis, Nick Cox, Nick Hind, Harrison Jones, Nick Bryan, Xavier Dersma, Matt Guelphy and Jai Menzies. No Sam Draper, Jake Kelly, Ben Hobbs, Dylan Shield or Dyson Heppel. Make or break season, you imagine, for the Bombers. Obviously, all the talk about how many finals they've won in recent memory and how many times they, can make silly mistakes in games, and we'll see what the Bombers are about. One thing I will, obviously, we all know, we'll preface it as well, and if you're a Swan supporter, I wouldn't worry too much about tonight. You try a few things out, throw a few different personnel out there and see what comes of it. Come Thursday night against the D's, the Swans will be revved up and ready to go at the SCG in front of a capacity crowd, 29 degrees at the SCG as well. So I wouldn't be too worried if you're a Bombers fan about last week's performance at Moorabbin, and I wouldn't be too worried if they don't perform well tomorrow. I mean, they are up against the Cats at their home down at GMHBA Stadium in front of their home fans, and it is a practice game at the end of the day. Billy, off the text before we head out, who's better, Warner or Goulden? I love them both. I think they're really both dynamic players, both ball winners. There's something about Errol Goulden I just am fixated by. I saw him last year playing a game, 41 disposals, 2 goals. He was everywhere. Got the 3 votes in the Brownlow, and I love the way he plays. He's a gut runner. So is Chad Warner as well. And there's also, the slick ball use of Errol Goulden that really draws the eye. So I'm edging Errol Goulden in a small victory over Chad Warner, but both fantastic players in their own right. Finally, before we go, Port Adelaide and Fremantle at the Alberton Oval tomorrow. Ryan Burton, Brandon Zirk-Thatcher, Azava Radigalia, Lockie Jones, Alira Lear, Dan Houston, Miles Bergman, Willem Drew and Kane Farrell across the middle. Jed McEntee, Todd Marshall and Connor Rosee. The captain for the first time in his career, Zach Butters, Charlie Dixon and Willie Rioli. Ivan Soldo playing his first game for the Power. Ollie Wines and Jason Horn-Francis are your midfield division. And then you've got Jace Burgoyne, Travis Boak, Dylan Williams, Jordan Sweet playing his first game across after coming across from the Bulldogs. Ollie Lord, Francis Evans, Darcy Byrne-Jones and Jackson Mead. Notable absentees are Mitch Georgiadis, Quinton Narkle, Josh Sin and Dante Vizentini. So Mitch Georgiadis can't get a game at the moment for them. So the emergencies are Jeremy Finlayson, Trent McKenzie, Tom Cleary and Mitch Georgiadis. So some pretty handy players on the bench. They're going to be right in the thick of it this season. Port Adelaide, when the whips are cracking, obviously straight sets last year, and that loss to Brisbane in the prelim final, or in the second week of finals, they will be reeling from that, and they'll look to go one better this season. The Dockers, some notable absentees. We were running out of time. Jai Miss, Luke Jackson, Brennan Cox, Michael Frederick, Heath Chapman and Nathan O'Driscoll. It's been a good night, been a fun night. Big thanks to Piggers, big thanks to Benny Lyon and to DMG out the back. A 25-point victory for the Lions over the Swans in their first AAMI Community Series game, 12-9-81 to 8-8-56. The footy continues tomorrow here on AFL Nation. It is Geelong and the Bombers from GMHBA Stadium. Tune in at 5 o'clock to hear the team down there on a Friday afternoon. Enjoy your weekend, everyone. Enjoy the footy. We're almost at the real thing, and thanks for your company tonight.
Back, find his final siren every Friday night after the footy on SEN 1116.
Proudly sponsored by Swiss, whose mission is to make millions around the world healthier and happier. Head into Chemist Warehouse for great savings every day. Shop in store or online today.
This is the House of Ats.
Right around Australia, hello to you. We do it all thanks to Chemist Warehouse, of course. This is what we do, talk athletics all around the SEN network. Of course, we do it thanks to Swiss as well, whose mission is to make millions around